so what I pursue. That's greatness, yeah, I gotta make it, I got things to lose. Boy, you wanna get in my crew, but you can't get in my crew. Me, XL, and Hoover, way too fireball. When this joint drop, better call the troops. And when you hear the drop, better raise the roof. Better raise the roof. You already know what happens when we link up. Let's go. Yeah, I got the juice. Yeah, I got the juice. Big game cool, make them look like cool. Always play it cool, that's the biggest rule. Forget what they doing, keep on doing it.
Every day we escape, losing all of our faith. We can't live this way. Feel me slowly fade away. Feel me slowly fade away. As far as the wind will take me. Every day I feel time slipping, passing, skipping by. All the words I could say just can't really seem to stay. Feel me slowly fade away. As far as the wind will take me. suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Yeah. sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue. But there are days you feel freedom too. Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the, move like the sunlight. Darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break.
Hello and welcome everybody. You're watching LOOT.BET Season 8. We've got a great best of 3 for you today to start things off. HellRaisers, Espada, they'll be taking center stage for this one. Already on the screen right now, that bracket, we're getting right into the Swiss system.
Absolutely, a real exciting game to kick things off today. We've actually got Espada versus HellRaisers, so that should be a pretty good one. Of course, this is our 0-1 bracket still. So this is the same kind of stakes as yesterday. Both of the teams really fighting to win this one. The worst thing to happen is for you to go 0-2 and then you have to win 3 in a row to get out of it. So the stakes are really high right now, and we're going to have some really exciting games today, as we did yesterday.
Yeah, we actually did. Those games were really sensational. 2 best of 3s, went the absolute distance, went to 3 maps in both series, I think. Maybe, oh no, we did get saved with the 2-0 to end up the day. But certainly that first series of the day, I think we had almost all 90 rounds. It went the absolute distance. And to be honest, I'm not expecting that for this matchup. I think that we've got very firm favorites in the form of Espada here. I wonder, are these world rankings actually real? Because I feel like every single team is 36 in the world.
Well, we talked yesterday about the fact that LOOT.BET Season 8 is super competitive. Everyone is around this kind of top 40 to 45 region in the world, so a lot of competition, even down at this lower kind of 0-1 bracket, these teams that lost their first matchup. So it's certainly going to be another exciting one. But yeah, I mean, even yesterday, being saved by that 2-0, it was by no means a dominant game. It was a super close first map, a reverse sweep in the second, like going the full distance with both maps. So really exciting stuff. And yeah, I hope the same here. We're taking a quick look at those rosters, we kind of missed it a little bit, but there's a lot of talent on both of these teams.
Yeah, there certainly is. I think that throughout this whole tournament, lots of talented teams. I've described it previously as the most stacked LOOT.BET season ever. Really exciting to be into this Swiss system. All best of 3s from start to finish. You can see some of the deepest statistics now. Usually doesn't mean as much. I think those Espada statistics are a little more reliable there. They're obviously playing a lot of the time at a higher tier of play. Both of these teams competing and contending in the CIS RMR events. Right now that we've got IM New York going on. We've got lots of different RMR events with DreamHack Open now taking center stage. Here are the maps if you want to take us through it.
Well, we're going to be heading over to Mirage first, a map that you do see Espada go for relatively often. In fact, very often. It's a pick that they often first pick into, or they'll always leave it floating. Going into Inferno next, HellRaisers makes sense. Should be a relatively simple one for both sides. There's actually a lot of potential here for it to go 2-0 in the form of Espada. And then that third and final one, do you catch what that was before it dipped off the screen? It was Dust 2.
Yeah, it certainly was. We see those statistics on your screen right now, that 100% win rate for Espada. They have been pretty decent on it over the last couple of months. I'm surprised I didn't see where Overpass went, but Espada usually will float it part of the time. I wonder if that is an early ban for HellRaisers and one of those second bans perhaps for one of these teams. We don't get to see it in this series. I do like a cheeky bit of Overpass, but we are treated to Mirage, Inferno, of what we've seen a lot of Inferno thus far this tournament. And of course, a Dust 2 to top it off. Not that I think that we'll need it, Josh.
I think you might be right. As I say, Mirage, real stronghold map for Espada. Inferno certainly could go HellRaisers' way. If they're going to take any map here, it would certainly be Inferno. But it's not the worst map in the world for Espada. As you mentioned before, the caliber of play that they've been playing at recently has just been of that higher level. So that win rate doesn't necessarily reflect because they probably won a much higher ratio of matches against teams of the caliber of HellRaisers. So we just have to wait and see if they can take that Inferno matchup. We've got a quick series on our hands. If it goes to Dust 2, things start to get a little more complicated. However, we've seen Espada are pretty strong on Dust 2 as well. So I think that they are the firm favourites going into this one.
Absolutely the case. I think that Inferno is that question mark here. I think the other question mark is how is Dexter going to perform? We saw those rosters earlier on today. He is that top-rated player. He's certainly the man to watch out for with that AWP. If he shows up, sometimes he goes a little amiss against the top teams. I wouldn't call or classify HellRaisers as a, quote, top team, but I think that he is going to be one of the staples of the series there for Espada. For HellRaisers, I think it has to be a team effort. I think you have to get activated early. I think that Mirage, even though it doesn't look like it's in the pool right now, 25% win rate for HellRaisers. We'll be seeing it center stage right here, right now, Josh.
Well, we often talk about the Battle of the Orps. Today, that's going to be between Dexter and JR. And, I mean, JR is a very, very talented man on that sniper as well. Once a time, a few years back, that I considered him as one of the prospects that could certainly make it to the top level of CS with that AWP in hand. Never quite made it that far, but has got a lot of experience, played under a lot of teams, and is a very, very talented AWPer. So if he shows up today with the support of the rest of his team, of course, he's got that IGL hat on as well, then there's definitely a chance here for them. But Dexter, as you say, probably the highest rated player on the server. If he has a good day, if he's firing on all cylinders on that AWP, then it's going to be a real force to be reckoned with.
I think that that's a really interesting subject as well. CIS AWPers in general tend to... There's a lot of skill in that region from top to bottom. And over the years, we've had the Guardians, the Simples. Of course, if you get out of CIS, only a tiny bit into like the likes of Bulgaria and South Europe, not all of the world's best AWPers are either from America or from just Central Europe here. We do have a lot of talent in this specific region, and we see bags of it even at this sort of stage of the scene as well, where I think the majority of this sort of tier of squad kind of almost relies on the AWP. Sometimes it feels like Dexter, if he doesn't show up in a series, kind of lives and dies. There are a lot of Glocks.
Yeah, JR showing off not only his AWPing skills, but his juggling skills. He's a man of multi-talents. He's a very, very, very talented man.
He is straight from the circus.
Really? That's really interesting. From the circus, he came into CS and said, like, I'm going to do this now. I don't want to juggle anymore.
It might not be true. I don't think it's true at all.
Wow. I mean, all the players are in the server. There we go. There we go. I was just about to get on to the fact that, like, we should be starting shortly, but everyone's here. We're kicking off the knife round. Size don't really matter all too much on Mirage. We talk about this, obviously, in LOOT.BET. The way that it works is the maps are picked, but you still knife for the sides. So it does add a kind of interesting dynamic onto it, where it could be your map pick and you start on your favored side as well. But on a map like Mirage, it doesn't matter all too much, nor does it on Inferno or Dust 2, really. So not something that's going to come into play all too much today.
No, I don't think so either. I think that these maps are pretty even. I think that kind of favors Espada. You're not going to get that lockdown side that you're really hoping for against them. I think that their CT sides can actually be fairly robust all across the map pool. Even if you go to, especially, I guess, if you go to a train, a nuke, where they're really going to be getting cozy. Unfortunately for them, it is going to be HellRaisers starting on this CT side. So maybe a bit of a bonus to work with to start.
Well, as we kick things off in the pistol round, our first series of the day, both of these teams, remember, are currently 0-1 in the Swiss system. So all to play for as we're about to kick things off on Mirage. Currently, it's Sophic, the utility man, the only one for that T side as he picks himself up a smoke and 2 flashbangs. 2 people yet to buy. There we go. Okay, Kalinka the kit man. No real utility on this CT side, though, and that could be problematic as we get into this pistol round, and they go for this 3-man B stack.
Looks like Espada seem to fancy this side of the map as well. Maybe HellRaisers reading the situation. Fortunately, Problem swipes away the first headshot. Here come the reinforcements as Patsy straight into this site. He's wriggled his way between the defense, and a triple kill in unison is likely going to end the round in its tracks. 4 versus 2, JR and Flarich on their way in from both angles. This apartment's position being compromised, and Flarich forced away by the pistols. What a round for Espada.
Just as Espada start to realize that maybe they've walked into a trap, they just dispose of it completely. You see that they jump out the window. There's no time wasted. They don't want to take the gunfights whilst they're in the apartments. They want to get out. They want to get up close and personal with those Glocks and take those gunfights. And as soon as they realize there's 3 players on the site, bang, 3 instantaneous headshots. That's the bomb site. That's the C4 down, and that's the round 1. Going into this second, they're going to have a pretty healthy investment. Of course, with that plant, they have extra cash. They've got the rifles out. Only that single MAC-10 in the hands of Sotvic. They do face up against a force here from HellRaisers with those 2 scouts in play.
Yeah, just those AK-47s gesturing towards the ramp area. Problem, he'll be... Where is he? Towards that B bomb site. It's actually Flarich up close and personal towards the ramp. He's going to meet reinforcements in the next couple of seconds. Needs some support from JLM, of course. And needs it right now with that scout not pitching in. This round should pretty much already be over. Espada overwhelms the A bomb site. C4 should go down and away along with these smoke grenades.
This has been a really dominant opening couple of rounds here for Espada. And I think this is looking like a bit of a save call from HellRaisers. They really haven't got a whole lot to save into the next round, but there's no point in throwing this weaponry away. They're going to be on a full eco in the next. So if they can carry across a scout and a couple of deagles, stack them all over towards a site, they've certainly got a chance. Maybe they go for something funky. Maybe they go for some aggression towards middle, try and take some control, because this round, this setup that they've gone for clearly hasn't worked. As this bomb continues to tick away, actually Espada just not hunting for this either. They know that they've got the far advanced weaponry. They don't want to lose any of these AKs. They want to carry them across, let HellRaisers do whatever they're doing, and just play their own game.
It's a risk that they actually just don't need to take here. Yeah, you carry through these 3 sets of Kevlar, give you something to work with in the next, and knowing that Espada have those 4 rifles at the ready, you want to take some of them down. Minimal reinvestments for the T's coming into this 3rd round. Should be a breeze to take the 3rd.
Absolutely. JLM and Flarich actually can't afford to invest around this one at all. JR's really the only man that could potentially drop a deagle over or something like that, but he's saving that $3,100 for an AWP in the next buy-up. So no money invested around the weaponry that has been saved, and it's looking like the majority of it is actually heading over towards that B bomb site. In fact, they're going for a full B stack. This is what I talked about. They know that they don't have a lot to work with, and the only way they can win this is with this stack. As soon as Sotvik's going in, he's got all the information. He's going to let his team know, and they're going to burst into A.
Yeah, all of that intelligence gained, and Espada, they've read it absolutely perfectly. That bomb should go down with absolute ease. In HR, they're going to be incredibly late to the party. JR might be the first man through to try and chip in some damage, but it's tags but no frags. Bomb goes down, round practically over. The main talking point becomes the damage here, and Kalinka at least able to sweep away 1 headshot. Team has got the nade at the ready, and all of this utility as it floods into the CT spawn. HR, they just don't have a chance.
Yeah, there's really nothing they can bring into this one. There's not a lot of point in savings. They are going to continue to push through and try and find themselves a kill, maybe 2 to work with, but they're not finding anything just yet. JR, Flarich, dropping like flies. It leaves it all down to the 1 man in the CT spawn, only a P250 to work with. Really hoping that maybe he can just jump in and grab himself an exit right before the end, but it's not going to happen by the looks of things. Might be able to grab himself a weapon just before the end there. I'm not sure if he was able to or not.
Doesn't look like it. 3-0 though, aforementioned, and a very clean round for Espada once again. I think that's 3 rifles carried through. Of course, the MAC-10 for Sotvig. Plenty of cash built up already going into round 4.
And Dexter's pulled himself out that AWP. This is an interesting one because this is the full buy from HellRaisers. He knows that JR is going to have one in hand, and he has to try and contest it. And as that bomb's been left over towards the towards the T spawn, it looks like Espada are going for a bit of a different approach. They're spreading around this map. They're looking to take some control towards the apartments. They're holding on to what's rightfully theirs towards Ramp and Palace. They don't want to commit to anything just yet, as they have done in previous rounds. They've been quite decisive of where they're heading early on.
Just underpass control to start. Dima, he's the point man here, trying to scurry for the initial information. Bit of connector control for JR as mid is conceded by the HellRaisers. And Espada, they're going to take full advantage of this straight into window room. I think the sound cue's heard. Sotvik has cleared his way through the smoke, but with the AWP up close, this gets incredibly touch and go, incredibly painful if the overpeak comes through. And I don't think that JR is going to be expecting this one. Watching this angle, incredibly patient. I think Sotvik would have assumed those jumps were heard. But at the 50-second mark, here's the wraparound. It's just a game of chicken right now. Who's going to walk out first? If it's Sotvik, there's a big likelihood that this frag doesn't even come through in the first place. We know that JR, as you said, Josh, one of the hot prospects in the CIS scene, and this will execute onto the A site.
Well, as the diversion comes in, that's going to be the cue for the MAC-10 to push up and take down JR. There's nothing more that HellRaisers can do here. It's all fallen apart. A flurry of kills have come through, and Problem, all on his lonesome, not even any utility to work with, has to fall away and save this M4. That's a disastrous round for the CT side.
Yeah, really weak stuff. It's unfortunate. Espada just taking all of that mid-control and perfectly executing off the back of it. Having that saving grace of the MAC-10 burrowed inside window with no information for the HellRaisers there, there's nothing that they can do about that one. The likelihood is Problem's going to fall in the last 10 seconds of this bomb before it expires. Steamer already checking these angles. Nice little maneuverment around the back of the B bomb site, but he should fall here. Finnegan's going to clean him up, and Espada will carry 4 rifles through once again.
Yeah, they've managed to upgrade what they had as well. Of course, going into this round with a MAC-10 and a Galil, they've now got a full rifle setup. A couple of M4s in the mix, but that won't be too problematic for them. And as they go into the 5th, they're going to be against another very limited buy here from HellRaisers. I imagine we only see a couple of pistols and some Kevlar. This should be a very, very comfortable 5th for Espada. In fact, HellRaisers actually saving a little bit more than I was expecting them to.
Yeah, 3 sets of Kevlar, as you said, and just a couple of Deagles whipped out. Mid-control once again for Espada. This will be a telltale sign of their T side. Sending Finnegan up short first, just scurrying for those opening frags, and surely going to find a couple of them against the pistols.
Absolutely. HellRaisers playing this one quite disciplined right now, though. Kalinka's got himself a nice angle with this Deagle in hand, but if he can't get the timing, then he's going to fall. Does actually land the first, but it's instantly traded by Finnegan, and that now gives them an avenue onto this B-bomb side if they choose to take it.
Straight through. This is the pincer. Bit of a stack from the HellRaisers, but they rotate from A 1,000,000 miles away. Flarich stuck inside the palace. Finnegan takes that initial fight. It comes up empty-handed, but there are still 2 pistols to contest with on this B bomb site. It's Problem being the first man, the pivotal man. He's got the Desert Eagle in hand, playing beside the bench. Prone for the 1-taps, but can he nail anything? There's the first. Needs to connect, and absolutely does. It's swept away by the AKs, and I don't think damage is going to matter here. So Espada, it's down to them to try and close out the 5th round, and Dexter does so sensationally, leaving only Flarich a 1 versus 2. He's scurrying towards short, but I think he's already been heard, and it's contained perfectly by Dexter and Finnegan.
Problem really caused some issues there with that Deagle on bench, but as soon as Finnegan came out, he returned the favor, put in 2 fantastic headshots. Look at this, pinpoint accuracy to trade it out, and all of a sudden they just overwhelm that B site, and that little hiccup that they once suffered is no longer a problem. Going into the 6th now, it is going to be another full investment from HellRaisers. They have got that AWP on JR once again, and it's looking like they're just going for this rather standard setup, but Kalinka getting aggressive towards middle, wants to try and find an opening pick.
There seems to be speed again from Espada. Less middle, more towards the B bomb site, with full apartments control and Problem being slaughtered back. Kalinka luckily finds one in the meantime. And with this crossfire placed and poised, the M4s have to fire through for more than just the 2. They do come out not quite empty-handed in the engagement. Only 1 frag found onto Problem for his troubles, but the containment policy works perfectly as Dexter gets slaughtered.
Rather unfortunate stuff, as the team flash came through for Dexter, and that just really caused some issues as they pushed right into that site, weren't able to find that opening pick, and that's something that Espada have been really consistent with, and I think that's a really integral part of their successes so far. Every single time they've gone into a site, they've found that opening pick, they've got that man advantage straight off the bat, and then they can proceed with the rest of the round. Going into this one, they've still got more than enough cash to actually fully invest, but they won't have a whole lot more after this one.
No, absolutely not. 5-1. Let's see what Espada can do to keep the pressure nicely applied here.
Wow, a slower setup once again. We talked about the fact that in many of these rounds, Espada have been very decisive. They've grouped up together, played as a unit, want to try and take some control. And again, we're seeing that here with middle. It's something they haven't taken all too much. We've only seen it a couple of rounds. An instant trade comes through, and that's going to mean that HellRaisers maintain control of these bomb sites. They lose that initial middleman, but that doesn't matter all too much. As long as they've still got this strong setup on the site, they can lock this one down.
A duo crossfire once again, but Dima finds both of those headshots. Now it's down to salvage the bomb and get it down in the 1 versus 2 as JR connects. It's all down to Dima, a veteran of the CIS scene. He's got to do it once again. A 3K so far, only Flarich to find, and he's not getting aggressive in this one. Dima certainly is. Rummaging inside this marketplace. And Flarich, he's actually watching the cross. He's got the best angle for the job inside the jungle. I'd be surprised if Dima does spot him out through suicide. By name and by reputation, he goes down.
That's rather unfortunate for Dima there. Flarich had actually just guessed completely wrong. Yeah, really, really unfortunate round there from Dima for him to actually try and play some mind games, wrap around towards that A site. Doesn't pay any dividends whatsoever. This time, they're upping it with the pace once again, trying to get up short, trying to get into the B site. And now, here's the exit.
Yeah, only Kalinka to contest with, and they do so perfectly. Another 3v3 situation as Espada seem to be stealing away all of these opening picks. Bomb down, pressure applied, and still an even-Steven scenario as far as the players are concerned. 30 seconds left on this bomb as the close comes in. The smoke's placed. There's not much utility on the cards here for Espada. An all-important Molotov could really run a diversion. And the single smoke grenade from Flarich as well. Not really much to work with for the HellRaisers as they get kept from an arm's length from this bomb site. Flarich just trying to post in. They might even default to saving here. With Patsy finding another, JR surely needs to save. And with the pre-fire coming in, he's in a world of trouble. And Patsy's going to take him down.
That's so smart from Patsy. He knows that there's potential for an AWP to be posted on that angle. Just goes for that. Really difficult to hit. Jump across. Swings around off of the bait. And beautiful, beautiful stuff. HellRaisers really can't do anything there. They're back down to another economical pit. They have no money to work with right now. It's only Flarich that saved that AK across. I can't imagine they invest a whole lot around it. They've called a pause right now to discuss what's going wrong, what they can actually do into this one. Maybe Flarich could drop a FAMAS over to JR. Kalinka could buy a FAMAS. Problem could have an M4 to work with. They could pull out a half-decent buy here, but I think it's unlikely that they go for it.
That's really disappointing as well for HR because that was the beginning of the end for the Espada economy. Remember, they were pretty much down to evens there in round 8, going for that B rush once again. It seemed unsuccessful in prior attempts, but no, a perfect effort. They're able to sweep it away in what looked like an incredibly easy round right there.
Wow. I'm not sure what they discussed right now. This is not going well for them at all. Espada really aren't paying any respect. We see in so many of these rounds, they've upped the aggression. They're all just pushing in together, and they just win all of these gunfights. It's not even like there needs to be any kind of tactical aptitude. They don't need to throw all of these smoke grenades. They don't need to actually go for these setups and executes and things like that a lot of the time. It is normally just as simple as deciding what kind of control you want to take, lobbing the flashbangs over, and charging right in. And that's what we've seen time and time again. And I imagine we'll see the same here in round number 9. A full investment here from Espada. The AWP in the hands of Dexter. AKs all round. A healthy utility on every man. And HellRaisers, they're not investing much to contest it. Just a couple of bits of Kevlar, a couple of pistols in hand to support that AK on Flarich, and that is going to be all she wrote. Espada, once again, no presence towards A early on. 3 men want to take this mid, in fact 4. And it's looking like this is going to be a mid-B split if this is what they commit to.
Certainly seems to be the case. Espada love this mid control, and it's Finnegan once again. You'll see him. That's the common trend. The point man towards short being such a nuisance for the entire defense towards both connector and that B bomb site. If you try and get aggressive against Finnegan, you're probably going to get your head swiped off.
I do like the fact that HellRaisers right now are getting aggressive towards this T-spawn. JLM's wrapping all the way around. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do much damage with this P250 in hand, but it's something that HellRaisers haven't done at all. Espada, in many of these rounds, haven't taken any control over towards the A site, and HellRaisers just haven't capitalized. And he's allowed himself one, but in the meantime, Espada are first right onto this B site, and they've taken control with E.
Yeah, round practically over, and it goes back to saving once again for JLM and the crew. An AK-47 picked up, and what can you do? Instant annihilation there on the B bomb site. Doesn't look like HellRaisers even stand a chance on this CT side. This is going from bad to worse, and I don't know the way back into this one. A tactical pause previously taken, seemingly no changes off the back of that either. And it feels like a firepower disparity. I know that we say it all the time, but that does seem to be the trend in this server. And maybe if they cast their minds forward to Inferno, maybe that confidence factor can be playing a bit of a part. But we know that Inferno and Mirage kind of play quite similar to each other. There's more open bomb sites. Yes, a bit utility is really important, but less heavy AWP maps, less heavy than a train, for instance. We'll see that sniper come out again for Kalinka.
HellRaisers are at a point right now where I thought it was slightly foolish when JLM peeked into short in that 4 versus 2 scenario with that AWP, but they're at a point where they have such a huge loss bonus, and on an eco like that, they can afford to just buy an ult regardless. So trying to punch in some damage kind of makes sense. They're really down in the dumps right now. It's 7-2. Espada are just dominating. And once again, they're going for this middle control. JR has actually got the angle with Yorp. He can connect the first and fall away. And this is the first time in a while that we've seen HellRaisers take this opening pick.
Connector control not yet established. JLM just trying to hold them at an arm's length. Now I can backtrack to the A bomb site. A player up, turtle down, 80-second mark.
They've taken this middle control, and as the bomb starts to wriggle his way into apartments, this is where the split could come through. They have got a nice setup towards B. They've got these two men on the site, the one man in window, and as Kalinka finds another, the numbers of this attack are starting to thin out.
It's this T-spawn aggression as well, again from Flarich. This time Punish gives Dexter a bit of an opening. Of course, the rifle isn't needed, but Patsy inside the window room certainly is. It's shut down once again by Kalinka. But HellRaisers, their approach is being completely split. Their attention totally diverted between window room, the A site, middle, into the T-spawn either. It feels like Espada members are everywhere. And now finding in a 2 versus 3, how are you supposed to read this situation? The utility coming through, and Dexter's going to be the first man over the top. What a flick to start things off. JR might be next on the menu as he's trying to pitch in from short, and unbelievable nade. Problem now needs to do everything. A 1 versus 2 scenario. Dexter, he single-handedly built this one. Him and Finnegan should be able to just take the round here. A defuse kit available, lots of time on the board. But what can Problem do about this one? He is running out of precious seconds right here, right now, and Espada giving him nothing to work with. He does find Finnegan, but I think he might be just down on his luck and down on time. A smoke to aid his cross, but he needs a lot more than that. There is another smoke on the floor. That actually might cause complications as Dexter, he needs to connect with these shots right now. The P250 whiffing and missing, and he actually gets the defuse. That's so unfortunate.
How on earth does that play out like that? Problem had 2 smoke grenades on the floor, and if he doesn't, there's no chance there. There's a huge gap he needs to cross, and he's dead to rights from the orb. So Dexter knows he's won that scenario, unless something crazy happens, like 2 smoke grenades being on the floor. A really, really bizarre set of events. I really thought Espada had that one. They played that situation perfectly after being in that 5 versus 3. They really got into window. They ate their opponents from the inside out, and it just confused HellRaisers completely. But a very nice clutch to finish things off and put their 3rd on the board.
Sparta still a massive lead in this one. Up by 4, T-side of Mirage, feeling at the utmost confidence. In HR's economy, it's at breaking point. The Famous comes out for Kalinka, They've got no real reserve cash to really eat this one through. JLM with JR, just with $1,000 in the bank pocket.
Really not a whole lot to work with here for this CT side. Despite the fact that they won the last, there's no AWP on JR. Kalinka, of course, down to that for Mass. Not a load of utility to work with either. So they have to gain this positional advantage. And they haven't really taken any kind of aggressive control. They've got this man in window room that might cause some complications. But as Dima opens things up towards B, it leaves a mammoth task on Kalinka's hands. And as he's been spotted, he's going to fall as well.
Feels like HR are finding these kills, or these deaths. It's actually Espada finding these opening kills with absolute ease. 3 frags already. The round pretty much over before the execute on the A bomb site even gets started. The bomb's still up towards T spawn, and these trades, they're brutal, they're perfect. Espada, this mid control has been favoring them from start to finish.
It absolutely has. They've been playing very, very well with it. Not only in the sense of actually finding those opening picks, but just getting that middle control early on means that you've got that man there, and he can just cause complications later on in the round. They can draw attention towards the A site, they can draw attention towards the B site, and then any man that's playing towards short, connector, jungle in some instances, are completely caught off guard when they've forgotten that the mid-control was lost earlier on in the round, and someone just wriggles in behind them. Problem's now going to try and save this AK once again. They really don't have very much money, so this will be quite impactful, especially with the loss bonus that they have. They could force something around it, but they need to start putting some rounds on the board. Otherwise, this is going to get out of hand.
And what are they realistically going to have to work with around this AK-47? With no money built up, the loss bonus obviously in a much weaker state than it previously was. I think only 2,400 available. Yeah, that seems to be the case. I think that was only $2,400 there. And just a weakened HR side once again. They've been at breaking point multiple times in this map, and those odds really reflect it.
Absolutely. We talked about Espada being the favourites going into this series. We talked about them being the favourites going into Mirage. Were we expecting them to be this heavy favourites? Probably not. But from what we've seen so far, I don't disagree with those odds whatsoever. And as we get into round number 12, HellRaisers, yeah, they've invested a couple of pistols around this saved AK, but not a whole lot more than that, as they go for a really interesting setup towards middle. And Problem wants to try and play around this smoke and find this opener.
AK in hand, and he's not traded through. He's good enough for 2. Patsy and Dima instantly drop. That isolates the A-bomb site, and Sopvig, he's going to move in. Only one for his troubles, but HR containing this quite nicely. It's JLM with the 1 dig, and considering this was a null and void by Dexter, he's going to have to do it again with the sniper rifle. Looking down connector one more time, but JR's too quick. That's his first shot in a while, leaving Finnegan a 1 versus 3.
The C4's been left behind in the spawn as well, so this is such a difficult one for him to clutch up. He's now been spotted out, taking a little bit of damage as well. He's got a minute on the clock, and HellRaisers don't seem to be aware where that bomb has been dropped. So he can start to fall away, get into the T-spawn, retrieve it. Then he's got a difficult position on his hands because he just had control of the A site. And by going back and grabbing the C4, not only does he waste a lot of time, but he gives up that control. And therefore, if he wants to get back into A, he has to either regain it or completely backtrack and go into the B site. And as he's grabbed it, it's looking like he's going to go for Palace and try and get in the last few seconds.
There are no easy options here. The AK-47 sprawling through, but with Kalinka at the ready, the flashbang available. This will toss right over the top. HR have full control of this map right now, and the rotate's already on their way. This is an impossible scenario to even get a bomb plant. It's Finnegan. He's going to drop.
That's a really nice setup from HellRaisers in that final situation. And that round purely comes off the back of Problem. I love this initiative play where he says, I'm the only man with a rifle. I need to get something done here. So I'm going to drop a smoke into underpass and I'm going to play around it. I'm going to play for this one way. It completely catches Espada off guard. They take an early 2-man disadvantage and it shakes them up. That middle pincer that I talked about before, they're no longer in play and they have to just burst onto the A site unsuccessfully.
AK-47's available, and Espada changing things up. This should be a solid set-piece execute towards the A-bomb site. With Dima inside of Palace, he's going to be the first man through here. The Isolation man onto the A bomb site, and what a shot from Patsy. Here come the headshots for Espada. The bomb site fully in their control. The smokes are flawless. There goes another one for Dima, and Dexter's going to get aggressive as well. There's no way back into this one for HellRaisers. The round is over.
It seems like the more Espada try to complicate things, the less success they have. Every time they go for a good old-fashioned rush into a bomb site, they win all the gunfights and they overwhelm it. Right now, HellRaisers are putting up a pretty valiant attempt at this retake, as Flaric has actually sprayed another one away through the box. Two very, very nice kills, but as this bomb continues to beep away, the nade's perfect. Deals a lot of damage, leaves JR all on his lonesome, and that's all said and done. 9 rounds for Espada.
Feels like it's always Dexter doing the damage. He's the man to find that secondary frag onto the A-bomb site and completely close it there as well. Valiant attempt from Flaric, but again, look at this from Dexter, playing these angles perfectly. Dima not even required there in the 2v2 clutch, and Espada, they're one away from double digits.
Well, right now, we're seeing us HellRaisers go into another buy. They've got Flaric down to an MP9. They have got that up in the hands of JR, but he has been spotted out. This should be a free one for Dexter, and he's able to take it away. That's a huge, huge loss for HellRaisers very early on in the 14th round.
And all of this control for Espada once again. As soon as they find one of these successful site takes, they seem to always default back to mid control, this time leaving Dexter lying in wait, by far the heaviest fragger from Espada in this series. And he's such a dangerous man to contend with.
He absolutely is. Espada off the back of that kill that they found in middle, they are going to backtrack over towards this A site. And Patsy, he's the pincer man this time. Just causing complications, wants to try and cut off, but what the hell is this? They've pushed all the way through A, and there's still a man deep into the palace area. It's Flaric. Got the nice angle. What can he do with it, though?
Yeah, he's the most advanced player right now, and with the MP9, he's only able to find one for his troubles. This is a 3 versus 4, and Espada should have this lock and key once again. The defense has already been ripped and ruined. The utility far from ideal, and at the 30-second mark, HR have to consider and even ponder saving here going into round number 15. They're not going to have a lot to work with other than the loss bonus if they don't.
Yeah, they have to save here. This is, not even up for question. If Problem could grab himself an M4, then maybe there's a chance that they have a little bit of a better buy going into the next. I'm not sure what they pull around this. They have to be really careful. If Patsy right now strips away another rifle, they have got some serious problems on their hands. But as he creeps through, a lightning fast reaction shot, and maybe more in the next couple of seconds. He seems to have an idea of where they are, but he falls in just the last second of the round.
Feels like Patsy is such an aggressive member right at the end of these rounds, finding all of those exit frags and keeping the HR economy incredibly honest.
Absolutely. And as we go into the 15th, it's not the best of buys here from HellRaisers. Couple of FAMASs coming out. Problem still with that MP9 in hand. They have got that AWP on JR. But is it going to be sufficient to stop this unstoppable force from Espada and Dexter early on with the boost? Taking out JLM. That's beautiful.
It's every single time JR trying to rip it back in the HellRaisers' favor. But this is still even Stevens favors the T side right into the A site. It's Problem. The pincer, he's the first man, but only with the SMG in hand. The smoke to aid his advantage. He wants to get up close and personal with the SMG. What can he really do here? Right behind these boxes. He's got a lot of work to do, and with the Molotov going through, he does spot a little noggin. It's not going to be good enough. JR, only one. It's actually chaos on this A-bomb site. Comes to a close with a flank.
Not a bad round there from HellRaisers to finish things off. I like the flank from Kalinka, but I like what Espada go for there. Beautiful boost, find that opening kill. Then the information on JR and Underpass means that if they storm into this A site, they're going to go uncontested from that AWP. They know that he's not going to be holding deep in CT or anything like that, and they have a real chance there.
I've got to say, Dexter's numbers on the scoreboard, they're on your screen right now, aren't exactly exceptional. But they were all impact frags. At the end of these rounds, lots of clutches, lots of 2v2 scenarios, only dying 5 times in the half as well. He's the main man staying alive, keeping that economy robust. Remember, HellRaisers, they were close to breaking point 1 or 2 times during that first half. And he's such a massive member. Funnily enough, we actually see the Deagle come through in this pistol.
That's not something you see all too often. I'm not sure what their plan is behind that one. But yeah, JLM with the Deagle in hand. Problem's the one that's gone for the utility. And it's interesting to see there's no kit on this Espada side. They don't really want to be playing for the retakes. They want to shut this one down before the C4 goes out underway. And HellRaisers stacked up in Palace, looking like this is going to be an A hit.
Finnegan's at the ready. I wonder what the Desert Eagle can do here. It's almost a direct downgrade in a pistol round when body damage becomes less pivotal, needing the 1Ds. But remember, these USPSs are just as effective. JLM instantly falls, can't get anything done with the Desert Eagle, and this is being really nicely contained from Espada right now. It's Dexter once again with 2 quick frags. Finnegan should be able to finish off the job here. He's within the CT spawn, and with Kalinka closing in, he's losing teammates all around him. All of the information go Espada's way, and this should be an easy defuse there with Sopvig picking up the pieces at the end.
Interestingly enough, of course, Espada don't have a kit there, and there's about 15 seconds left on that bomb before they get in that defuse. So that retake had to be lightning fast. As soon as that C4 went down, Espada said, right, we need to get in here, we need to find all the kills instantly. And HellRaisers could have very easily added complications by just winning a couple more of those gunfights. But Espada were just pinpoint accurate, they deny it completely, and as we go into the 17th, something that you often talk about, HellRaisers, with the bomb plant, have actually gone for a pretty decent buy here. Rifles all round, couple of scouts in play. Similar kind of scenario here for Espada as well.
Absolutely the case. 11-5, and Espada might be about to take this one over the top. The AK-47's in hand. HellRaisers need to get back into this half sooner rather than later. That bomb plant gives you a bit of extra money. A couple of extra rifles in the next.
Very limited utility across the server as a whole here. Espada have actually opted for the full rifle setup as well. So that means that there's only a couple of flashbangs, single smoke, and a HE in play. And a similar scenario for HellRaisers right now. They had like 1 smoke grenade going into this round. So it's going to be really difficult to take the control. We are going to see a lot of raw gunfights, not backed up by the flashbangs. This means that Espada are really pressing for these opening kills, and they are able to find.
We saw this on their T side for Espada, and now they're defaulting to the same on CT, contending for mid, knowing how important it is on Mirage, and HellRaisers just stuck in the mud with nowhere to go.
Problem's plan here is to try and maybe cause a distraction over towards B. If he can get a kill, then he can maybe wrap around the back. I'm not really too sure. Flarich is the man with the bomb in hand as he's creeping into Palace. But he's only got a scout to work with. So as soon as Finnegan spots him out, I don't think he can do all too much here. He has swapped out to the AK, but all on his lonesome. A 1 versus 3 situation. Surely he falls as he swings out here.
He needs to speed up the pace. The rotate underway, and Finnegan is able to play his job perfectly there. Delay Finnegan for just way too long, and there's no way back into that A-bomb site there. No opportunity for a bomb plant. That bonus and extra cash that we talked about HellRaisers buying into this round with before has now gone down the drain. 12-5.
This kind of scoreline gets dangerous because you lose that pistol, you force up into the second. Now in the third of the half, they have to go for this full eco. This is going to guarantee Espada 13 and allow them to rack up that economy. And with 3 away from the finish line, that's a really dangerous prospect.
Lots of mid-control here, and Dexter's going to be the first man through. A bit of stat padding, perhaps, with the AK-47 as the Fire Serpent stings 3 out of the server. JR, pretty much the last player alive towards the top of mid right now, is going to get instantly railed as well.
Dima paying off his debts with that MP9, finding himself 2 kills. That's going to be a $1,200 bonus. Look at this from Dexter. I mean, it's only an eco, but nice little 3-piece, all headshots. He's showing off with a rifle. Shows that he's not just an AWPer.
Yeah, certainly the case. I think that we see the same for a lot of AWPers in this CIS scene, that they are able to pick up the rifles at times. I think that's a massive advantage that you have under your belts.
Absolutely. As we go into the 19th, the AWP is in play for JR right now. And we see the same for Dexter. So it is going to be Battle of the Titans. However, if Espada win this one, the game might be all said and done. And Flarich is going to take a lot of damage early on from the top of middle from that Molotov. And look at Espada's setup right now. They're all so concentrated and quite heavy presence towards middle.
Flaric does find the first as well. Dima has no idea that he's towards this left side. Instead, tries to take the peek against JR and eliminate the AWP early. But it's 2 frags for HR's troubles, and Espada forced back into a default.
They have to fall back here. They know that they can't continue to prod this aggression with only 3 players alive, especially when you're against 5. Patsy's got a nice position here, and this could certainly do a lot of damage. When you look at the position of the bomb, and you look at this wraparound from JLM going into underpass, there's a lot of potential that HellRaisers do go for this B site, and if they do so, then yeah, this is a dangerous spot from Patsy. That might not be the case though. HellRaisers just feeling around. They want to try and find the kills, and in the meantime, Espada are defaulting to a B stack. It's the wrong gamble, but I assume it will be a save call off the back of it.
Yeah, I certainly would say so as well. With a bit of cash in the bank, this will be a full buy regardless, even if all 3 of these weapons drop. I'd expect Espada to play aggressive until the very end. That's almost the staple of the CIS scene as well. Loads of force buys. We've seen it across the years. This will be a bomb down, 1 round, HR up to 6.
Easy stuff for them, and keeping everybody alive, if they can keep everyone alive, I should say, does work wonders for them. But as JR gets aggressive, wants to try and take these M4s away, Patsy's going to deal more damage, gets the dink onto Flaric as well, and Flaric has got to try really hard to hold on to that AWP. If he loses it, they actually can't afford another one.
Yeah, Dexter likewise. He's got the only AWP for the Espada side, and he's playing incredibly back and passive with Finnegan's MP9 in hand. They want all of the bang for your buck going into round number 20. And Espada's goal, remember, isn't to rack up as many rounds as possible on this CT side. It's just to close. They need 3 more. They're feeling incredibly comfortable on their map pick. And going on to Inferno, I expect this comfort to continue.
Finnegan's actually able to wriggle in at the end there and grab himself an M4. So that's a nice little upgrade. He was the man with the MP9 in hand. And that means that they can go for a full, healthy investment here in the 20th. M4s all round, utility on every man besides Patsy, and actually not M4s all round. They've gone for the double AWP setup. That's something we haven't seen so far this game at all, and it's interesting on Mirage.
Yeah, I think we only saw it once from HR in that previous half with Kalinka picking up that second sniper duty. We often do see it from a CT side on Mirage, but it's about getting that economy going. It's high risk, high reward.
Certainly this early on in the half, we're only a few rounds in. A big economic investment. Kalinka, once again, he's burning a lot in these Molotovs. Takes a lot of damage early on. Sitting on 50 already, but he has gained kinetic control off of the back of it. Still a 5 versus 5, minute 20 on this clock. That's a nice nade. Might do a little bit more damage, but not a whole lot.
This mid control right now is an absolute scrap for HellRaisers. Espada are contending with it quite nicely, and with Finnegan being that floating voter right in the central point of this A-bomb site, it's a trio of T-sided frags for HR, which should close down both the A site and the round.
Well, some more decisive stuff here from HellRaisers. They seem to be a little bit more comfortable on this T side. That is something that I think statistically they are actually better on this T side. I saw a couple of people talking before about the fact that after they won the knife, they did go for CT and that was surprising. That's not surprising as a whole, but maybe for HellRaisers, this is their more comfortable side. They've still got a very long road ahead, even off of the back of this one. They need 6 in a row to level out this scoreline. They really need Espada to make a whole load of mistakes in order for that to happen, but this is certainly the start they need.
I saw some brilliant minds in the Twitch chat with very insightful comments, such as, HellRaisers they're terrible. They lose every game.
Yeah. Espada, easy 2-0. HellRaisers, noobs. Yeah, well, that is what we're seeing so far. Of course, as I say, they're looking more comfortable on this T side. There's definitely potential for them to come back into this one, but I'm not getting excited about it just yet. We saw our fair share of it yesterday, of course, as well, with those big comebacks, those big reverse sweeps on Nuke. Here, though, not sure if that's on the cards. They are faced up against what will just be an eco around the 2 weapons that were saved, but Dexter opening things up nicely might be able to give HellRaisers a taste of their own medicine.
He's such a key man, and with that AWP firing through once again, you know that Dexter's going to be in such key positions. He double dips into mid from connector this time, and it's 2 for his troubles, a 5 versus 3, and HellRaisers, they cannot afford to let this one slip. Map practically over if Espada win it, See if HellRaisers can do anything about this. With the connector control in Palace, they've got this double set piece coming into the A-bomb site. A lot of nades to work with, but those smoke grenades, they're all dropped on the floor towards the top of middle. Finnegan's even got the angle. And with that CZ75, it's another AK picked up. Dima's got the back angle, and this might be a flawless round for Espada, despite carrying barely anything into it.
It's exactly how it happened before, but the other way around when Problem was in a similar situation. This is just such a fantastically played round from Espada. Dexter knows that he needs to make a play. He needs to get himself in a nice aggressive position, give his team that advantage, shake up HellRaisers and force them to make a mistake. Because as soon as you go 2 men down, then you have to try and take some control elsewhere. And in doing so, they walk straight into the trap of the pistols. That's going to be 14 for Espada, and this round could pretty much seal the deal for the entire match.
As that little alien says in Star Wars, it's a trap.
It was indeed a trap, and yeah, HellRaisers fell for it. Another fantastic grenade actually gets Flarich down to 1 HP. Espada's grenade usage, the HE usage, has been fantastic this game.
And that's going to be a massive factor going through to Inferno, especially on that CT side when you've got Banana to contest with. Inferno statistically is the highest nade damage dealt per map.
A lot of really narrow corridors, a lot of positions where nade stacks are certainly viable. Despite a lot of damage being dealt from Espada earlier on, they do actually take the man disadvantage. As Sotfik falls, HellRaisers are running down the clock quite comfortably here. They've got this mid control, the C4 still in spawn, but in the meantime, Dima's got aggressive towards B, and he's getting loads of information.
Still a double AWP setup to contend with, and Dima on the flank as well. He's all the way through apartments, and there's underpass control fully formatted. I don't think HellRaisers can really do all too much about this one. They've got JR isolated towards the middle of the map, and JLM trying to make a desperate plea into the A-bomb site, almost unsuccessfully already, as he does connect with only 1 headshot, but he needs so much more here. Taking onto Tetris, but needs all of these headshots. There is another one. 2 versus 2 now. As Flarich, remember, he's only got 1 HP to work with. Demon's got all of the information and both of the frags.
That's actually an ace. I thought it was a 4K. That's an ace from Dima in that round. Such flawless work. And again, we get to see this double spray down in the underpass. I did think HellRaisers didn't really seem to have a plan in play there. They were kind of playing this one really slow. They went for that middle control. I thought, yeah, this makes sense. And then I look at the minimap at the minute mark, and you realize that they have no control towards B. They have no control towards A. And Espada have just fully capitalized on that and wrapped all the way around, taken advantage, and got the flank through. Now on match point and should be able to close it.
Such a dominant performance here on Mirage. It is Espada's pick, but a sensational result, and they only need 1 more to get over the finish line. It's going to be the full buy here from both sides, I guess. A couple of pistols there for HellRaisers. Double deagle in play with JR and Flarich picking up the pistol duty.
With Kalinka not having enough money as well to go for that Kevlar, he actually has to go for that glass cannon. He can't even drop it towards JR. So 2 deagles in play for those 2 impactful players. Kalinka with the glass cannon. Couple of rifles, very limited utility. I'm not sure what they can get done here. They are spread over towards this A site, but as Kalinka misses a very routine shot, that was one that he really needed to hit. It's an opportunity missed.
He absolutely couldn't afford to miss right there. He might get a opportunity to do double trouble, but information, but no frags at the minute mark.
As this clock continues to wind down, Espada know what's up. They've spotted out all of these players towards this A site. The CTs are starting to rotate. They've got a very strong setup, and as the execute's about to come through, 45 seconds on the clock, they need to find.
The Galil at the ready, and it's JR to do the preliminary damage. HellRaisers, there's so much more work to do here and not much time to do it with. The utility, it's basically empty here. They need to do this with clean frags. JLM, he's going to strike through for 2, and Sotfik, he's been totally outmaneuvered.
This is actually a really, really strong execute from HellRaisers. They've walked in, they've found the frags. Couple of hiccups there at the start, but they found it quite comfortably. Sotfik right now, he is in this 4 versus 1. I assume he's going to go for this. They've got a lot of money in the bank behind him, so to punch in some damage will certainly be impactful. That's the first, but still 3 to find, and it's not going to happen. Flarich puts a deagle bullet straight in his head, and that's going to be the 8th for HellRaisers, and a lifeline in this map.
Yeah, it's so impossible. 4 versus 1 there, and HellRaisers play it perfectly. They're spread all across that A-bomb site. No chance.
Well, as we get into the 24th, it's actually Dexter falling early once again. And Espada don't have a lot of money to work with. This is a full investment. There's a lot of contingencies here. They need to find the kills, and if they don't, they will be forced down to an eco. But with 2 coming through, 3 versus 3 situation, and they're going to fall right away with the rifles retrieved.
Espada are so good on these lower buy rounds. With only a couple of pistols in hand, the bomb dropped towards the A bomb site. HellRaisers now, JLM and Problem have to scramble back control onto the pointy letter, and Espada aren't giving them anything to work with. JLM, he will strike through. He's got a smoke to support, and that might mean he goes into jungle instead with Problem watching onto the A bomb site. They've got a lot of control right now, and with Patsy eliminated, there's so many more frags to find, and Problem stepping up to the task. Finnegan now to cover this C4 and finish off the map. He cannot find the first, and there is the second. This gives him a real chance as he dives right through the fire and flames. Problem is gonna find him.
That's so unfortunate. After he found himself that AWP, I thought there was a real chance. Just can't quite connect the flick. And then the flames finishing him off. Gives HellRaisers another lifeline, but a round that come far too close for comfort for them. And looking at this sniper comparison, it's not as one-sided as I thought, but Dexter is certainly putting up some big numbers and a nice KD there as well.
Yeah, for Dexter, it's all about impact. It's not those solid numbers. You're not seeing 20, 30 frags out of the man, but you are seeing that all-important, those clutches, those 2Ks when it really matters.
Absolutely, especially on that CT side when they really need to open things up, and actually on the T half as well. It was so important for him to find that opening pit towards middle. We saw it time and time again towards A as well as the CTs were crossing to get to connector. He'd hit that cross shot, and it's so impactful to take that man advantage and give your team an extra 20% chance of winning the round. This time, HellRaisers, this is going to be a really comfortable one for them now, just against a full eco. They've taken a couple of initial kills, retrieved that bomb. They've got a good read on the situation as they're heading round to this A site. And Espada have gone for the 3-man B stack. This makes sense. They know that their only chance is safety in numbers and maybe overwhelming getting a couple of kills with the pistols. But with nothing to save, surely they go for a retake.
They've had a couple of really fortunate ecos as well, Espada, where HellRaisers, they've made the mistake. They've played an isolated style. This time, no such avenue of approach. The A-bomb site, it's easy to take. Bomb will simply go down. See a bit of a slideshow affair, but the digits tapped in, round over. This will be double digits.
I think Espada have just realised it as that C4 started to go down. And as I said before, they've really got nothing to save here. So they've got 2 options on their hands. Dive in for the retake, get this one over and done with, see how much damage you can do. Or actually hold back and see if you can snatch away a couple of exits. Because, of course, HellRaisers do have to leave this bomb site to not die to the C4. And it's looking like it is going to be the former. Jumping into window, falling one by one. And I'm sure Finnegan's sure to follow. And there we go. That's going to be 10 for HellRaisers. They're drawing this one closer and closer. Of course, they still need 5 in a row to take this one to OT, but it's becoming more doable.
Espada just seem like a really smart team as well. They're making no kind of economic mistakes. This time they are stuck without that AWP for Dexter and stuck without a lot of utility as well. This will have to be a round completed by just pure firepower and firepower alone. HellRaisers, they need 5 in a row to close it out.
There are a lot of problems with this buy. Dima being the only man with the kit means that they really don't want to be going for these retakes. They haven't got a lot of utility to get it done as well. And the response is to get aggressive into middle. They know that they need to take these early fights and take the man advantage in order to win this round.
And HellRaisers, as a response, need to speed up into the B bomb site. There's only a single defender here, but it is Dexter, the man with the plan, the man at the top of the table, to try and fire through. It's Problem to strike in instead for 2. Quick kills, AK-47 in hand, and Finnegan, he'll be challenged to the frags. It's 11 for HellRaisers as Espada's economy, it's once again crushed.
It's so interesting to see the snappy responses on the fly from both of these teams. Where Espada, as I said before, the lack of utility, the lack of kits means that they have to get aggressive and bring the fights to their opponents. And they do that in middle. As soon as they go for that, they find that opening pick. HellRaisers' response is to backtrack, reconvene, head towards that B site. And Espada's instant response is to also read that situation and rotate to the B side. So it's an absolute bloodbath in the closing seconds. Multiple kills coming through in no time at all. But HellRaisers are the ones to come out on top. And now within 4 of taking this one to OT, they're against another eco from Espada.
And this one's certainly too close for comfort. 11 to 15. This looked like a simple breeze, a sweep away for Espada. We go through to Inferno, which maybe is more of a question mark, but instead, Espada now challenged for the win here on their pick of Mirage. HellRaisers now need 4 in a row.
HellRaisers not taking any chances. They know what they're up against. They are just going to head for this A site early, where there's very, very little presence. Finnegan, the only man playing towards that balcony. And as soon as he drops, it's pretty much round over unless Espada do go for a bit of a read and gamble rotate early. And that seems to be what they're going for here. This is actually quite smart. Every man rotating towards this A site. And they could be in place to deal with this execute.
Pistols can be potent, and Flarich and Kalinka might be the first to find out that sad factor. Finnegan is going to find one in the meantime, as the pistols, they're not holding up, they're not connecting with the headshots. That's unfortunate. HellRaisers, they should take the site and the round here. Sotvig being the only danger man. I say that. Dexter, he's got an AWP in hand. Here comes the AK-47, though. And aided by the smoke, gives Sotvig so much space. He does get spotted, but both frags don't come through. Instead, he gets traded. Dexter, too.
That came so close. You saw so much opportunity for Sotvik there, but unfortunately, timing just does not work out in his favor. A very close round, though, where they do a lot of damage despite the fact that they were just on an eco. And now as they go into their buy-up, it's a very, very healthy one. The AWP on Dexter, M4s on the rest, utility all round. This is where they should be able to get the job done. However, if they don't, HellRaisers bring this back to a very, very dangerous scoreline.
Yeah, and certainly in overtime, definitely on the cards right now. 3 in a row to confirm it. Espada back with rifles in hand. It's Dexter, the AWP. A more wholesome set of utility for Espada carried into this 28th round. This isn't their last-ditch attempt. It'll be an eco in the next if they lose this one. But with this aggression towards the ramp room, let's see if Sotvig can get the job done.
This is a really, really nice aggressive position that surely goes overlooked. And he can spot out the shadows as well. Goes for the pre-fire. Should be able to find the first. And how does he actually not get instantly traded there? He does eventually fall. But a 3 versus 3 situation. Dexter still on this A site to hold things up as he calls the rotations over. And that's going to be Kalinka to fall as well.
This should be over. Dexter should be able to nail in these final shots. JLM, he's going to fall. That's 16 to 12 right there. What a stunning performance. That was the Russian studio, by the way, that we were talking about earlier. And, yeah, well, we'll go to a break in the meantime. It's Inferno coming up next. Those Russian guys looked happy.
They did. They looked cool. It was a cool little studio, cool little environment. And I'm sure they're happy with that game. A real exciting one. And we've got another exciting one coming up next. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be going to a short break, and we'll be back with Inferno.
Y'all see me flying, never drop down, smoking high, I am not round, I'm not round, no denying what I got now, keep an eye out, keep it locked down, see me flying, never drop down, smoking high, I am not round, I'm not round, no denying what I got now, keep an eye out, keep it locked down, get too strong when I battle with the beast, bring a few on, the commander and the chief for my crew on, bullets rattling and whistle at your toque, never sleep, eyes open, hands clutching on my throat, it's a war zone. It's a war zone. Yo, this a motherfucking war zone. It's a war zone. Yeah, feel the impact. Yeah, break it open, leaving nothing fucking intact. Hey yo, you been hacked. You're safe, hard in, but I found it, homie, been cracked. Hey yo, we been back. Your band stacking, see you flexing with the thin stack. Hey bitch, you been whacked. I kill 'em all, feel a motherfucking impact. Yo, this a war zone, homie, say you ready and prepared. Take a minute, make them aware. Well, I be sneaking in the back, but it's what the clap, homie, life ain't fair. Caught me crawling through the mud, where the vision saw it clearly. Born a shepherd to these sheep, make them fear me. This a war zone, trashed out, trap house, nothing ever given. Yeah, every day's a blessing, thank the Lord, oh how I'm living. See me riding with my top down, oh cops round, pedal pressing on the gas. I don't think I'll ever stop.
Welcome back, everybody. A close map 1, and now HellRaisers map pick of Inferno. We're getting right into the action with this knife round. That'll decide these sides.
It didn't really seem that close, did it? Throughout the entirety of the game, it very much felt like Espada were in control. It was going to be a really easy one for Espada to take. But right at the end there, they pulled it all the way back. And actually, the game pretty much came within one round. When we were sitting 15-12, had HellRaisers won that one, they probably would have been able to take it to OT. So a really exciting one, came super close. Now we're over on Inferno, real stronghold map for HellRaisers. It is their best map, and it's not one of Espada's strongest. So I'm interested to see which way this one goes. We could easily go to a third here.
Certainly could. Funnily enough, HellRaisers, they've won both of these knife rounds, choosing the CT side either time. That was maybe the difference maker there on Mirage. Not really having that lockdown defense. Espada, we know how good they are on this T side of Inferno. They've taken some big wins over the last couple of weeks. Some sketchy losses, admittedly. And HellRaisers going to contend with this one with a little bit of speed right down the middle of the map. Problem sweeping away the first. And Flarich, he's gone incognito. They have no idea that he's right in the rear. And he's able to eliminate Dima.
So much aggression here from HellRaisers, and just to top it off, Kalinka's actually got some dual Berettas, so there is some real aggressive firepower here on this CT side, and they've taken a lot of control. They've taken these initial 2 kills, it's shaken up Espada, now they're going to try and prod back into this A site.
This is where the Glocks up close and personal become a real problem, maybe even 4 problem. Flashbang perfect, JLM connects the shots, 2 for his troubles as Sotvig, he's the last to fall.
Well, that's a bit of a change of pace. HellRaisers looking a lot more comfortable there on their pistol round here on Inferno. Actually keeping every man alive, not really losing all too much. Very confident stuff. Now as they go into this second, couple of M4s, the MP9 on problem for Mass over on Kalinka. This is pretty healthy stuff. Espada, they are going to go for a force of their own, but with no bomb plant, it's just the pistols and a single MAC-10 to work with.
And nothing really picked up all too much, of course. This force buy, pretty common on a map like Inferno, where you can get up close and personal. JR, that's a pretty creative spam. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage, though. Remember, he's brought forward only a USPS in hand. He wants that AWP sooner rather than later. Espada, we want this control sooner rather than later. JLM forced through to the arch position, and Patsy, he's going to just try and rail onwards. Lots of damage dealt, cleaned by Kalinka.
That's so important that Kalinka's there to support in that scenario. If he isn't, then his teammate just gets overwhelmed, and maybe they have an avenue round to this B side. But instead, to pick up the pieces, to get that C4 down, pretty much secures the round. Dexter and Sotvik, 4 versus 2, just the pistols in hand, C4 in no man's land, no real chance for them here.
Absolutely not. M4 trades 1 for 1, and there's Kalinka once again. Sillet bang out, 2-0 for HR.
This is a really nice start for them. This is so much more confident than we saw on Mirage, especially in these early stages. The rotates have been pretty flawless, the solid defense has been pretty flawless. Now, as we look at these odds, HellRaisers are actually favored to win this one. So despite the fact that Espada in this series as a whole are the hot favorites to take it, HellRaisers are anticipated to win this map.
And those odds have been pretty on the money thus far this tournament. We've seen, some kind of maybe odds that I wouldn't particularly agree with. But remember, these bettors, they come into these maps with so much information at the ready.
Absolutely, they know what they're doing to put their money on it. And with the Eagles punching in a little bit of damage early on, they do get a single kill, getting JLM real low, but these MP9s just completely dispose of this eco, not caused any more problems, and JR has managed to rack up tons and tons of cash in the process. 3 kills there, it's going to be $1,800 for him, and he'll almost certainly upgrade to that AWP soon.
Yeah, those MP9s are really pivotal. We'll likely see him, I guess, drop it going into the next. JR picking up the AWP instead. We've got a full flurry of utility for both squads. Dexter, it's that Krieg that we don't often see anymore. He loves these scoped rifles, and that's another one. AK-47's taking early banana control. This is where you have to contend with the nades, the molotovs, the flashes. You'll see a flurry of utility thrown. And Problems going to throw a little more into the mix right there as well. A flashbang as well to support. Not really doing all too much damage.
It's really not. The amount of utility that's been expended doesn't reflect on that player health count. Nonetheless, HellRaisers have been able to find those opening 2 kills. Nice bit of aggression over towards the A apartments. Secures that one further. And Sophic, we wanted to try and trade something out here, but that smoke's going to deny it. The boost is going to come over. I'm not sure if Kalinka spots this one out. Dexter, he's got a bit of a sight line over this, but with no one towards that area of the bomb site, it's likely that that smoke will just dissipate without him getting all too much. Does spot out the man, but can't quite connect.
That gives all of the key information there to HellRaisers. You see the rotate coming through, JLM joining the party, and Kalinka once again on cleanup duty towards the other side of the map. These frags not found, and Kalinka with another multi-kill. That's a quad.
He's really showing up to this one. A man that we didn't say his name all too much on Mirage here early on. He's playing a very, very strong game. 4-0 HellRaisers now sit. And Espada, they're being given a taste of their own medicine a little bit. This is really what we saw on Mirage. They took a very nice, decisive, early lead, going, I think, 5 or 6-1 up before there was any kind of contest. Right now, HellRaisers, and they're looking super confident and showing no signs of slowing down.
Absolutely not. We've seen so many best of 3s go all 3 maps here in the LOOT.BET Season 8, and this one, I wouldn't be massively surprised if it was no different. 4-0, looking to extend that scoreline against a couple of pistols here in round 5. And Espada, it's mid-control, apps control, trying to contend for these openings.
Just with the Tech 9s in hand, they're really, really limited by range. They can't go for these long fights. They have to get up close and personal. They have to use these smoke grenades to take these close range fights. And as they charge their way up short, they get right onto this site, but they don't have any success. They drop like flies. Finnegan's next to full, but he does actually survive a little bit longer and maybe chance for a plant hit.
Certainly the case. That nade might cause complications. Just dodges Finnegan, nails Dexter there as 2 rifles retrieved. Espada with a chance in these head glitch angles. Dexter inside the mini pit. We know how confident he is at finding these shots. That flashbang, he's going to evade it. Instead, just standing in the clearing. He needs to maneuver forward for this bomb in the next 40 seconds. And he does find that first pickup. Knows where... well, at least JR was, but not Kalinka from behind. Again, a key frag from Kalinka to close.
Well, they did quite a lot of damage considering they only had the Tech 9s to work with. Really all off of the back of Finnegan there to find that player in Graveyard, take out the man in Pit as well in the form of Flourish. But a bomb plant was really what they needed to give them that economic boost. Nonetheless, they do have the money to fully invest into this one. Dexter with that AWP in hand, AKs, and the utility on every other man. And they want to try and take some control towards Banana once again early. But look at this aggression from JLM. He's just charging right down middle, wants to bring the fight to their opponent. And Dexter with toasty toes finds the 2 openers.
Easy frags to find as well. HR giving him way too much to work with. Flourish now spotted, and HellRaisers, they should concede their first round out of this one. Flourish bails himself out of trouble with a headshot, but it is traded right back. JR now in worlds of trouble in the 1 versus 4. The AWP, not the best weapon to have right here against low HP members. Might be able to find at least a first kill. Seems to have the angle trained, but with Finnegan just hiding inside the T-apps, maybe not too much more to work off of.
The aggression certainly paid dividends so far for HellRaisers, but I think going for it in this full investment from Espada is absolutely what cost them the round. You see Dexter, as soon as he's got that AWP in hand, when HellRaisers are contesting that banana control and they are peeking towards Car or Broken Wall, they just get eliminated by Dexter's ult. There's no way they win that gunfight without bombarding it with utility. We see the same as well from JLM, just pushing right down middle, expecting that he can take those fights like he did in the pistol, and that's not the case. When your opponents have got AKs in hand, and they're as talented as Dima and Sophic, you are going to get your head ripped clean off. That's the first tier for Espada, and maybe the first of many if they play their cards right.
Yeah, on the T side of Inferno, you really need to find some success, and taking this round fairly late in round 6 obviously now applies the pressure. They need far more before this half comes to a close. HellRaisers, they've changed things up. It's the double AWP setup from Kalinka and JR. Everybody else with M4s in hand. Funnily enough, the M4A1Ss, weapons that we don't often see, but it's back to the mid-aggression from JLM. And is Espada going to expect this right now? A shoulder spotted, a frag not found, and it doesn't get traded through. Dexter needs both, and he's able to merit it.
So much talent on Dexter there. As you say, absolutely needed to find both kills, and not every AWP in the scene would be able to live up to that task. Brings things back into a 3-on-3. Minute 20 on this clock, and Espada do want to try and take some control towards short. The bomb has been left on T-Ram, so no commitment just yet. But as Finnegan's feeling around for some information, maybe he can get the drop onto Problem and open up a world of opportunity.
This is such an awkward scenario. Problem's got full arch/library control, but where's he going to look? This all comes down to timing. And with the Espada rummaging into CT, it's Dexter to fall instead. Finnegan not spotted. I wonder if Kalinka's going to be aware of this between the B bomb site. This is so awkward right now, and Finnegan's going to find him. That opens up the whole of the curly letter. A smoke drop to create a stalemate, and Espada a 2 versus 2, forcing in the retakes.
Very, very doable to get their second on the board here. HellRaisers are miles away too. The CT rotations can be so long on this site. And as they're just getting into position over towards Banana, Sotfik and Finnegan have got the same idea. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath to get into this site. And as Flarich finds the first, leaves it all down to Sotfik. They're not anticipating his position. Surely this goes overlooked. They're setting up the nades. He swings out, gets the first and the second. Sotfik single-handedly picking up the second round for Espada with style.
Such a key clutch right there.
Into the 8th, they've finally broken the economy of HellRaisers right now. They're actually down to a full eco, and this is Espada's ticket right back into the game. They go 5-0 down, they pick up a couple of nice rounds, and all of a sudden the scoreline will be sitting 5-3, looking to contend for the 5-4. So it's all about just staying alive here, not taking too many casualties, and so far they're doing it nicely.
Yeah, Counter-Strike momentum, we always talk about it when we're watching these matches. Feels like Espada came into Inferno kind of cold. Actually left Mirage kind of cold as well, with a pretty weak and wobbly end to that T side. But a very simple round there. Dexter finding a lot of form. A lot of these rounds have been opened primarily off of him. That AWP in his hands is so impactful. We saw it on Mirage, and now on the second map as well. It's making a reappearance.
Talk about the momentum as well, and it all comes down to the confidence and the morale. And little feel-good rounds like that, where you can find all the kills against the pistols, not lose any casualties, build up your economy a little bit, is absolutely key. So in the 9th here, it is going to be another full investment here from Espada. Our AWP, AKs all round. They're looking for this early banana control. And it's similar stuff from HellRaisers, but limited utility. Kalinka down to that MP9. It's not the best of buys for them.
Certainly isn't. Banana control constantly contested, but the AK-47's able to trade 1-for-1. Only an SMG drop for the HellRaisers, so they can shrug that one off, but it will rotate and wrap JR from the arch towards the B bomb site, leaving only 2 in wait for Finnegan to try and take this contest.
That's the whole plan there with taking that banana control. If he finds both kills, which is unlikely, then fantastic. They can push through and take the site. If he doesn't, then it just acts as a fake. It allows Espada to take some more control towards A and know that one man's rotated over. And as they're just feeling around here, there's huge potential that they execute and find these kills. Flarich has been dropped off the flower pots. The shots come through, but Flarich comes out on top.
Even trading for Finnegan, 3 versus 3 once again. These rounds coming so close, but B seems to be the real opportunity. Problem, the solo defense. And he's actually able to be just capitalized by a single smoke grenade. The flower pot boost is incredibly powerful, but Espada need to check this one, and it might go completely overlooked. The B bomb site becoming the priority, but it's the pre-fire from Dima to open, and now the bomb can go down in the safety of the curly letter, with Finnegan holding up the line. Previously, Dexter, Bogdan's law dictates that Finnegan, he should be picking it up, and now JR saving certainly becomes the best bet.
Absolutely. He can't afford, in fact, nobody on his side can afford an AWP going into the next. So bringing that across, incredibly impactful. The thing is that they really don't have money to invest going into this future round. So this is Espada's real opportunity to level out this scoreline 5-5 and brush away that initial string of rounds that HellRaisers seem to put together. Right now, Finnegan, Dima, in that scenario, going into that B site, they had a perfect read on the situation. Dima, of course, checking that flower pot boost, as you said before, something that often goes overlooked. Finnegan has a fantastic read as well, that the wraparound's coming from Banana, spins around just in the nick of time, and that's all said and done. Really, really nice counter-strike from Espada.
Feels like a massive change of pace as well right there. You see HellRaisers just scrambling to take control of that B-bomb site, but it's unsuccessful. Previously against Dexter's AWP and now against the flurry of rifles as well. They'll have no money really carried through to this round, just the AWP to collapse off. And Espada is going to know this. Knowing that JR is that saving man, of course that AWP is probably going to be in the question. And the goal now becomes just ignoring it and trying to circumnavigate that sniper rifle.
We see that entry kills graphic on the screen. It's something that we often don't like to talk about all too much because we find that those statistics aren't massively relevant, especially at an early stage in the game like this. However, JLM was the man at the top, and he's been the one that's been aggressively pushing down mid in so many of these buy rounds for HellRaisers. So sometimes it's really cost him and his teammates the round, but in many instances, it's quite impactful to find that first.
Yeah, and when is Espada going to adapt? We actually saw Sopvik watching towards that cubby angle towards the right side of mid before. I expect him to check it again. JLM isn't just going to get away with these gimmicky plays against a team like Espada. We always regard Espada's teamwork as one of their best aspects. Obviously, they've been playing together since April of this year, quite a while at least, 6 months plus. So they are confident at playing with each other. Of course, a lot of these players came from Prosto, from other teams in the CIS scene that we were talking about before. So those fundamentals of Counter-Strike will be drilled in, and especially on a map like Inferno, everybody's massively used to playing it. It's not a Vertigo or a Nuke where sometimes you might just completely avoid that from the pool. The majority of teams play Inferno, and even if you're just a matchmaking hero at home, the likelihood is you'd have played a lot of this map just in your spare time.
Absolutely. JR, it's a nice boost. Can't quite connect, but this heavy B stack might cause some problems, especially with Kalinka finding that Deagle headshot. He does get fallen to the Molotov, of course, and with this AWP getting really aggressive from JR, it could work or it could be his demise. Espada, they seem to have a pretty good read as they fall away.
And the split approach from Espada all across this map, gesturing towards both the A and B bomb sites, knowing this is against pistols. They want to wait for HellRaisers to make the mistake, and they don't want to run the risk of a flank coming through mid and isolating this banana approach.
The angle posted, it all comes down to if JR can come out on top here. The flash is over, and somehow while Flashbang does actually find the first. It is instantly traded though, and as Dexter quite cleverly throws that AWP out the map, now it's not retrievable at all for HellRaisers. Only the pistols to work with remaining, and they should be able to clean this one up quite nicely.
It's Smoke City on the B bomb site, and that doesn't benefit Problem at the end of the rounds. The Deagle cannot connect, and now the follow-up pistols need to rummage through Banana. Flarich, JLM closing in. Dexter's got the angle from above. No AWP, but it's the AK instead. As a crossfire place, this is so difficult to weed out, even with a retrieved AK-47 in hand. I'd love to see Flarich have one, and he certainly does. Picks up that secondary rifle right there, and the flash bangs through. Espada, they've got a couple in the reserve and just popping them right over the top. Look at how much this is delaying this retake. And with Dexter spotted, he's going to take the attention, and surely Finnegan with the frags, but it's Dexter regardless with both.
That's absolutely fantastic from Espada there. You mentioned it in that clutch situation. That utility usage is fantastic. Deploying those 3 flashbangs delays that retake. And if you look at the clock right there, even if JLM finds that secondary kill, which would have been incredible, there's still no time. Neither of those guys had kits. There was 11 seconds on the bomb. Absolutely fantastic work there from Espada to level things up.
Just the power of a couple of flashbangs, isn't it?
Absolutely. It really shows. When you keep that utility and you use it for the post plant, you see a lot of teams fall into this trap of using it all very early to get onto the bomb site. They deploy maybe a couple of smoke grenades, and then when they start to dissipate, that's it. And that's when the retakes always come through for the CT side.
that'll be a commonality as well from Espada going on to that counter-terrorist half as well. Really pay attention to how that B bomb site is really formed, where the nades are in the server. They'll be adapting their defense based on who's got that extra smoke grenade, who can pick up maybe an incend.
When you've got a team that's as dynamic as that and has the chemistry that these guys do, it's certainly very, very powerful. Right now for HellRaisers, they're right down to the bottom of their bank accounts, but JR and Kalinka going for this double AWP setup once again. If this works out, this could be the kickstart to get some rounds back on the board, but if it doesn't, they'll be back to basics, and Espada will just continue to rack up this money and rack up these rounds.
And that's the really dangerous factor. This was 5-0 for HellRaisers. They were looking really great to maybe even take this to a third map. We were already talking about the third map, maybe a bit too premature. And now it's Espada, their time to shine. JLM once again mid control. It's aided by the smoke this time. The swing into double mid, but Espada, they seem to be semi-aware. JLM should get traded, but where is the follow-up frag? The double AWP setup, it's not connecting right now. The nade certainly does, and Patsy eliminated.
That's the issue with JLM's aggression in so many of these rounds. He's found that opening pick, but it's always traded 1-for-1. And often a 1-for-1 trade benefits the T side because it means there's a gap in the defense, especially on a map like Inferno. The CTs then need to default into a 2-2 setup, or if they do stack one site, then it's pretty much a safe call if they guess wrong because the rotations take such a long time. Right now, Espada wriggling their way into top mid. JR has got this angle posted on long, but with so much utility here for Espada, I was expecting them to flash into it. Instead, they don't, and it cost them their life.
That utility usage, so important to fire it through early at the 50-second mark. A 4 versus 2 on the cards. And with the smokes down and away, HellRaisers already on the way back to A with the rotate. It's Flarich, he's the first man. Dima misses that initial shot. Dexter's retrieved AWP, and JR's a little too fast through the smoke for his liking. Problem there to finish. Very simple stuff for HellRaisers as they pick up quite a successful round.
Absolutely. A couple of mistakes there made from Espada, and that gives the round away on a silver platter. There were 5 flashbangs in play there when Dexter peeked into JR's AWP from Library, and that's a pretty common angle to have an AWP posted as well. Whether he be in Library or holding on the corner, maybe even towards Arch, there's normally a sniper in or around that area, so to not use the utility to your advantage is just a very, very big mistake. They did have the money for an AWP in this round as well, but instead they opt for the AKs instead, and they go for the aggression towards A.
JR forced back right off the bat, and the Molotov, it'll be contested by Dima, but JR's there to clean up. Once again, the AWP firing through for 2, and Flarich, what can he do? He's stuck inside the pit, M4 in hand. And as Espada, they want to push the brakes on this attack. It might be JLM to take a secondary avenue of approach. That drops the bomb and probably the round for Espada as well. They've got the whole A bomb site to contend with and 4 defensive members holded, posted, watching it down. And even the 5th there as well. JLM just joining the party along with Kalinka.
That was Espada's window to bail, to wrap back around towards that B site, get that C4 down and have a 5 versus 3 situation. Instead, they lose another man, they run down the clock further, and now they're going for this rotate, but it's a 5 versus 2. HellRaisers are already rotating JLM and Kalinka over. I can't imagine Patsy and Dexter are actually able to get onto this site and get this C4 down. As the time continues to tick away, that smoke grenade's posted. What can they do here?
No smokes available for the CT spawn angle, so that crossfire will be at the utmost deadliness. The Molotov's not going to do anything except give away all of that intel and information. The flashbang for CT, and Patsy with the between the eyes shot onto Kalinka, but many more to find. Does bail the AWP backwards, and Patsy's able to find a second. Might actually put this one in contention. Double banana control for HellRaisers, but Patsy swings away into Graveyard, where he wants to punch in even more damage. The AK at the ready, only 7 bullets in the barrel, but all of the shots connect. And a 5 versus 2 out of nowhere for Espada seems to be a reality. JR, who's been the main man, doesn't have a kit available and no time to get this one done. He needs these shots right now and he's not finding anything. It's time to bail from B and give away the round to Espada.
No kit in hand as well means he does not have time to do it. How on earth has that gone that way for Espada? That is absolutely sensational. I was about to rip on them a little bit there about the fact that they'd missed their opportunity. They waited too long towards top mid, especially after losing those 2 initial men. But to fall right back, to get onto that B site and hit all of the shots like that is absolutely sensational. I can't help but feel HellRaisers fed it to them a little bit.
Certainly, it felt like Espada played the perfect game as soon as they got into the 5 versus 2, but nonetheless, 6-6, we're back into the action, and JR back with the AWP, of course, safe towards the bottom of Banana right there, just couldn't invest or engage, and what a change of pace. Espada, they've got a bit of money in their pockets as well. It's purple lined, and with Dexter finding that first, this is looking scary.
And when Dexter's got that AWP in hand and he knows that JR's got 1-2, he's going to be posted on that middle angle and he wants to try and find that opening pick. He's done so perfectly this round, gives them that man advantage. They were contesting for that banana control, but as some utilities traded, HellRaisers actually falling right back and going for this gamble stat towards A once again. This might be the wrong call because Espada are re-aggressing onto banana here. They want to take some control back, and in doing so, they probably realise that this B site's empty.
Certainly, when you play this sort of configuration on the CT side, you give away so many information and so many kills towards the apartments for Patsy. A 3 versus 2, looking impossible for HellRaisers to draw away. And problem is just kind of sat in the safe space of the B, just under that flower pot position. Kalinka, he's got a smoke for support, but as that dissipates, he'll be out in the open on top of the balcony with so much time for Espada to maneuver inside. They've got the AKs at the ready. Funnily enough, Dexter hasn't been as much of a key factor with the AWP, but Kalinka traded. It's a beautiful configuration from Espada to force another 1 versus 2.
For just a second there, it was actually a 5v2 before Kalinka pulled it right back, getting himself 3. He's having a lot of impact this game. He's sitting 12-7 this early on. But problem right now, this 2 versus 1 is his top priority. He's got a smoke grenade, the incendiary to work with, and so far completely undetected, not made any noise, but Espada's got a perfect crossfire to deal with him, and as soon as he walks out into the open, surely he's punished for it. The smoke grenade's going to isolate these fights, allow him to take this first one with the man on site. He's able to get the first as well, but no idea where Patsy's playing from right now, and Patsy's completely outmaneuvered him. That's going to be the 7th for Espada.
That's so perfect as well, using that smoke absolutely flawlessly. Patsy so intelligent to sneak inside the graveyard once again. 7-6, and Espada really taking this half by the reins. Remember, Josh, this was a 5-0 half. Well, 5-0 start for HellRaisers. They actually had that odds advantage right at the start of this map. That's not the case any longer. Espada posting a really behemoth scoreline on this T side. Expect them to take maybe even 1 or 2 more against the Force Buy.
Yeah, we saw those odds massively shift at the start of this game when HellRaisers were taking that early lead. You could see that Espada just weren't coming into Inferno as comfortable as they were on Mirage. However, since then, Espada have bounced right back. They've been playing fantastic Counter-Strike, and despite the fact that the scoreline's only within 1, it's a lot more dominant than it looks. Espada have come right back into this one, winning 7 of the last 8 rounds. HellRaisers just looking really down in the dumps, looking like they're struggling here. And as once again, Espada are taking some control towards this A site. 4 CTs are stacked up, but only with limited riflery, limited utility as well to work with. I'm not sure how successful this defense is going to be, especially with Dexter posted. Should be able to connect the next time someone peeks. And that is a slither of body shown from JLM and a lightning fast shot from Dexter to open things up. Gives him this man advantage. He's even hungry for more. He suspects that there's someone in this corner, and as soon as that flash connects, actually hits the player. He knows that they're there, and he's going to swing in. No scope hit. Dexter is doing this single-handedly with so much confidence.
Stunning stuff from Dexter, and now the A-bomb site doesn't become the priority. It's back to basics, back to B against problems, SMG. Quick shot, but has to backtrack with only 12 HP to his name. 7-6 as well, 20 seconds on the board. Remember, Espada, they're about to charge all the way in, and Problem somehow finds another one. Makes this at least possible finally capitalized. Not a lot of time on the board, and as that bomb scrambles down in a way, Dexter's still a threat, misses the shot by a whisker. That gives JR an opportunity to go for the AWP if he wants it for this retake. Finnegan onto the banana. He's taken all of this map control, and with 30 seconds left to tick on that bomb, it's time for HR to shine once again. I don't know if they'll be anticipating this angle, and JR absolutely does. It's a trade no entry frag as Patsy holds away on the fountain once again. That's such a disgusting angle for 8.
These off angles really, really going in Espada's favor. To think they're 5-0 down. They've pulled this one all the way back to 8-6. Lightning fast shot from Dexter there. And then he just has the information. He just confidently swings right into that corner, neglecting the fact there could be someone in library or on that long corner. And, I mean, just beautiful stuff to find that no-scope. Puts Espada's 8th on the board and potentially a 9th soon.
The only saving grace here for HellRaisers is that max loss bonus. It puts rifles in the hand of most going into this one, but a couple of SMGs in play. It's Flaric and Kalinka picking up the brunt of those MP9s. And Espada, this could be a 9-6 half to finish.
Absolutely. As I said before, who would have expected them to come back like this? This is such a dominant performance here on this T side. It's just a shame it didn't come through earlier. Demon, no respect, charging right through the smoke. Takes that initial aim duel. Problem is there to trade it, of course, but it's again just another distraction and another hole punched in HellRaisers' defense.
Even in that scenario right there, it looked like Dima had an absolute opportunity to just sweep away both of those headshots. Half over. Thank you for the 9 rounds. And go into that CT side with your heads held high. Again, the split approach from Espada, 2-2. Just matching that HellRaisers configuration with Sotvig pressuring down the bottom of Banana. It's, of course, also the contest through the apartments. Shots off, smoke down. Maybe Espada want to backtrack and reconvene with their teammates towards the other side of the server.
I definitely fancy their chances more if they group up together, but by holding this configuration that they have been, they maintain all of the control, and they certainly have a potential for the pincer. As the flash comes over, Sotvik looking to find this opener on the site, can't quite find it as JLM comes through, and this bomb just has to stay alive for a little bit longer, maybe even rotate back round to A.
If Sotvik finds that initial shot, it's definitely a B split. But Espada, they've changed the pace. They pulled the brakes, and Patsy punches in another headshot against the only member on the defense. That pretty much ends the proceedings and forces in another retake scenario. These 3 versus 3s, Espada, they've been so damn good at it. And there's another smoke grenade for HR's troubles. They just cannot get through this one. The boost over the top. Both players holding a crossfire inside the pit. But where's the second shot coming from? It doesn't happen in HR. They steal 7.
That's pretty crazy that they get away with that one. A couple of whiff shots there from Espada. They really should have been able to convert in that scenario. Nonetheless, it's going to be an 8-7 half. Something that they should be pretty happy with. After they went 5-0 down, a fantastic comeback. So going into this second half on the CT side should be their favoured side as well. If they can pick up this pistol, I really fancy their chances here on Inferno.
I don't know if I would agree by saying that it's their favoured side, particularly. I think that Espada are so good at that T side of Inferno a lot of the time. But yeah, when you dig your teeth into the statistics, sometimes that CT side can just hold up. We've seen previously in matches against the likes of Forza, a team that can just play Inferno both sides of this map, taking 12 rounds on CT and T side against certain teams. And Espada, I would certainly put them into that sort of a category when it comes to maybe these more defensive maps. Inferno, sometimes they might have a couple of qualms and struggles on that actual defensive side. Let's see if they can hold up in the pistol. It's the kit for Sotvig, couple of sets of Kevlar, and the mid control for HellRaisers. Sotvig just getting all of that intel, listening to those footsteps and reconvening on a side bracket angle.
An interesting investment to buff up Patsy. He's got dual Berettas and Kevlar behind him. And he's over towards this B banana area. Wants to try and take the fights close. Right now, HellRaisers aren't committed to it, though. We saw them with a lot of aggression towards the apartments early. I actually thought they'd charge through and go for that A hit. Instead, by not committing to it, they reconvene. They start to group up over towards the bottom of Banana. But this is where Espada have control. With Dima jump spotting, with that flash coming over, they're super prepared for this and have 3 men ready and waiting.
This crossfire should be brutal, and here comes the fragging. All 4 frags for Espada as they clean the deck on the HellRaisers B-take.
Patsy, yeehaw like a cowboy, just swoops right in, finds those kills with the dual Beretta. Something that you really don't see very often on pistol rounds, but I mean, we saw it from HellRaisers in the earlier ones, so whatever. I love to see it. I'm always down for the dual Berettas. Nonetheless, it's going to be the pistol round for Espada. They take this 2-round lead with no bomb plant for HellRaisers as well. It's going to force them right down to a deagle buy. Espada should be able to put themselves onto 11 here if they play their cards right, which is a pretty dangerous scoreline.
It certainly is. It at least gives them a platform to get back into this one. I would have said HellRaisers, if they take the pistol, they'd be significantly ahead. Now we've got a tighter game, and let's see what this T side can pay. See if they can pay dividends at the 90-second mark.
All of these MP9s in hand as well. Espada not going for a big investment just yet. They know that they're not going to be up against anything with HellRaisers not getting that plant, so they can afford to go for those MP9s and rack up some cash.
What's most important there is heavily prioritizing the utility. It's something that we talked about in the first half, how good Espada are at using these nades. Not doing a lot of damage as of the 70-second mark, but I feel like it's interesting to dig into that mindset. Why do they want all of those Molotovs, incendiaries, the nades and flashes instead of a couple of extra rifles?
Just these deagles, once again, they've taken quite a lot of control. Espada aren't contesting this at all, despite the fact they have the MP9s in hand. They're not pushing for this apartment's control. The nades are raining down towards the bottom of Banana, though. That should do a fair amount of damage. Actually gets JR right down to 1 point of health. This is where the MP9s can then try and push through and punch in some more. Dexter does get himself 1, but as he's instantly traded, HellRaisers have a chance on the site here.
That's when these deagles become pivotal, become dangerous. Connecting with the body shots, and Patsy's M4 down to a dangerous 9 HP. No rifle salvaged. Of course, there's just the one in play, and there's another nade. It's actually perfect. Sopvig able to sweep away a headshot in the meantime, and Kalinka's next to drop. 1 HP and a dream for JR, as he gets those dreams just shut away. Turned into nightmares by Espada as they take double digits.
I got a bit spooked after we saw the initial engagements over towards Banana, where it did come down to that 4 versus 3 situation in HellRaisers' favour. But Espada recovered it very, very nicely. And right now, look at these odds. Espada, the hot favourites to finish this one off. As they go up against a full eco here, they should be able to take it to 11. If they can take one more buy round as well, the follow-up from there, then they get dangerously close to the finish line. Round number 18, and the CTs all spread around the map. These 40s stacked up over towards Banana, but look at this aggression from Finnegan. The flash actually complimenting him. He's going to push right through. Despite the fact they're against a full eco, they're still hungry for these kills. They want to try and rack up some more money with these MP9s, and in doing so, it gives them far more cash to work with going into the full buy. They'll have AWPs available. They'll have all the utility in the world, and Dima, still hunting for it, wants that prize.
And quite a prize it is. If you can take one of these rifles down, then it's absolutely influential. But Espada surviving with 4, that's going to keep the bonus in action going into round number 19. Finnegan should pick up another rifle here. But Espada certainly looking for 12. This is certainly the round that could maybe push them just over the top. 2 rifles in play. Dexter actually with the AWP, wanting to prioritize that third M4, that third rifle on the board. You need that sniper in action. And keeping those 2 MP9s. I expect Dima and Sopvig to get nice and aggressive, perhaps onto the Banana. You can see that Sopvig's already got that in mind. And expect those smokes to rain down, up close and personal perhaps. You've actually got that triple man set play towards the top here.
This would really add insult to injury if Espada could take this round with a couple of MP9s in play. Of course, this is a bit of a bonus for them. Every single man besides Finnegan, who dropped that AWP over to Dexter with quite a lot of cash in the bank. HellRaisers grouping up, heading over towards this A site. And where there's only 2 men to greet them in the form of Patsy and Finnegan, they have a pretty good chance of overwhelming this site if they hit their shot.
Up close and personal, straight down Speedway, and it's Patsy to contend. The opening headshot comes through, and he's not traded effectively, not evenly. He hits one in the meantime. That's a lot of damage dealt. As HellRaisers, they're being held out again. It's only JLM and Kalinka to come through, and now JR in a 1 versus 3. Finnegan's going to finish him as well, and Espada, they make it look easy.
That is absolutely fantastic. To see that 5 versus 2 coming into force over on that A site, you think that Espada have absolutely no chance. And their only opportunity is maybe to use those incendiary grenades to keep the T's at bay for a little while, call the reinforcements in, but they don't even need them. They find the double kill on the site, then 2 more coming in from short before the reinforcements even get there, and that's going to put them on to 12, and more than likely 13 here as we go into the 20th.
Yeah, this is starting to look very powerful, very dominant here from Espada. This best of 3 might be ended in 2, and with Dexter finding the first here in round number 20, I don't expect these pistols to do all too much. The smoke goes through to execute from Speedway, and Finnegan's still inside of the pit. He needs to be contended with instantly. Kalinka's able to manage it, but the reinforcements, they're already here. Bomb not going down, and Espada just plummeting and plunging in with these rifles. They're losing heavy manpower. But with Problem, the last sole member, let's see if he can actually get anything done with just a Tech 9 in hand. Maybe wants to scramble for a rifle at the ready. There's an M4 up close and personal that cannot connect onto Patsy. Dissipating smoke doesn't play to his favorites. 13.
Espada very nearly denying that plant, but the spam just missing, and they recover it nicely afterwards anyway. As soon as that smoke dissipates, the kill comes through, and it's no problem whatsoever. That's going to be 13-7 now. And HellRaisers, they've got this loss bonus built up, so they do actually have cash to buy into the next one, especially with that T-side economy as well. But they need to start putting some rounds on the board. Since the initial 5 that they took, it's only been 2 more here and there towards the end of that first half, and nothing here in the second.
Such an awkward moment in this series for HellRaisers. Their pick, of course, a 3rd map on the cards if they can take 9 more on this T side. That's quite a feat here on a map like Inferno. We know that it's slightly T-sided at the best of times, but here against Espada, this has been a lock away, and you're absolutely right, Josh. This CT side has looked way more convincing than whatever they showed us on that terraced half. I think that was kind of slanted. Remember, this was 5-0. Since then, Espada have taken 13 out of 15. Massive success here, and might be able to convert even more here on the A-bomb site. Patsy, Finnegan both chipping through. HR kept out by the smokes, and all of the kills going Espada's way.
Another 4 versus 2 situation. JR and Flarich to try and pick up the pieces. No up available on JR, and only a smoke and a flash to work with. They're continuing to try and press on to this A site, but with a 3-man defense still posted, minute left on this clock and their positions known, I do not fancy their chances. JR has got a nice off angle, but as Finnegan flashes into it, he doesn't quite go for the peak. Maybe there's a lifeline here for HellRaisers.
They're going for the same thing every single time, seemingly. I love the boost to see right over the top, but this could very quickly be spotted. And, well, it absolutely is. Where's the trade coming from? JR's able to sweep away the first, but then it's shut down by Finnegan once again. Such a consistent member from the pit. Another triple kill for him.
I actually thought that swing came through a little bit late. I was worried that Finnegan might get taken out too, but does well to finish off. Once again, we see this entry kill comparison.
JLM actually hasn't added to his entry kills since the very start of the first half. When we mentioned that he was moving down beside mid, he had 4 kills, I think 2 deaths there as well, or 4 and 0. He hasn't gained to that as of this point. That's a real problem for the T side.
That's something that HellRaisers were really, really benefiting from when they were finding that opening pick, especially when he went untraded. Right now, they've been unable to find it at all. Of course, they do have another buy up here. We've got this loss bonus built up so that even when they do continue to lose the rounds, they've got the cash to work with. But no AWP available. A lot of damage taken from these nades. They found that opening pick, but Dima should be there to trade as he punches in even more through the smoke.
So awkward once again. Utility used and HR prioritizing A, where only Finnegan is lying in wait. Patsy finally on the rotate here. M4 in hand. Expect this Molotov to go down right behind the smoke and another one placed. I don't know if that tagged, but certainly didn't frag. Bit of information gained as Espada. Oh, they will go for the heavier rotate towards the A-bomb site. And trusting Banana with Dexter's AWP. He needs one backtrack and to stay alive for as long as possible. If he double dips and dies, then that gives away the whole of the curly letter. Instead, he'll survive, finding another frag for his troubles. And HellRaisers, key mistakes. They're peaking this so low. Cannot take down Dexter, down to 8 HP. But he can bail to be. And HellRaisers still stuck in the mud every side of this map.
The saving grace is the fact that Espada seem to think that this is still a fake. They haven't rotated any of these A men over. Finally, Dima starts to come in to help out, and HellRaisers continuing to press on with this C4 in hand.
They haven't checked for Kalinka, though. He's within the CT spawn and able to sweep away another. That was the heavy HP Dima. But Dexter's still doing everything. That's a quad kill. Going for the ace right now to finish. 15 rounds for Espada as Dexter does it again.
Absolutely crazy. Dexter, you talked about the fact that he was the lone man on that B site. He had to find himself 1, maybe 2 kills there, but he had to stay alive in the meantime. And to find himself 2, still be able to fall back and then punch in even more damage at the end of the round is absolutely incredible. Espada now on match point. They've got 8 chances to close it out, and here is their best chance to do so as HellRaisers, only with the Tech 9 and Mac 10 here on Flourish.
I can't see in my grimmest, dearest nightmares how Espada could ever let this one go. Sodfig at the top of Banana might be able to single-handedly finish this one right now. He's going to just dive and dip again. How much damage has he dealt? The nade connects. It's a perfect, flawless show for Espada as they might be about to close off this series.
Patsy was in prime position to do so, but as he falls, it's Finnegan to take up the task. Espada 16-7 against HellRaisers. After a shaky start, they give us a quick one.
Absolutely, a 2-0, the first that we've seen in quite a while in LOOT.BET Season 8. Sensational stuff, a beautiful performance from Espada, and I'm really excited to see them later on in this tournament. Remember, this was a 0-1 record, so that's their first win actually on the table in this Swiss. We've got another game coming up. It's Nemiga Wisła Kraków. That's coming up right after this break. Don't go nowhere, we'll be back.
the sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue. But there are days you feel freedom too. Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the, move like the, move like the sunlight. Darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere.
to protect your soul.
games I don't wanna play. I've been on my grind, I just wanna lay down with you. Spark a doobie, hit the town with you. Life is complicated, but I found in you something simple I can wrap my head around it. Be my lady, cause you keep on around it. You see all the women in my DMs, it's astounding. You ain't gotta worry about a thing, you got me grounded. Yeah, I say any truth that I wanna say. Let's appreciate our youth like it's our final days. I'm the rarest in the deck, call me ace of spades. Life is anything we choose, and I would choose you, babe. I don't wanna front, I just wanna see ya. Please give me a sign, yeah. Please give me a sign if you wanna come. Please give me a sign, yeah. I don't wanna front, I just wanna
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their
It's all about humanity. About humanity. 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 It's all about humanity.
This is the future. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution. This is the future. Human error. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution.
Whispering through the room in the night, they're hunting for straight doom. Burps of the threat, a demon in my chest. Came to the bed, I've got voices in my head.
Get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. I want it one more time. I really need to make it right. Energy I overdose, 'cause I'm ready to reload. I need it one more time, but baby then again twice. But I don't know if I'm ready to let go. I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna hit it one more night with you, with you. I am committed 'cause I know it's you I want. Hope I never see you go home. Oh, come along.
I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna have you one more night.
I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. Ooh, this time I wanna take it slow. I don't need my phone. I know how to picture in my mind the nights with you.
Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. I wanna taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption, breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Just wanna be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
See me flying, never drop down, smoking high, I am not round, I'm not round, no denying what I got now, keep an eye out, keep it locked down, see me flying, never drop down, smoking high, I am not round, I'm not round, no denying what I got now, keep an eye out, keep it locked down, get too strong when I battle with the beast, bring a few on, the commander and the chief for my crew on, bullets rattling and whistle at your toque, never sleep, eyes open, hands clutching on my loot, this a war zone. This a war zone. Yo, this a motherfucking war zone. This a war zone. Yeah, feel the impact. Yeah, break it open, leaving nothing fucking intact. Hey yo, you been hacked. You're safe, hard in, but I found it, homie, been cracked. Hey yo, we been back. Your band stacking, see you flexing with the thin stack. Hey bitch, you been whacked. I kill 'em all, feel the motherfucking impact. Yo, this a war zone, homie, say you ready and prepared. Take a minute, make them aware. Well, I be sneaking in the back, but it's what the clap, homie, life ain't fair. Caught me crawling through the mud with a vision, saw it clearly. Born a shepherd to these sheep, make them fear me. This a war zone, trenched out, trap house, nothing ever given. Yeah, every day's a blessing, thank the Lord, oh how I'm living. See me riding with my top down, oh cops round, pedal pressing on the gas. I don't think I'll ever stop. Yo, this a war zone, homies.
see you on the other side. Stay alive. Stay alive. I got to keep it together. Keep it together. I got to keep it together. Keep it together.
Nice shot. Lock and load. Wow, very good. Let me show you how it is done. Yeah, no. Damn! That was one of the best vehicle fights I've been to.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Bit of a break, but we are back with our second best of 3 of the day, and this is going to be an exciting one as we're rounding off these round 2 matchups. I think this is an exciting one. This morning, we saw Espada. They take their first win in these playoff brackets. Well, not really the playoffs. It's a Swiss system, isn't it? But regardless, really exciting matchup. 2 maps, though, really easily dealing with their opponents. And we might see the same again. It's that Wisła Nemiga matchup. We are about to crown our first playoffs spot team. Both 2-0. Remember, it's 3 wins that counts here on this Swiss stage.
Absolutely. The match that we saw earlier was a really, really good one. It was just a complete whitewash, really, for that for the side. They just completely dominated. We saw that first map for Espada, of course. Yeah, sorry. For Espada, they completely dominated that first map. Went into the second. They took that early sort of deficit. They were really looking a little bit uncomfortable on Inferno, and we started to get worried. We even debated the fact that there could be a third map. The odds showed that it was certainly likely to become a third map after the first 5 rounds, and then they just completely whitewashed it back. An incredible performance.
Yeah, Inferno was definitely very polarized. Of course, Espada, they went down 5-0 early, and then it was basically just a Blues cruise through the CT side to finish things off. That was the question mark, perhaps. In this one, I think we might see a lot of the same. Nemiga, they are the higher ranked team here. They're favorites in terms of the betting odds as well. Remember, you can go to LOOT.BET and use that code TICKET to get that free deposit bonus if you're looking to bet on these matches as they're going on as well. Please be over 18. Please gamble responsibly and all of that good stuff. But this might be a really exciting matchup to dig your teeth into.
Absolutely. Me and you and I both know that Wisła are a real dark horse. They've been playing very, very well recently. That really shows in their last 2 matches as well, where they've gone 2 up in LOOT.BET Season 8. And they've been playing a lot of Counter-Strike recently as well. You get to see this where there's 68 matches played in the last 3 months, high win rates. They've been playing really, really well. But as the odds show, and even just the fact that both of these teams are 2-0 at the moment, it's really all to play for. This should be a really exciting one, a really close one, and one that should go to 3 maps, I reckon.
Yeah, I think as well. I think out of the 2 series that we've been treated to today, I think this is probably the closer of the 2. Nemiga definitely favourites. Those odds don't really reflect it, though. It's the tier of teams, that opposition that you're going to be taking up against, which is going to be the bit of the difference maker. I think that Wisła, they have had that upset potential over the last couple of months. I remember all of the memes beating MIBR and the likes of actually, that wasn't just a solo result. They were able to take actually quite a few map wins. I think this pick ban phase is pretty interesting as well. Mirage, Dust 2, Nuke, they're the 3 on the card.
Mirage and Dust 2 were 2 that we saw earlier. We didn't actually get to see Dust 2, but it was the 3rd map in the last series. We will be jumping on to Mirage first here. That's Nemiga's pick. That should be one that, if they're going to take anything here, it would be on Mirage. Wisła really need to make sure that they bounce right back on Dust 2, where they've got the significantly higher win rate. In fact, on Mirage as well, they're a pretty strong Mirage team, so there is potential for them to take this one 2-0. Nuke's a really nice 3rd, though. A comfort map for both teams, one that they've both left floating and will be happy to see at the end.
We need to remember that Nemiga do play higher tier opposition. That's why we say it all the time on these broadcasts. Those percentages are incredibly deceptive. So in Nemiga, 0% on Dust 2. I don't really think that you can look massively into that, other than they haven't really played it too many times over the last couple of months. Remember, to even log a statistic, you need 3 maps played on these, which is a bit of a worry in itself. It's of course not going to be just a perma pick like a Mirage, like a Nuke that Nemiga incredibly confident on, I've got to say. If we are treated to their CT side, I think that would be a really nice way to round off the day. We know that Wisła, they've got a great T side, Nemiga, a great CT side, and I really love to see those battles.
Shows that potentially Dust 2 is a map that they typically ban. Of course, Nemiga have been playing a lot of Counter-Strike recently. You can't use that same excuse for many of these tier 1 sides that actually they haven't been playing a whole lot due to player breaks and things like that. Nemiga have been playing in a lot of online cups, a lot of online CS, so to see a 0% win rate, obviously indicating that it hasn't been played very much recently for them, is a little bit of a scary factor.
My microphone smells like a lemon.
Ah, yeah, you told me why this is. It was kept in a drawer with a bath bomb.
It was with a bath bomb from Lush. Credit to me, because it was a present that I bought from my mum. But if you're looking for your microphone to stay nice and smelly, just leave it in a drawer with a bath bomb for a month or so.
I like that. I don't think I'm going to be following up that tip. I don't think I'll go down that route, but I do like that. I wish my microphone smelled like lemon as well.
Well, we could swap if you want. Do you want to switch them over?
Not right now. Maybe after this, but it's too much effort to switch them over now.
Fair enough. Well, we have got a game to cast either way here on Mirage. I'm excited to get into the action. We haven't actually kind of broken down these players yet, but we know that lots of firepower for either side. I would say for Nemiga, you're kind of looking towards Lollipop, I think. He's somebody who's actually definitely stood out to me over the last couple of months. For Wisła, it's all about, is he the god of the underworld, Hades?
Yeah, he's been very, very strong recently. Been putting up some big performances. Funny that you mentioned Lollipop, though. Obviously, one of the highest rated players here in LOOT.BET Season 8 so far. Of course, we're only 2 matches in, but he's one that I've definitely had my name on recently. He's on my radar.
In fact, Jedka and Lollipop are the 2 top-ranked players in this tournament. It's only over 4 maps, but definitely an interesting statistic with both teams taking a pair of 2 zeros.
Absolutely. Lollipop actually being one of my best casting clips. One of my best casting clips, one of my most hype casting clips is Lollipop getting a crazy 3k on Vertigo. I love to cast this guy.
It wasn't you eating a lollipop?
No, I don't think my cast would have been very good if I had a lollipop in my mouth. Would have been very, like, I don't even know. How do you talk when you have a lollipop in your mouth? Like,
Like this. Oh,
yeah, okay, all right, well. It wasn't like that. It was a big Lollipop 3K. I'm excited to see if he can do something like that again. But as you say, Lollipop and Jedka, Battle of the Titans. Excited to see it going into this one. As we jump straight into the pistol, without further ado, it's going to be Sparrow with that kit, Jedka with a wealth of utility to work with. And we see a similar setup on this Nemiga side as well. Speedak and Box the ones to wield those nades.
straight up towards ramp. This will eventuate into an A play with Jedka as the not quite sole defense. You have got Minio there for support as well. Look to bounce off the back of this one. It's quite an unconventional setup for the CTs as Nemiga pour in. Easy bomb to be planted. I think they've actually lost a player. That HUD is a little bit funky in the meantime, but Nemiga, they're going to be pressured inwards nonetheless. The whole HUD is actually broken, I've just realised, and we are back in. Box, he's got the angle completely under wraps. 1 and 2, nice easy sweep away for Nemiga. Just such a flawless round.
It is a setup that you sometimes see on Mirage, especially on the CT side and the pistols as well, but it's something that hasn't worked out today. Wisła, they play that full retake setup. They play those 2 players towards CT. As soon as the nades start to rain over and Nemiga push in, they say, right, we're going to fall away from this one and we're going to play for the retake. It's not viable at all to do on B, but on that A site, you can go for it and play the range advantage. You don't want to be overwhelmed by the Glocks early.
It's all dependent on that first pistol headshot being hit by Minio at the ticket booth. If he doesn't connect, basically the whole round starts to fall and flail apart. It's so hard to contend with those angles unless Nemiga are about to make a mistake, and that just hasn't been happening and certainly won't occur in this second round with 3 fast frags, Ponchek and Hades clutching at straws to even do a little bit of damage here with the Deagles.
Those headshots were lightning fast. You see those Deagles backed up by the Kevlar, you start to get a little bit worried. You think maybe these Deagles connect some shots, completely turn the round on its head. Instead, Nemiga just burst out, hit headshots galore, and it's no problem whatsoever. Ponchek and Hades, the last 2 alive here, they actually want to go over towards the B apartments and save. They have no equity left in this round, and there's no point in them charging in and dying.
Absolutely not. You want to keep a bit of Kevlar alive. That'll do the trick going into round 3, at least to do some damage, and that's something that Nemiga haven't incurred in these first 2 rounds. They've been fairly flawless, keeping 3, in fact 4 if you count the scout as well. It's a bit of a half rifle, I don't know. I feel like it kind of slips its way in.
Doesn't really matter all too much though. As they go into the 3rd, they know that they're going to be up against an eco with a best case scenario of a couple of pistols being brought around it. So to have that MAC-10, to still have that scout in play, you can afford to keep it for 1 more round and reinvest in the 4th. Looking at those odds, Nemiga, they are the hot favourites coming into Mirage. Of course, it is their pick, and they're starting it off with style and showing us why they're the favourites here.
And so much A control in these first 3 rounds. Once again, 4 players towards the ramp room and Lollipop heading into Palace instead. And up against the Deagles, this should be a very simple, easy sweep away. And I think Wisła might need to adjust their setups as they go into the rifle rounds because this just isn't working for them. A couple of headshots as retorts, but only 1 MAC-10 established and picked up for Ponchek. He's got his way into the jungle. Maybe a little too late as Lollipop is connecting these shots. I imagine damage, but no real round here for Wisła.
That's really the issue when you have those Deagles and you're playing at range. You can't retrieve the rifles that you sometimes drop. But a 2 versus 2 situation, 30 seconds on this clock. There's still a chance here for Wisła as they come in with the MAC-10 and the Deagle. But as Hades drops, his teammate shortly follows. And that is going to be the 3rd for Nemiga. Not so comfortable as the last, but not a bad round, all things considered.
Absolutely not. You want to build up that money at this point. Speed up to $8,000. MDS not far behind as the rifles come out for the first time. Wisła, the AWP for Hades. Such a great player with it. He's going to be faced off against by Speedak, who's got the AWP of his own. Not usually somebody that we talk about as much on the server. Definitely not as much as a Hades.
With this AWP, he could certainly be dangerous with it. Speedak posted over towards mid, but look at Sparrow's position. He's been spotted out. Box takes him out easily. That opens up that mid control. The smoke's going to confirm it as well. Minio can't contest this any longer. And with this man advantage and so much leg room to work with, Nemiga are in such a good position, only 20 seconds into this round.
And straight window control does get denied by Minio. He's got the M4A4 at the ready, and that does even up the numbers, the playing field of 4v4.
On check, finding himself another. This starts to add complications here. Nemiga, this is quite a disjointed approach. Dropping that AWP over to Box as he's the man with the low HP. They are going to regroup and head over towards this A site. 2 men to guard it. And Jedka getting quite aggressive. Could get caught out, but instead, he's the one to come out on top. 4 versus 2 situation now for Wisła, and they should be able to convert it. They're in a strong position to hold on to this one.
This ramp room control and Speedak in Box about to pressure their way in. Jedka, he'll be the first player to meet this approach, and Hades just swings out, finds Box, leaves Speedak all on his lonesome, looking for these angles, but he surely won't find anything more than a couple of bullets here. Surely doesn't check this backtrack angle. Jumps on his Box. Jedka's there to sweep him away.
Well, the blessing that got them that initial pick ended up being a curse. Going over towards mid, taking that control meant that they were all split up. And Wisła capitalized on that quite nicely, with Jedka getting aggressive over towards the ramp. Another kill coming in through window as well. Really started to thin out the numbers of that attack. And Nemiga very quickly realized that they had to reconvene, play as a unit, but there just wasn't enough of them.
Such a simple start, just stunted away, 1 round Wisła. Mid smoked once again, Hades connects with the first, and JYO is also going to drop. That's mid control prevented, often the staple here on Mirage.
Flawless coordinated aggression so far here from Wisła to take these initial 2 kills, and Lollipop, only with the deagle in hand, desperately trying to find himself a weapon. But where his teammate's fallen, it seems to have disappeared. There we go. It must have been blown out into the open. So he has grabbed himself an AK to work with. But once again, this 2-man disadvantage. Speedak all on his lonesome in mid, trying to level out these numbers. But he is playing a dangerous game. He only has to be caught out from the back. And that's pretty much round over. As he's creeping through connector, he has to be the distraction man. Has to try and land this initial shot. And as he goes through the smoke, Minio is going to pick him up with ease. And this should be the round for Wisła in the bag.
Certainly should be. MDS, Lollipop actually find kills in unison. Brings it back with 50 seconds on the clock. And that bomb, it's going to rotate all the way through T-spawn. They've got so much time to work with. And MDS is at the ready. AK-47 just trying to divert some attention. 35 seconds now. That bomb all the way towards the T-apps. I expect Lollipop, the top-rated player on Nemiga, should head through mid. Try and find one of these kills, execute onto a bomb site. I don't know how much space he'll be allowed, especially with Ponchek swinging into the angle. He gets his head cut off. 2-3.
Wisła making it look pretty easy right now. Of course, Nemiga came in really hot. Those first 3 rounds being bombarded with aggression. 3 very quick rounds where they just charged in as a unit, took control. And Wisła, well, they seem to be reacting to it quite nicely now. They're bouncing back with some coordinated aggression of their own and certainly capitalizing. This round, quite a bizarre one. Jo going for that hero AK. I can't help but think that may be a mistake. The rest of his teammates are fully ecoed and he's gone for that full investment. This should be a really, really easy round for Wisła to take. And in doing so, everyone on that Nemiga side will be able to buy it, except for Jo. So, quite a bizarre investment for him to go for here. They're going for this middle control early on. 3 men in top mid, 2 in the underpass. There's definitely potential for them to find a couple of frags. But with just the Glocks in hand, I'm not sure how much they have really to work with in this one. They need Jo to go absolutely massive here to have any chance in this round.
These solo rifle opportunities, always rampant for a massive opportunity. Jai this time, as you mentioned, just the Glocks elsewhere. With a minute left, it will be this mid-control retained for Nemiga. Wisła, they've been kind of jolting whether to go for this aggression, and Jayo's going to snap his head right off. It's Minio to make the first mistake. He's had a quiet start here on Mirage. Sparrow is going to allow another to cross. That's Speed at getting aggressive. Salvages the M4A4 for his troubles. Wisła not keeping control of these rifles becomes a real problem before the B site execute comes through, and it will be this double-pronged attack. Sparrow is going to aggress through the marketplace, and Hades on a quick response also. I think this might go completely noticed in Wisła. They are perfectly set up for this one.
The lack of Molotovs on the Wisła side could be their only downfall as Ponchek punches in loads of damage but no kills. And another one comes through and Hades finding one. So this is all falling apart for Nemiga right now. The bomb plant can't go down. There's not enough time on this clock to do so. Sparrow just cleaning things up quite nicely. And it is going to be the round in the favour of the CTs. But coming down to that 1 versus 1 situation, in a full eco, shouldn't be as close as that. And certainly shouldn't be as costly as that for this.
Definitely not. That's a lot of money down the toilet. These reinvestments are going to be super tough. In Wisła, they spend everything. The double AWP setup for Hades and Sparrow, that's one of the freedoms you get on this CT side when you've got so much firepower. Sparrow, for years, has been one of the more promising Polish players, previously touted to be on this Virtus Pro roster. Obviously, they've got away from Poland at this point, but 3-3, competitive start, that's what we want to see.
Absolutely, especially here on Mirage. It's Nemiga's map pick. They're the favourites going into it. Hades, some really big aggression over towards ramp early. And in this buy round, that's so important to find those opening picks, especially as Nemiga don't have the utility to isolate these players later on in the round.
It's this apartment's aggression once again from Wisła. They seem to be prompting in something in each and every one of these scenarios. I don't think Ponchek is going to get checked inside this kitchen. He absolutely doesn't, and Gio drops.
That's just a free kill for him. That's just how powerful that aggression can be. Teammate flashing in to help him fall back. Unfortunately, he looked straight at it, but it doesn't cost him anything. And
What?
Speedax just shot his teammate in the head. Alrighty, how on earth has that just happened?
That is unbelievable.
Play? Do we get a replay? Yeah, he does. He actually goes to hit the shot. He just shoots Box in the head. That is rough.
That is, yeah, just about as rough as it gets right there. And still 3-3. It's not often where we stop the round in its entirety to get the replay in, but certainly worth its while here in round 7. 30 seconds left. I don't expect Nemiga to do all too much. It's this duo of Speedak and MDS heading towards the Palace instead. 20-second mark. Maybe wanting to retain this AWP at this point. Maybe saving becomes the smarter option. I don't see any possibility for a bomb to go down on either of these bomb sites. So keep an AK and an AWP alive. It does polarize that buy, but it might be worth it considering that loss bonus is starting to build up.
Absolutely. Holding on to these rifles as well. Wisła aren't going to push in to try and get rid of them. Of course, they've won the last 4 in a row, so their economy should be a little bit stronger than it is, but they really didn't have a whole lot of money behind what the weapons they had there.
Nemiga looking to level up the scoreline once again with this ragtag buy. 3 Deagles, AWP, and AK-47. Bit of information given away, but Hades doesn't take control. This double up setup, a staple we'll see across maybe all 3 maps for Wisła's CT side. It's going to pay dividends in the early engagement.
Of course, Hades couldn't capitalise on that initial opportunity, but follows right through with a beautiful shot in top mid. He's been pretty consistent this game, and I really like the way he's been playing with this AWP as well. So's dynamic. In the last, we saw him getting aggressive over towards ramp. This round, we see him go for that ramp pick early on. Then he's playing from connector. Then he's wrapping around to window. As a terrorist side, you just have absolutely no idea where he's going to be. And it means that you have to flash every single angle before you peek it. MDS is able to find himself 1 back with that AK. But with a man disadvantage, Lollipop only down to this Deagle, it's going to be a really difficult round for them to try and pick up.
4-3, and this is where things get toasty for Nemiga. Heading towards the B bomb site, trying to isolate the split. Of course, MDS joining the reinforcements, but Ponchek once again inside the apartments. This will either be him falling first or an absolute jackpot with the M4. Seems to be the latter, as the M4 does connect for loads of damage, leaving Sparrow to catch them on the cross. He's got this AWP ready and waiting. The smoke goes down, but it's oh so late. MDS takes it in the face anyway. I think he's going to fall as well. Lollipop also drops.
This has been much nicer from Wisła. The last 5 in a row, they've started to build up some money. And this double up setup's working really, really well. Hades, he's controlling 2/3 of the map right now. Dancing around in the middle areas, window, connector, over towards ramp. I'd like to see him maybe go for a couple of aggressive picks towards Palace as well later on in this half. And then Sparrow, just an absolute lockdown man over towards B and short. It's working out perfectly for them, and unless Nemiga start to suss out how they can deal with it, I think they're going to have some problems on their hands. The pistols in this one, supported by the AK on Lollipop as they go for this A execute.
Straight through, Jedka to receive, 2 quick kills, finally traded, but it's oh so late. Sparrow tries to swipe in for the shot. It's Hades instead, and almost both of the AWPers dropping. There it comes, in combination. AWP retained but not retrieved. That goes down as well. Ponchek trying to scramble for control inside the CT spawn, and Speedak now has the angle totally posted. He is isolated in the open and needs both headshots! That's stunning! That's sensational!
That is absolutely mental from Speedak. A 2 versus 1, only the deagle in hand. You even saw him second guess picking up the AK under the balcony, but he said to himself, no. If I grab that, that's going to waste a valuable second of my time that I need to get to get into Sandwich. And absolutely incredible class.
Back in the action, 5-4. We'll show you that ad a couple of more times this map. 5-4, and straight into this B bomb site perhaps as Nemiga want to contest with a bit of speed. That's what's so scary about the setup. These Deagles, even with the null and void weaponry, they are so powerful. 5-3.
Off of the back of that confidence as well, they seem to just be feeling a lot better. They've charged into this B site, they've taken the 2 engagements, and this is almost certainly just going to be a save for Wisła. They're showing no signs of actually wanting to try and retake this. They do want to go for the exit frags because they know that Nemiga's economy isn't very good right now, and any kills that they get can be very impactful. However, their money isn't great either off the back of losing last round, so they really need to hold on to that AWP and the 2 rifles to have any chance in the follow-up.
Really dodgy round as well. Nemiga just heading, plummeting right into the B bomb site. Speedak and Box to find those kills and round over before it even really gets started. Nemiga don't want to hunt. As you mentioned, they've got no money to really rely on and fall back on. It gives Wisła another opportunity in round number 11 to go for this fairly full buy. It's quite wholesome, I expect. They could even save on these final 2 members, but with Hades having the AWP in hand, I wouldn't prioritize this. I'd rather get full weaponry through, try and win this, and take this half by the reins.
I'd absolutely expect them to invest around the 3 rifles that have been saved. Now, they're not actually going for that. They're staying around this 2k mark, which somewhat makes sense. It's not what I would do, but it does make sense. However, it's a bizarre one. It's going to give real good chances.
It doesn't allow Hades to pick up the AWP if they lose it in the next round. That's the main problem here for Wisła, is 2 rounds in a row, they're not going to have a stable economy. We've seen pretty much constant force buying from Nemiga to get to this spot. They're almost lucky to be 5-5 here. Wisła playing a very consistent game. It's just mid-control once again.
This should be a fairly routine one for Nemiga to take, as they've already disposed of one of these rifles that got aggressive early. That's Sparrow that's fallen. And as Nemiga start to regroup, they've actually got a free B bomb site. And if they realise this, they can just walk on. Minio right now wrapping all the way around the back is gaining so much information. And as soon as he relays this to his teammates, they might rotate over to this B site and deal with it. But I think he's far too slow on this flank to have any impact right now.
This sucks. Wisła completely outmaneuvered. They are nowhere to be found and maybe just looking to keep this AWP alive, to be perfectly honest with you. They'll have enough money for the full investment going into number 12, so no need to contest for this bomb. Deagle does connect as well for another rifle. That's a really important pickup for Minio. Gives him a little bit of extra bang for your buck going into round 12. And that's exactly what Wisła needs right now. The scoreline is close as it can possibly be. And they need that turnaround moment to lock off that first half.
They absolutely do, especially considering that they don't have this loss bonus anymore. When they lost those initial few rounds, they had a bit of a loss bonus built up. You could see them buying into a round where they didn't have a whole lot of money. Whereas now, getting that 2k bonus at the end of a round just isn't enough. It really feels like back in the day with the old economy system, you could like win a few rounds, let them build up a loss bonus, and then they win one, you bounce right back, and it completely resets their loss bonus. Nowadays, that's not the case, but it feels like Nemiga's done it the hard way. They've let Wisła build it up, and then they've started to snatch rounds back, and Wisla's economy is just broken.
Yeah, it's totally crushed. They don't have much to work with. As they lose more and more, that loss bonus, remember, will start to build up. But on the CT side, where it's so costly, those more expensive incendiary grenades, those diffuse kits, every little helps. The more expensive M4A4s against the AK counterparts, it costs that little bit more to buy up on that CT side. And that's extra money that you'll have over the initial loss bonus. Hades, most importantly, finds that initial frag into Palace, as Wisła want to contend with this mid-control once again.
Sparrow, he's done some good work on short as he jumps up onto the box. It's a messy spray, but he is able to find it. Speedak, he's a little bit slow on that trade. I thought he'd react a lot quicker to that one, but Sparrow getting greedy trying to pick up the AWP does lose his life in doing so. Nonetheless, a 4-on-2. Box is on 18 points of health as well, and I'm not sure if Nemiga can really pull anything more into this one.
I'm slightly underwhelmed by this T side. I've got to be perfectly honest with you. They have come into this with a lot of confidence. I don't know how many Nemiga are necessarily aiming for. Maybe 6 or 7, that's enough. A lot of the time we see CT side lockdowns. This Mirage does become a little bit polarized, remember, where maybe if you don't have those executes all flawless, becomes a much harder time. 40 seconds on the board. Box heading towards this B bomb site where Ponchek is ready and waiting. This crossfire is likely going to be brutal and end the round in its tracks. Nemiga will have to do something special here to even get that C4 down, especially with the first dropping. Box now down on his luck, down on time. 20 seconds on the board.
Well, he has managed to wriggle his way out. Somehow, timing's just impeccable, and he's sneaked past the 2 defenders. But obviously, that drop gives away his position. Ponchek knows where he is, and Jedka's going to dispose of him. That's 6 now on the board for Wisła as they tie things up. And the economy of Nemiga right now is actually still pretty strong. Despite Jo not having any money, he can be dropped, and they're going to go for another full buy here.
Full buy indeed. AK-47's at the ready. Speedak back with the AWP, in fact, where Hades will join him. Wisła actually dropping off of that double AWP setup, most importantly. Maybe Sparrow not feeling incredibly confident. Instead, just that M4A4 counterpart. Money as well might be the issue. That's a lightning fast shot found on the cross. Hades, he gets cheeky and punished for it. Minio now needs to back off, and that smoke is going to aid his escape perfectly.
Getting scarily close with that pop through the smoke, but not quite connecting means that he can't trade out his teammate. 5 versus 4 for Nemiga, minute 25 on this clock, and they're still not committed to anything. This C4's over towards the B apartments, and they've just got control on mid. And as they start to fall away, they might commit to this B site if they can find this opening pick.
2 through, and Sparrow holding the angle. This is nice and aggressive. Often goes overlooked, and certainly will this time. He does find the first, and swinging for the rest. That's a sensational defense, and with Nemiga completely countered, Minio from the underpass should be able to finish off Speedak, and now it's just Lollipop on his own. The star of the squad shouldn't be able to shine here in round number 13, as Wisła surely going to take a lead right now, tucked inside the jungle, looking for that mistake. As the smoke dissipates, he'll spot nobody into the window room.
It's a long time to save as well. You tend to see a player in this kind of position when there's maybe 15, 20 seconds on the clock. He had 45, and Wisła are already looking for him. By the fact that he's not charged in for the bomb means that he's more than likely trying to save here. And oh, Minio getting dangerously close, and especially with that AWP in hand, might lose this close-range duel. Lollipop hasn't quite spotted him out, but he's been spotted himself. Tagged down to 9 points of health, and as he's charging away, he almost certainly falls unless he lands shots like that. Maybe he gets away with this.
dying after time becomes very precarious right now. Lollipop has $600 in the reserve, and fortunately drops before that time expires. Gives him a little bit of loss bonus, but that AK ripped away. It's the end of the round for Wisła.
Look at this again, though. This is such a lockdown defense on this B site. Sparrow just hiding in the corner, waiting for that flash to fade before he peeks, and his teammate just there to support as well. All 3 kills coming through in a matter of 2 seconds, and they're just not phased by it at all. I don't even think they took a point of damage.
This is where the half gets scrappy. Final 2 rounds. Orps for, well, not both squads. It's Speedak forced onto the scout instead. That less advantageous sniper rifle. Instead, it's the T side just plagiaring for this mad control once again. Over towards the ramp room and also into apps. Spreading across this map as Ponchek might be the first target over towards the B bomb site. He's got support from Sparrow from the side. That retrieved AK-47. 1-tap potential, of course. As Nemiga head towards mid to challenge Jedka. Spray away only finds 1 before the trade.
It's been an incredibly close game so far, but this round will decide whether Wisła pull away and have a 9-6 half, or whether it's deadlocked 8-7. Minio, 2 very nice quick kills, brings the numbers back in his team's favour. A 3 versus 2, minute left on this clock. Bomb still in hand for Speedak, but they've got no control towards either of these sites. They're trapped in middle, they have to backtrack and try and get up short, but Sparrow's here ready and waiting for them.
Mid control is great, but what can you do with it? It's the double spray down, easy 8th. And Wisła, they will win this half eventually. That seems to be the symptom of this T side. All of that mid control, but what can you do with it? That's the big question. And maneuvering onto short in these 3 versus 2s, way easier said than done. The money will be broken going into this last round. Nemiga, of course, they'll force buy into it. AK-47s all round, basically just reaching the bottom of that bank account right now, spending everything in this pursuit for 7.
The issue is that they've had a huge lack of bomb plants in these final rounds of the half as well, which means they don't get that bonus cash on top of the loss bonus. Just the Deagles and a couple of Galils to work with. And as Hades once again hitting that opening shot, he's able to give his team a man advantage early on, dispose of one of those weapons. That's a really good start here from Wisła once again. Minio, ooh, I thought he'd be able to get that one onto box, but instead he spotted out first.
It's those speedy shots coming through all the time from Nemiga. It's only merited them 6 rounds so far. I say only 6. That could certainly be good enough going on to the CT side. A 4 versus 4 and the double AWPs still in play for Wisła. Now watch these longer distance engagements. Maybe stairs being one of the main points of contention. 1 minute.
Sparrow right now, he is the man with this angle. The issue is that Nemiga are coming in from 2 positions. A bit of a pincer maneuver in play. And if Ponchek's not aware of it, it could be costly. But Jedka finding that opener gives them a good opportunity here to close this one.
The ragtag rifles make a play for A, and maybe an opportunity to get this bomb down and away here. Jedka's got full short control, and there's not a smoke grenade to counter him out. Instead, it's Speedak. He takes the aggressive swing, spots the second, and he's able to take his face off too. Sparrow drops, and this becomes an absolute nightmare for Jedka. Lollipop's able to execute. What a half!
That really felt like a bit of a counter strat there from Nemiga as they realized that there was going to be a 3-man defense. They had no info that there were 3 CTs defending from their spawn, but as soon as they found the first, they had an inkling that there was one behind Ticket Booth, and there'd be one playing deeper as well. And they hunted for all 3 frags before they got that bomb down. And then, of course, it's a 3 versus 1 situation that they're just easily able to take.
Yeah, really weird half as well for Nemiga there. I felt like it was incredibly scrappy from start to finish. If you take the pistol trio out of the equation, they're able to take 4 of those rifle rounds there. I don't know if that would kind of play to their favor over the course of a whole best of 3. Wisła definitely an impressive team. We've seen that form. We've seen those results. Now we see the results from these individuals in the server. It's Hades and Lollipop, those 2 players we actually talked about at the very start of this series. It's not often that our predictions come true, but wish upon a star. It's 8-7.
Well, you're absolutely right. Hades been putting up that big performance. Lollipop with the frags. This round, Wisła charging right into B early.
This will be a run and gun setup. Injayo's not able to connect with anything. P2000 in hand and needs to find another headshot here. Frantically tapping away in Hades. He's going to fall. MDS picking up the pieces. And Sparrow, he's on his lonesome inside the apartments, trying to make a play into this B site. But I don't think he's going to check the lollipop here. He's going to instantly lose his face. 8-8.
This is such a good setup here from Nemiga, because Jo, despite the fact that he's like missing shots and everything, he's drawing all of the attention away. Now, he actually manages to find 2, which is fantastic, but his job's already done because MDS in jail has gone completely overlooked. He's got 3 targets with their back turns, and he's just able to dispose of them.
Your goal in that B bomb site is to find maybe 2-3 kills between the two of you at maximum, and they absolutely do that. They buy enough time as well, most importantly, for that rotate to come through. And Nemiga, it's a round that they just could not lose.
Taking the 8th, leveling this scoreline out, but they need to do the job on this CT side. And once again, Vizsla just charging into this B site, want to try and get the job done early. But Box finding that first makes this one quite tricky. Still the kills coming through for the CT side as the reinforcements start to rotate, as things level out in a 3-on-3.
This gets sketchy. Sparrow nailing another. Minio goes down in the meantime. Still a 2 versus 2. M4A1S retrieved. And Sparrow still reserved to the Tech 9 of all weapons. At close range, it's good. At further range, it falls off. Doesn't do as much damage. Not nearly as accurate. He wants to get inside the marketplace as a response. Get up close and personal. And that's exactly why. Headshot to finish. 9 rounds Vizsla.
Very nice setup there from Vizsla to just go for that bait and switch setup. As soon as that M4 dies, the Tech 9's goal is to just wide peek and finish off the job. That's going to be Vizsla back ahead, back with the economic advantage as well, despite the fact that they were unable to take the pistol. Now they've got all the rifles to work with. A single Mac-10 on Minio, utilities looking healthy, and you cannot say the same for Nemiga right now. Just the pistols and Kevlar to work with, as Vizsla looking like they're going for some B presence again early on.
Yeah, the full force for Nemiga, though. Speedak keeping $1,400 in the reserve. Of course, we always talk about it. He's the AWP. He wants that sniper rifle earlier, sooner rather than later. Mid-control for Vizsla. Couple of players inside the apartments in the meantime. A minute 30 to work with. They know that Nemiga won't be letting this one go. After you win the pistol, you need those follow-up 2 or 3. They're able to take it on their T side, but these rifle rounds, they've become real problematic.
Very, very slow stuff for Vizsla right now. They know what they're up against, and they know that they can't just charge into an eco stack. Waiting for some kind of aggression. The bomb's regrouped over towards A, and it's looking like that's where they want to end up. If they do so, though, they do actually walk into a bit of a stack from Nemiga, and this is really their chance to pull this one off.
Scary stuff. Time ticking down. Window control and the Deagle still poised, but the Mac-10 doesn't want to engage. Instead, Minio's just going to stand right in front of the action. You see JIO just going for this peek, this swing, and Minio, while falling, is able to sweep away the headshot trade up to the M4 in the meantime, and Sparrow around the back lines finds a headshot as a response. 2 versus 2, Nemiga staying competitive, but with losing Box on that A bomb side, it really opens things up for that bomb to go down and away. Jedka's going to plant it, and Hades stuck towards mid. He's got a perfect angle, and MDS walks right into it.
Perfect stuff there from Vizsla again. They do take a few casualties, but they recover it quite nicely. And as they go into the 19th, there's really nothing that Nemiga can bring into this one. Speedak doesn't want to invest anything as the man with the most money because he wants that AWP in the next. And every other man around that 2k mark. JO's actually going to drop down to that Deagle. He was the one that went for that hero AK in the last half in a similar situation to this. So he's the one that wants to try and punch in that damage and has no fear of being on less cash.
Yeah, economical damage is so important. Remember, this is Nemiga's map pick. They've only taken 8 rounds so far, and with only the USPSs in hand on this CT side, I expect Vizsla to take an 11th before this one is over. Jio says no. Quick 1 Deeg, but he needs so much more to punch this round in Nemiga's favor as the reinforcements close in. A tiny tickle of damage dealt, but Hades able to compromise and capitalize. Sparrow 5-7. Lots of damage being dealt, though. A 2 versus 2 out of nowhere. And Jio, that main investment man, is still roaming. He's still alive. We've got a funky Zeus in play. I don't expect on Mirage that'll play a massive factor. such wide, nicely contested angles. And through the CT spawn, he has to take this fight on his lonesome with just the USPS in play. And this CT control, zap, zap, zap. It's not going to connect.
Just Jo left alone here with the Deagle then. Should hear these sound cues, and he is actually going to hear them. So he's going to rotate round to this B site, but he's not going to be there in nearly enough time to deny this plant. He has grabbed himself a Mac-10, but with no Kevlar to back it up, as soon as he takes a hit, his bullet's going to go sky high. The crosshair isn't lined up, but he still manages to hit the headshot, brings things into a one-on-one. At this kind of range, the Deagle can be deadly. Tapping away, can't quite find it. Upgrades to the AK, time is of the essence, 30 seconds on this clock. No kid in hand, and the grenade's not going to connect. He swings out, and Jedka's going to finish him off. Wisła put them on to 11, but again, it's such a close round when Nemiga are only on an eco. I don't know how they get this done.
That's such an admirable performance as well from Jo. He's so unfortunate on that last angle. An absolute masterclass with the Desert Eagle, but unable to connect with that last shot. 11 for Wisła. We said that was a guaranteed round in the bag against a null and void buy. Now we see the full investment from Nemiga. The AWP for Speedak, all 4 M4s elsewhere. The utility quite stretched. No Molotovs in play. For Wisła, it's this fast ramp control with Hades straight out. Or up close and personal. Don't often see it. Let's see if the Asimov can blast off.
In a prime position to do so around this smoke, but Ponchek's found an opener on B, and that's where they want to try and end up now. Off the back of it, the flash goes through. Ponchek wants to punch in for more. MDS is in a good position to try and deal with it. As they start to fall away, he's going to hear this sound cue. Actually throws the M4 as well and upgrades to this AWP. But as he takes a couple of hits, knows he can't press any further. And Lollipop's actually going to try and take some control elsewhere, but Hades is ready and waiting for it.
The CT side just doesn't seem to be paying dividends right now. Nemiga down on players, down on rounds. Wisła, they should be their 12th. And remember, this is Nemiga's map pick. Jo's got to go absolutely massive inside the ladder room if this is going to be a converted round of 2 versus 5. And already spotted. That ends round number 20 in its tracks. And MDS, what can he do other than save this AWP here?
Wisła are starting to find their footing here on this T side. I think they found it a little while ago, but it's really confirmed right now. About to put themselves 12-8, completely break the economy of their opponents as well. And if MDS can't save this AWP, they seriously have some problems. It's going to be another full eco. Wisła should be able to get themselves onto 13. And Nemiga have got a hell of a climb to get back into this one. Remember, this is their map pick, and this should be where they take the reins.
I really don't anticipate Wisła not checking this marketplace either. The bomb planted on the A bomb site, a triple hunt coming through for MDS on B. He's got reinforcements. He can hear those, what are they called? Those little horns that hunters blow.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Like them. Yeah, one of them.
Yeah, he's blowing one of those. You can hear it, and they go for him. See those entry kills taking place, and Hades, he's the recipient of most of them. It's him versus Box on those initial openings, being the man to contest. High KD as well, but very successful on those initial opening kills. 5-1 being his personal scoreline. Nemiga, I guess they wish that was the overall scoreline. Only a couple of pistols in play, likely 13 as mid-control comes through. Minio, the first man to aggress, and Jo, he's been such a great player with this Deagle from beginning to finish of this map. The connection doesn't come through this time. Full mid-control now for Wisła. Jo has to concede. He double dips. He's likely just ripped apart by the AK-47. But with this mid-control, Wisła should be able to just roll their way right into this bomb site over the top. It's a minute 10 to play with. Plenty of time, plenty of weaponry, and plenty of skill, of course, to close into these players. Jo is able to close out the first. MDS supports with the second. That drops a rifle and complicates proceedings on the B bomb site. The AK cannot close. Aim punch becomes the issue as the rotates now through. And Wisła, they don't want to give up on this B take. Nemiga going for 9s. And Jedka also drops. Leave Ponchek a 1 versus 4 to carry through. The bomb in the open and the AK-47 cannot connect. That nade as well falls on deaf ears. The Molotov, all of the utility. It's the flank to finish him. Nemiga 9. That's one robbed away. Such an unbelievable round as well. Short completely contested. You'd think that B split was isolated a little quicker, but Minio is just a couple of paces back. The flank is, perfectly formed there for Nemiga. The rotates as well, and those pistols can be just as brutal as those massive rifle rounds. What a swing. 12-9. Speed out back with the AWP. The economy, as a result, restabilizes as Wisła are going to make a ploy all over this map.
Real nice bounce back from Nemiga there to close this gap a little bit further. Could be their ticket back into this one, as they've got the rifles now to back it up. Good bit of utility on every man. Speed out with that AWP is something that we haven't seen him on all too much so far this half. With Box just dancing around middle, they're really looking for this opening pick, and so far haven't found it.
No, it's Hades inside the apartments instead to try and ploy for this first frag. And MDS not overcommitting here, just jumping, looking through the window, not spotting anything in the apartments. Of course, Hades, he backtracks as a response towards A, where 4 members are setting up for this take.
Minute left on this clock. Wisła, I like this setup. They've gone around the map, they've waited to see if there's any aggression from Nemiga, and then once they've confirmed they haven't, they say, okay, let's regroup. We've still got 5 men, we've still got lots of utility to work with, and let's execute this A site. Good old standard, old-fashioned A execute. 40 seconds left, they charge right in. Nemiga need to be ready for it.
They certainly are. They have the AWP ready and waiting below CT. Lollipop as well rejoins the forces, but cannot find any of those initial frags. The bomb should go down in a 5 versus 5 here. As Box does some preliminary damage, it gets traded right back through the smokes. Nemiga, this is going to be so tough and tricky to get back into this one, to not lose these rifles in a 5 versus 5 scenario. All of the afterplants poised and placed, and the AK-47's getting cheeky for these first frags. Hades finds one blind as a response, and Nemiga kept in an arm's length. They need these kills right now, and they're just not coming through. The damage, but barely any frags. As Speedak needs to step into the open to defuse this bomb, but he's only got a couple of seconds left. 5, 4, has to backtrack. Sparrow, he's won it.
He knows as well that he's coming in from behind, and Speedak actually falls to the bomb. No AWP being saved into the next, and that's going to be the 13th for Wisła. We've seen Nemiga. We saw it in the pistol round. We've seen it a couple of times this game. When that A execute comes in, they favor going for the retake. Save those flashes, bombard them over when the smokes are up, and then try and retake the site. But they've just not had all too much success with it. They need to have that man on the bomb site to take some initial damage, to find maybe a kill or two, to make it doable. A 5 versus 5 retake does not favor the CT side in many scenarios.
No, certainly not that one either. The A bomb site is slightly easier to retake into, so you do have your chances. It's not completely unknown that you can actually retake those scenarios. It's not like getting into the B side of Inferno, for instance, or the A side of Inferno with 5 T's alive, in which case you'd probably just be bailing. On Mirage, you've got those open angles. It's very possible. Mid-control this time for Wisła. It's a full buy for both teams. Nemiga haven't exactly had the most stable of CT sides after winning the pistol. Only 2 rounds for them thus far.
Minio punching in a little bit of damage early. Actually does even more. Doesn't even spot Box out and tags him down to 6. He's already ready for someone to peek in from the window. And this is just so good from Wisła. Once again, we see exactly what they went for in the last. It isn't broken. Don't fix it. The 2 players getting aggressive towards ramp have just been disposed of. And Wisła aren't even going to set up for the smokes. They're just going to push right in here. They have the man advantage.
They've got even more than that. Box, the solo defense, only has 6 HP to his name, and he's instantly eviscerated. Jedko rolls right over this bomb site. And now, once again, a tough, tricky retake for Gio and Co. Coming in from the stairs, he gets instantly blasted, and there's Jedka to finish as well. There's a reason he's the top-rated player in this tournament. That's exactly why. Number 3, please.
Well, as we're right back into this one. 14-9. Wisła getting very, very close to this finish line. And they should be able to get themselves onto match point here, unless MDS can do a few more of those. Trade does actually come through, though. And Wisła, as I say, they're just against the pistols here. They should be able to dispose of this. But MDS is still doing damage.
Something that he's been doing since the very start of this series. Nemiga, they've been more proficient with the pistols than they have with the AK-47s, M4s, and sniper rifles. 5 behind, a round that they desperately need to win to prevent Wisła map point here on Mirage. MDS, he triples down on the aggression, even more damage done, and now Sparrow's forced into an awkward scenario where he has to gesture for these frags. He swings into connected to find the first, and now into underpass, right into the waiting arms of another Desert Eagle. That's a secondary AK-47 retrieved. Lollipop with the MP9 in the meantime. And what can Jedka do here? He's got the bomb on his back, full ramp control, but with all 3 players edging towards this A-bomb site, the smoke down, he's already through. This is good positional advantage right now, and Lollipop has completely circumnavigated him through the palace, so he's got a lot of space to work with on the A site. If he is aware of this configuration, the best bet is to get the bomb down sooner rather than later. And with that Molotov, he has to tap these digits in right now. The rotate will come in and through. He needs an after-plant position. Sitting on this A site, he's very prone to palace. So going towards CT spawn instead might be the better avenue of approach, especially with nobody from Nemiga challenging this angle. They have been absolutely outplayed in this scenario. And without any defuse kits, they need to find the kill. Now Lollipop does.
That's really unfortunate that Jedka actually gets spotted out there. That was really lining up to be a big clutch. All the stars aligned. Every CT was going the wrong way. As you say, managed to just wriggle through that smoke before it bloomed. But, I mean, we always see teams get to this point where they have a relatively easy round to take just against the pistols to get themselves onto match point, and they just can't do so. And by losing that one, it means Nemiga have now got money to buy into it. Wisła are down to what would just be a pistol force, and there's actually a chance back. There's a lifeline for Nemiga here to come back into this one.
I definitely don't think choking is an issue for either of these teams. Remember, this is a 2-0 matchup for both squads. The winner, they get through to the playoffs. They're the first team crowned and christened into that playoff bracket against those invite teams, against the other victors in this Swiss system. It's the A-Execute and Nemiga. They're very nicely set up to deal with this one. The AK doesn't go unchecked. Upon check pre-fires, and that's the automatic rifle dropping. The M4 does connect for a bit of damage, but it's still fairly even trading. A 2 versus 2. Bomb in the open, but still smokes at the ready. Ponchek can re-smoke the CT spawn if needed, but I think they want to double dip. Maybe behind the flash. MDS salvages another, and Jayo, he can peek as a response. Shadow spotted, number 11.
I'd like to see the peek go into MDS just a second earlier. He was fully flashed. They could have swung off the angle, brought that into a 2-on-2, and eliminated that threat from jungle, meaning that they could backtrack round to B if they wanted to. Nonetheless, they did a lot of damage on a round that just had the pistols, and they're actually going for it again. Because they don't have this loss bonus, despite keeping 2k in the last, they're unable to invest into this one. So they're going for the pistols again. They'll probably go for another fast-paced play, probably towards this B site. And if they don't get it done here, they will have the money to invest into the next round.
And Nemiga not very well set up to contend with this. Jayo inside the underpass. If he gets taken down early, then that leaves the whole B site vulnerable. It's actually Box instead. He's towards that underpass avenue of approach, and he does find a kill for his troubles, able to back away, and now MDS's position isn't as exposed, considering he's got support from not just one player, but Speedak as well has joined the party. Nice configuration against these pistols. Very well read from Nemiga, and that's what makes them such a good CT-sided team most of the time. Wisła, they might have a couple of troubles to close. Scoreline gap, just 2.
Well, as it starts to get closer and closer, and it starts to get closer to the end of the game as well, Wisła, they need to get the job done now. If they don't, Nemiga pretty much level out the scoreline. We'll be sitting 14-14. They could very easily take it in regulation. They could very easily take it to OT. And that's not what Wisła want right now. They were in a prime position to close it out a few rounds back. Now they need to do so here. AKs, Galils, and AWP in the hands of Hades. This is their best chance of doing so right here, right now.
Just outwards and onwards. Jayo, first angle. M4A1S picked. Usually through these smokes, it's got its advantages. Doesn't give away the tracers. That's not going to be a factor as he drops first. Mid control once again is the priority for the Poles, as they want to aggress a second time. Box drops. This becomes a problem in the 3 versus 5. Lollipop, he's got to do something, and maybe aggressing ramp might meet his maker. Jedka's watching the angle. He'll spot the shins before Lollipop knows what hits him. He's got the kit, the M4, couple of bits of utility as well. And that's such a lovely sweep away. He's hyper aware, but losing a teammate towards the B site in the meantime with a minute left will allow the bomb to wrap through. And Speedak and Lollipop, they've got a decision to make.
4 versus 2 situation. Nemiga can't afford to lose anymore. And as that bomb's got itself onto that B site, the C4 will go down. And this will more than likely be 15 for Wisła. I think Speedak and Lollipop do go for this one. I don't think they can afford to go for a save. And they've actually got loads of money in the bank as well. So they are 100% going to go for this. But the T's are all set up to deal with it. As Ponchek putting a headshot straight into Speedak. And yeah, Lollipop all on his lonesome. 1 versus 4. What can he really do here? There's 20 seconds on this clock.
Absolutely nothing. Giving away this M4A4, as you mentioned, might not matter all too much considering Wisła. They'll be on 15 rounds next time. He might even just go for the ninja here. I love the attempt, but I think the smoke just whiffs by a whisker. He will find a kill in the meantime, and he's not got the clock to rely on. Couple of seconds left. Wisła close. It's 15-12. They've got 3 chances to finish.
Are they going to seize any one of those 3 chances, though? They've got to face up against a full investment here from Nemiga. And Nemiga have the money to really buy till the end. This is the thing. Because they've got so much cash, if they win the next, then they'll just have even more money. And they'll be able to take it all the way to overtime. Wisła only need 1. So breaking the bank makes absolutely no difference here whatsoever. They have no AWP to work with for Hades. It's AKs all round, the utility, and the bomb heading towards B ramp.
These early frags usually favouring Wisła. The AWP doesn't connect this time in the double AWP setup. Both fire through accurately in unison. Mid completely taken. Wisła forced into this A take where Lollipop is waiting, ready to receive. What a flawless round there from Nemiga. It's the AWPs, that AK-47, everybody chipping in. 2 chances left.
Why didn't we see this earlier? This is just such a lockdown from Nemiga. They're not letting Wisła in at all. Completely deny any kind of opportunity for them to even get close to one of those bomb sites. And right now, 15-13. Wisła are on an eco. Minio the only one with a Kevlar, backed up by a few pistols from his teammates. Unless they pull off an absolute masterclass here, it's going to be 15-14. It's going to be a full 30-rounder, Jamie.
This almost just looks like pretty much a guaranteed overtime almost. Nemiga, they've been firing from all cylinders here on their CT side, but Jedka absolutely steps up, steps in, double 1D, really gives Wisła a chance. Those rifles retrievable, Lollipop trying to close it away, and with underpass control taken and Nemiga clutching at straws to find these kills, Ponchek nails another one.
This is an eco from Wisła, and 2 incredible 1Ds coming through for Jedka. The man that we talked about before has tipped the scales in their favour. A 5 versus 2, Speedak with the AWP, MDS with that M4, has to get the job done here, otherwise it's Wisla's map 1 for the taking.
Opportunity to close, and apartments control taken. MDS needs to come in with something special, David Blaine-esque. Speedak closes at the same time. The rotate Speedy, and MDS now needs to find these shots. The Deagle does connect, and Speedak needs everything. A 1 versus 2 to carry through, and Jedka finishes him off. Wisła, in an unbelievable fashion, is able to finish off Mirage. It's Nemiga's pick. We go to Wisla's home turf next. Surprising result. Dust 2 on the cards. We will go to a very short break in between, but don't go very far because we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes with a second map of this series.
Nice shot. Lock and load.
Welcome back, everybody. It's map 2 of this series. Interesting result with Wisła picking up the first map. 16-13. It was all down to that eco round to finish, remember, Josh. Couple of deagles from Jedka. He's been the top fragging player in this whole tournament, and that continues here into this series. I was wondering, playing against this sort of firepower and star power of a squad like Nemiga, maybe things get a little more difficult. Maybe he shuts down and slows down, but that pace has been relentless.
You would think that Wisła, playing pretty dominantly against Nemiga over on their own map pick of Mirage, should be able to carry that momentum across to Dust 2. This is their pick. This is their comfort map. However, we do know what Nemiga are capable of. We know that they're a very strong side, and what we saw on Mirage wasn't their best performance. So there's definitely potential for them to bounce back here and take it to a third map, but Wisła have got to be sort of your favourites at this point, surely.
I certainly agree. I think that Wisła probably likely to take this 2-0 now. I think the unfortunate factor is you are playing against Nemiga. You've got to kind of remember that. There's a lot of firepower on this side. They didn't play their best Counter-Strike, especially on that counter-terrorist half when we got onto that CT side of Mirage as well. We certainly didn't see the best out of them. And going forward to this second map, we know that Wisla's T side, it's going to be strong and powerful. I'm really interested to see what side they actually select, and it does happen to be that counter-terrorist start. Obviously, you want that T side to finish. You can control the pace up to the finish line. You know exactly how many rounds you need as well. If you need those 12 rounds, maybe you play a really fast style balls to the wall Counter-Strike. Here, they can play their standard setup, mass as many rounds as possible, and then they've got that goal, that benchmark to work towards on that terrorist side.
Kicking things off on the pistol. Its flash is going over long early. Jedka and Hades kind of blocking each other a little bit there, but Jedka spins around, gets the headshot, and that's their avenue out. They can get right back onto this site, go for the boost up. A little bit awkward who's going to boost who, but they get back onto it, and now they can deal with the push.
Jedka Hades combination on the A bomb site doesn't merit the appropriate results. Now just Jedka with Minio forced away by the smokes. Not spotting everything here towards A, and these one taps absolutely needed. Jedka misses by a whisker, goes for a tertiary swing, and finally shut away by Lollipop. Health becomes a problem for Nemiga, even against the USPSs, as Ponchek shows you exactly why. MDS instantly eviscerated, leaving Lollipop in box away. The bomb should go down here at the minute mark, and Wisła, how do they pry back into this one? The USPSs are rampant, looking to rage their way into this A site, and Minio should be able to sweep away this frag onto box right now. Lollipop's found one in the meantime, and with the P250 in the back line, that will end the afterplant.
Once the time pressure becomes a factor, Wisła have to put their foot on the gas, and they do exactly that. Come in with the two pistols, find those kills, get that bomb defused, and that's going to be the round in their favour. And a very good start here for Dust 2. And I love this from Jedka and Hades. They go for that initial peek towards long. They get flashed off, so they have to fall away. And whilst they're falling back, they land the headshot, and that secures their exit.
Yeah, just a really good round, all things considered, and exactly the start they needed on this CT side. Nemiga just unable to put up the forces. As soon as that bomb goes down, as you said, time pressure applied. That's when Nemiga should be able to take control, but perhaps just over-peaking that USPS of Minio towards the CT spawn allows that flank from Jedka to come through, and there's so much control there for the Poles. Now AK-47's in hand, bomb down means more cash, and Jayo in a Lollipop, they're going to start off with this short execute.
So much damage has been dealt, despite the fact that it is, or at least was until a second ago, a 4 versus 3 in Nemiga's favour. MDS is still sitting on 6 points of health, and Lollipop followed suit. They are pushing over towards short now, one man coming in from long. That's Box. He's the man with the full HP, but only the Deagle in hand. Needs to try and win this duel, and so far, no success. This is all a distraction for his teammates to get onto the site, and this could go horribly wrong for Sparrow and Jedka here.
Beautifully isolating Box there on long as well. Means that in Nemiga, they're forced onto this A bomb site, but losing players thick and fast. Speedak a 1 versus 3. He needs this kill sooner rather than later, and Sparrow's able to finish him. AK-47's retrieved now. This will be the full buy again coming in from Wisła in the next. This Nemiga, they've got a dilemma. They've got plenty of money going into this one. Do they pick up Galil's in body armor, or will we just see the Deagles?
I think they'd probably go for just, a couple of pistols here, maybe some Kevlar. It should be another fairly simple round for Wisła with Nemiga going for the full buy in the next.
Sometimes it makes sense just to pick up a couple of the Galils, especially considering this is a ploy for money in the early rounds. Nemiga, if they don't find 2 or 3 kills out of this one, then that gives the Poles an opportunity to build that cash up, and they can have that $3,000-4,000 in the bank going into the buy rounds.
Box just trying to get into middle right now. Look at these odds. They're actually quite heavily favouring Wisła going into this one. Of course, this is their map pick. They did snatch away Mirage. And they're looking very confident here as well on Dust 2. Rifles in hand. They should be able to dispose of these pistols as Nemiga just trying to punch in for some kind of control over towards A here. First kill comes through. Hades with this AUG in hand. He's got a nice sight line, and as the nades rain over, they don't do all too much damage, but he should be able to finish them off. AUG spray comes through. Jedka finishes things through, and it's going to be the nice third round here for Wisła.
Yeah, really successful stuff. 3-0 on the board and just really nicely containing these pistols. That's what I was talking about before. When you don't go for this follow-up investment on the T side, you've got a lot more maneuverability. We saw Nemiga basically force buying after force buying on their T side of Mirage, and it actually did work out for them. Remember Wisla's economy? It was so low for the longest time. I think those odds are just predicated off the fact of a couple of really dodgy results here in the last couple of months. Losing twice against Sprout, losing once against Windstrike. Those are big teams to contend with, especially the Germans. 11-9, 16, 16-11 and 16-9, I should say, with really weak CT side results. So if they're unable to put together these pistols, put together these big terrorist side halves, they might have real problems here, Josh.
Absolutely. If Wisła can snatch away the majority of the rounds in the first half, Nemiga might have some problems on their hands. Of course, only a couple of those games to go off of, so the data might be a little bit skewed, but oh, that's a very nice grenade from Sparrow. Actually gets Lollipop right down to 19 HP, and as a result, he's going to upgrade to the AWP as his teammates want to try and push through the doors.
Long as all about this utility, and none in the reserve is Sparrow's AK first to drop. Jedka unable to trade, has to fall away to A, and allow Hades with a different scoped rifle. Loves that scope, but this is certainly a unique variety. The AUG, a weapon that we don't often see nowadays in 2020. Blast from the past, perhaps. 40 seconds remaining. And Nemiga, they're so low on HP. Lollipop just 19. MDS, half of his original health. Moving towards this A bomb site once again. And they have 0 smoke grenades to make this cross. So, no prizes for what's happening here. 20 seconds. Clock so low, and surely they get caught on the cross right now. That bomb, it's finally made its way over, but MDS should get shut away on ramp, and, well, here's Wisła just to close it away. Jedka, Hades, everybody stepping up to the party. They've got the party hats on, Josh.
Indeed they do, and they'll be happy with this one. 4-0 up, and that's just a really big mistake there from Nemiga. They have no utility to get across, and to get onto that A site of Dust 2, you absolutely have to have the nades. You have to have the smoke grenades for the cross, and if you don't, there has to be flashes or something to accompany you. Even with the run boost, which was quite smart, nice bit of initiative to go for, you still have to throw that flash to actually get onto the site and get that C4 down. And with no utility whatsoever, there was no chance of them doing so. Another eco here, and I can't imagine they get much done.
Back to the pistols, just boxed with one rifle. That's the AK-47 looking for a little bit of damage, which is absolutely needed right now. Wisła, they're building this money up. Everybody around this $5,000 to $7,000 mark. Only Sparrow a little low. He was the only player to drop in those previous rounds, and wanting to go for an AWP as a response, drop away that previous rifle. Of course, we've seen Wisła many a time going for this double AWP setup. We talked about it at the start of Mirage. One of the few teams who can really make this pay. One of these AWPs totally isolated. Now Sparrow, he will be challenged, but eviscerating that AK-47 prompts the Deagles to go elsewhere.
We saw Nemiga go for this in the T half of Mirage as well, where everyone else was on a half buy. Jo went for a full investment with the AK. This time it was boxed, but it didn't pay any dividends. The run boost comes through. Nice little B-hop as well for Speedak to get up close and personal. And with the AWP in hand, MDS is the distraction. How on earth does that work? Such a Foon-esque play to get onto this A-bomb site. And now the retake for Ponchek and Sparrow.
It gets interesting. Orp at the ready. Ponchek, Sparrow. They're closing in from different angles. It's Ponchek on short. Sparrow towards long, but Long might be locked off by the sniper rifle right now. Instead, Jayo, he is the first to drop, and Speedak's still watching towards short. He steals away the first. That makes Sparrow's job absolutely impossible without the defuse kit. Bail away and allow Nemiga to take their first.
So far this series, we've definitely seen our fair share of these Deagle Force rounds going their favour. Not just it for Nemiga, but actually for Wisła as well. Remember the last round of Mirage ended that way with some crazy Deagle headshots. That is going to be Nemiga's first here on Dust 2. Still a long way to go and still quite a hefty bank to break if they want to try and chip away at Wisła and close this gap. But that's absolutely the start they need to do so.
4-1. AWP's ready for both teams. 3 in the server right now. Speedak the only for this Nemiga side. Double ops in the hands of Hades and Sparrow for the counter-terrorists. M4s that all elsewhere. Wisła just going to spread these defenses, of course. It's mid-control to contest to start things off. Hades loves to jump above these smokes. Get that initial information, take a pop shot off, minimize the approach from the terrorist side. They're going to go straight into his position. Minio's there to catch the first and isolates this B push from both angles. Hades ready, Ponchek waiting, and they will find all of these kills right now. The smoke placed just absolutely eviscerates Speedak.
Oh, well, Ponchek's just done a hell of a job there. Even though he's only found himself 1 kill on that B site, he's dealt loads and loads of damage. You can see them all lighting up through the smoke, and Hades the one to finish things off. Actually, no kills coming through for Nemiga there. Off of the back of a pistol round win, where they charge in, they hit some crazy shots, they go straight into the 6th, and they can't get anything done with the rifles. Back down to basics. I think they will go for an investment here. In fact, they almost certainly will, but what can Lollipop and Jayo pull out any more than maybe a Galil?
I almost assume that they will just pick up an AK-47 and leave the utility duty for Speedak, Box, well, or Speedak and MDS perhaps. That doesn't give you all too much to work with if you are going to go for an execute. Perhaps contend for a long control. It really does limit your options on this T side. So taking a tactical pause to discuss this one, I expect a bit of simplicity here in the 7th.
The double up setup coming into play once again here for Wisła. We saw it actually very successful over on Mirage. It's Hades and Sparrow, the ones that are doing the damage with it. Now they're doing the same, of course. So Nemiga still discussing what to do here. I think Speedak, he can of course afford that AWP, the Kevlar, the full utility to back it up as well with a helmet. Box is going to be in a fairly similar position. There you go. He's going to buy down just that smoke and that flashbang. But the real cause for concern is Jayo and Lollipop right now. I think maybe even one of these guys drops down to a Mac 10 or a Galil and buys the util.
Deagle definitely a question mark. Lollipop could certainly go for one, but instead it is those AK-47s, prioritizing the firepower for the terrorist side, taking a lengthy pause to discuss, but now into the action against the double up setup. It's been this mid-control, the set play for Nemiga since the very start of Mirage, funnily enough, taking its final form here on Dust 2, but being just shut away from long right off the back of those Molotovs. And due to the dynamics of having only 3 smokes in the server, they cannot afford to waste it on their pursuit into long, knowing that more Molotovs might come. They can't get rid of all of that utility before they come in, but they have dealt damage as a response.
And if they use those smokes to extinguish the Molotovs, they've then not got any for the cross. So it just causes them more problems than it's worth. They have to fall away. Their initial plan's been foiled. Now they need to think of something on the fly. They have been given a little bit of an opportunity as Jeka's got aggressive through that smoke. Did deal some damage, but can't find the kill. And that gives them the chance. The man advantage to work with a minute left on this clock.
Man advantage for one of the first times, and Sparrow, he's isolated towards the B side of the equation. With mid coming through, there should be a bit of a B split from Nemiga. Still an opportunity to head over towards short off the back of a bit of a fake, and this would be a massive mistake. If they walk into the triple man execute here, Wisła, they are primarily pronged to set up to defend this one. 40 seconds on the board. Bomb still on its lonesome, and with Ponchek tagged down to 23 HP, Nemiga still haven't made their mind up yet. I think this is going to be the A take.
Still with this man advantage, time ticking away though, and with that C4 still down on short. In fact, it's actually in middle. There's 20 seconds left on this clock. They have to get in. They have to get all the kills and the C4 down without wasting any time whatsoever. And Minio's there to find the first. A 2-man advantage for them to work with as they start to wrap back round to B. But if Pharaoh can hold the line, he could win this round single-handedly. 6, 5, 4. There's no time left. The bombs can't go down. And Sparrow's done the job.
Unreal. Finally dies, but it doesn't even matter. Hades finds one after time, and what a heartbreaking scenario there for Nemiga. Getting onto this B bomb site, but just too late. Look at Sparrow. He's done his job absolutely flawlessly.
Going into the 8th, Nemiga already taking an early casualty within 5 seconds of the round start. Jo just down to that deagle as well. There's certainly some contingencies for them to work with, but Lollipop's managed to sneak through the smoke, only dealing minimal damage as well. Now his position's known, does still come out on top, but eats the grenade in the face. And this isn't the start Nemiga are looking for.
Absolutely not. Now reliant on the Desert Eagles, in which Gio is going to sweep away the first towards the B bomb site. Rifle unretrievable, and Sparrow, the main man towards the curly letter, might have to fire through once again. Could actually isolate this bomb, as Speedax still needs to make the cross, and he has no support from Gio right now. This will have to be the jump peak, and they are unaware. Where is the double peak here for Nemiga? It's the flash that's perfect. That final piece of utility being thrown through perfectly, and now another 2 versus 2 to carry through. Sparrow through window, spots out the shadow, misses the no-scope. Just Jedka remaining as he tries to isolate Speedak on this bomb site. Lovely headshot, but now needs to convert to Gio, who gets off the angle, finds the frag.
Comes incredibly close, another 1 versus 1 situation. But Gio, he was the man with only the deagle in hand at the start of this one, and he finds himself a 3K. Absolutely beautiful stuff, and a timeout caused off the back of it. Look at this money right now for Wisła. They're 6-2 up. They've had a very, very dominant half so far. And 3 of these guys around that 2K mark and definitely cannot afford to buy into this one.
This could be the change in pace. We saw this yesterday with CT sides amassing plenty of rounds. All tournament that seems to be the case, and unable to close and capitalize at the end. With the money totally broken, Wisła now go for a bit of a gamble buy here. M4, AWP, Deagles likely on the 2. Sparrow not much to work with. And Minio, of course, just that MP9 for Nemiga. I expect more control once again. Hades has been a massive member, so picking up that sniper rifle certainly is a priority for that A-bomb site defense.
Speedak just hits the leg of Hades there, punching him for more, actually finds it. I'm surprised Hades doesn't fall off of that angle after he gets the leg. That's going to be a nice man advantage for Nemiga to find, and one of the rifles dropped. Ponchek getting aggressive, wants to try and land that shot with the deagle, can't connect it. His reactions are snappy, but not that snappy. And Minio, he's really isolated here. Has to call for support from his teammate, and Jedka's there to help him out, back in a 4-on-4.
Consistently well-executed teamwork from Wisła. It's meriting these first frags. Now Nemiga, the scoreline's even, and Box might just get tagged away by this nade. Dodges it just in time.
Minio right now just jiggle peeking this angle. In the meantime, Jedka's getting aggressive, but Jo knows exactly what's up. Right in the corner, completely unchecked. That's a little bit of a mistake from Wisła. Gives Nemiga another opportunity to sway the numbers back in their favour. And Minio, well, with the inverted doors, can afford to leave his teammate on his own on B, but he really needs to hit these shots when the teammates peak.
Needs to hit one right now on the swing. Still a short execute on the cards if possible. And Minio missing that first does get punished. Another AWP dropped, and Ponchek and Sparrow really don't have too much to work with. Only the scout in play. This will have to be sensational. A first found, a second headshot. As Sparrow, he might have just done enough right now. Ponchek does fall in the meantime. That will be the 3rd round for Nemiga. Got sketchy for a second, but as we go into round 10, Wisła, they'll have to eat the full eco in this one.
A valiant attempt nonetheless, but it's not quite enough. 6-3 they now sit, and with this eco, we'll be staring down the barrel of 6-4. We saw this from Espada earlier on, where HellRaisers took that initial lead on the second map. They were looking super convincing, and then they just kind of threw it away a little bit. Hopefully that's not the case for Wisła. They've been playing sensationally throughout this series. But right now, just the USBs to work with. A single Desert Eagle on Sparrow. I can't imagine they get much done here.
No, the priority becomes doing a tiny bit of damage and limiting that Nemiga economy, which is fairly low. Surviving with 5 is an absolute prerogative, a priority here for Nemiga. Obviously, that's out of the question early on, but with Sparrow being the only danger man with the Deagle, let's see what else that he can do towards the middle of this map. He'll be the second man to peek into Box's aggression. Maybe a shot here. No, only the one frag found. 4 rounds for Nemiga.
This is going to be another buy up from Wisła, but Hades hasn't got the cash to go for this AWP. So it is going to be the rifles all round. Utilities not looking too shabby, but like a single smoke grenade on Hades here. Only a smoke and a flash on Ponchek and Sparrow. There's certainly a lack of these incendiaries. There's only one in play. There's only one HE in play on Jedka as well. So there's certainly a huge lack of this offensive utility, and that's the sort of nades that you need to try and keep the opponents out.
Absolutely. It's long control once again for Nemiga. This hasn't favoured them up to now, but contending with those incends finally with a little bit of cash behind them. Those smoke grenades an absolute priority. 90 seconds left, and Nemiga have won these initial duels.
It's interesting to see Hades actually swap out that AUG for the M4 as well. Thought he would stick with that scope rifle. But, Minio just been given a lifeline there as Speedak misses the shot. Man disadvantage still, but with the rifles to work with, still an opportunity as Nemiga start to backtrack and head towards B.
Defense at the ready. Sparrow will be the first man to find a firefight, and with Minio rotating away, puts a lot of pressure on the Pole's shoulders. Needs to swipe in with something perfect, and it's only the first. Traded right back. That teamwork from Nemiga finally showing its 2 colours. And red and white pushing into the B-bomb site.
I think this is almost certainly a safe call for Minio and Hades here. They've already called it. They're falling right away. It's a 3 versus 2 on any other site, on any other map. I think it's something that you'd maybe consider. But here on the B site at us 2, they've got absolutely no chance. And falling away and saving those M4 and AK combo is far more important. That's going to allow Nemiga on to 5. And a good chance at 6 as well. Of course, Wisła will have that loss bonus racked up, so they will have a fair amount of money to work with into the next. I imagine these 2 players drop a couple of rifles over and they do go for another investment here. But Nemiga are drawing closer and closer to leveling out this scoreline, closing this gap. And that's something that Wisła have worked really hard to establish and don't want to allow.
Certainly not, especially with that big lead built up from before. You don't want it to go to ruins before the end of the half. 5 rounds, that's not enough to be confident and happy with going into your counter-terrorist side. Once again, it's Minio leading the charge. Lollipop, he's actually been at the top of these entry kills since the very start, not just of the series, but the tournament. 3 for him here on Dust 2 early on, first half. Let's see how it ends. 5-6. Bit of a scrappy buy from Wisła, just, of course, saving a couple of those rifles back. Sparrow tries to double dip into mid, and now needs to find a second avenue of approach.
Well, the nade from Hades actually finishing off Box as well. So that does give them this man advantage to work with. Sparrow's hungry for more as well. Trying to peek around mid. Spots out 1. Can't quite connect the headshot. But Speedak and MDS are now on such low HP that Deagle on Ponchek becomes deadly. The numbers are leveled back out into a 4-on-4. But this is very, very doable for Wisła right now.
MDS has a great angle. The smoke grenade thrown is incredibly fortunate as Minio swings into Speedix AWP. And that might isolate the push on to B. Still Ponchek and Sparrow holding, waiting, watching. Nemiga need the information before they go in for this swing. And of course, with Hades towards the other side of the map, they've already spotted out the M4. So that's key intel to bring into which site they want to prioritize. The chances are Hades might just go down here. I cannot see him checking towards the blue box. And Lollipop's good enough to sweep away the shots.
As soon as Lollipop finds it, it opens up a world of opportunity. They can walk straight onto this A site and have no problems whatsoever. Ponchek and Sparrow right now. they're not in positions to contest this one whatsoever, but considering the HP of 3 of the 4 of these remaining players, they could certainly take away a few of these rifles. It's not massively impactful. Nemiga's economy is pretty strong right now, but to be able to grab yourself an AK is a pretty good prize.
I'll take that. 25 seconds left on this bomb, and of course you want any rifle you can get your hands on. It's startling how much damage Sparrow has dealt this round and only found 1 kill for his troubles. It's unfortunate. That could have really flipped the whole scenario on its head. There is that aforementioned AK-47, and it's just unretrievable by Nemiga right here.
They don't even want to try and hold on to it. They're just going to fall right back to long. They're going to hold on to what they have. They don't want to feed their opponents anymore. They know that they haven't really got the HP to win a fair gunfight, and instead they'll just fall away. Wisła now have got the money behind them to go for a full investment. Hades with that AWP in hand, everyone else on the rifles, and this is looking healthy. If they're going to take this one back in their favour, this is where they're going to do so. The odds already levelled out as Nemiga have closed that gap, and we've got a pretty closely contested half on our hands here.
Yeah, remember how one-sided those odds were a little earlier on in this map. Wisła strong favourites. That's no longer the case as Nemiga close in on quite the half. Speedax burning. He's burning. 4 HP as he falls away.
Oh, that's such a ballsy play to stay in the Molotov, hope for someone to peek, and sacrifice a load of your health to get that opening pick. Today, it doesn't pay off for him. Sitting on 4 points of health already. Now his teammates, they've taken a lot of control towards mid. It's completely uncontested. So they have a nice B wraparound, and Jo knows exactly what's up. Sprays right through the smoke onto Sparrow. His teammates doing even more damage as Lollipop finds one more. And this is starting to really fall apart for Wisła.
The smokes plunge through. Wisła down to 2. The whole bomb site given away. This 4 versus 2 scenario, never going to even go for it. We talked about the dynamics for 3 versus 2 a little earlier on in the broadcast. 4v2s, never ever going to go for them. Nemiga, they built this economy up, so it's surely hunt time in the final 30 seconds of this bomb going away. Box maybe the primary investment towards long.
They really don't want to let Hades hold on to this orb, but for now, they're not hunting, and they're really, really far away. 15 seconds left on this C4. Nemiga still miles away. Wisła might be able to get away with this one and carry those rifles into the next. I'm trying to work out how much they'll have. Ponchek's got 2.5k. They've got a loss bonus built up. Maybe they could go for somewhat of an investment into this next one if they do choose to buy around that orb. I think they almost certainly will. Yeah, they'll drop over to Minio and Sparrow. They should have a pretty healthy buy here.
Yeah, it's that max loss bonus that really bails them out of a lot of trouble there. If you save 2 rifles with the maximum loss bonus, you can pretty much buy onto the other 3. All things considered, it will be the double AWP. Sparrow picking it up for the first time in a while, obviously feeling confident that he can take maybe the duel towards the B bomb site better with the sniper in hand. It's Hades towards long. You want to separate these snipers and hit the Incend straight through. Lollipop instantly dodges it. Cannot dodge the HE as a response. Down to 19 points of health and slipping into this smoke. He's gone completely unbeknownst to Jedka.
Jedka right now is in a prime position, but as Lollipop's incognito, MDS is able to swing and find him. Even another one coming through for Lollipop. This is absolutely clinical. All of the headshots connecting, and Ponchek and Sparrow once again in a 2 versus 4 situation that I can't see them going for.
No, Nemiga just opening up all of these bomb sites right now. Feels like their firepower is firing on all cylinders. Of course, this will be the retake opportunity. Well, might not be even. Round number 14, no money really in the back pocket. Saving with 2 rifles alive is going to be tough, especially with Sparrow giving away his position towards B. I expect Nemiga to really charge into this one right now. This hunt should be aggressive. They've literally got nothing to lose. All of these rifles can be very speedily reinvested into the final round of this half, where Wisła, they're just hoping to take 7 after such a successful start.
If they can save these 2 rifles, they'll have a healthy buy into the next. If they can't, it's going to be a rough one. And Box is already hot on his heels. He's very, very close to these opponents. Ponchek behind the door. Hope that he can go unnoticed. And he's going to get taken out. The AK punches through for a beautiful headshot. Tapping away for the second. Sparrow needs to pull out his pistol. Can't connect the second flick, but does stay alive. So an AWP will be floating in the final round of the half. But this will be for Wisła to take 8-7 in their opponent's favour, which is pretty rough considering they had a 6-0 lead.
Yeah, that's absolutely horrendous, especially on a map like Dust 2, where at best you're looking to trade away rounds. If you start with 6-0, you're certainly looking for somewhere in the 9, 10, 11 boundary. That would be a successful half. Even 7 here certainly isn't. Even with Hades pitching in those first frags time after time here, Nemiga, they're dealing with the rest.
Ponchek with this MP9, everybody else with whatever they want. And it's speed act to fall early. Hades gets flashed off the angle, can't connect that shot. He's going to have to fall right away. And that gifts Nemiga some control towards the mid doors. But as Minio finds one more of his own, Wisła have started to get more comfortable here, but it's a little bit too late. 15th round should be theirs for the taking if they play their cards right with this 2-man advantage, minute 10 on the clock.
Such a tough scenario. Wisła ready and waiting. 3 versus 5. Just trying to connect with 7 at the end of the half. Minio towards mid and the spread approach. It's Nemiga fishing for frags all over this map.
45 seconds left on this clock. The C4 has been left in the B tunnels. As the smoke comes through, it's going to give away their position ever so slightly, but Hades bang through the smoke, finds himself both of them. What an insane read, and it leaves it all down to Lollipop. He gets himself a nice headshot, but with 30 seconds on this clock, his position's known. He's got 4 to find. There's surely nothing more he can bring into this one. And as he peeks out short, it's Minio to finish off the job. Not the best of halves here from Wisła, considering they had such a strong start, but nonetheless, it's half decent. 8-7 isn't anything to complain about. And we get to see those smoke shots again from Hades. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is the break of pace at the end of this first half right now. Going into the secondary pistol, you really need to just go into that pistol round confident. Of course, I think Wisla's confidence might be slightly shaken. And realistically, this does become a lot more difficult than before. Nemiga with a pretty dominant finish there. You see that streak of 7 at the end of the half. Only Wisła able to bounce back with the 1. Felt incredibly consistent. And now we get a bit of a break of pace before this halftime.
It's certainly the break of pace that Wisła need for Nemiga. Of course, Nemiga just taking 7 in a row very, very convincingly. Really shakes up their opponents. Going into this second half, we did talk about the fact that Nemiga are very, very weak on their CT side. So that could be a problem. If they can't take this pistol, Wisła just get themselves right back into this game, then we could have a 2-0 still on our hands. But Nemiga certainly looking a little bit more comfortable than they were at the very start of this game, and they're certainly showing a fight. So maybe we will see the full 3-mapper here in the second series of the day.
Does seem to be going that way, doesn't it? Nemiga have found that second burst of pace, that second wind, if you will. And it's all off the back of Lollipop, who a player kind of going a little under the radar earlier on Mirage, really stepping up here. 14 frags, he's controlling the middle of the map, really being that key contentious player. And I don't think Nemiga have been able to do all too much here about that aggression. Wisła, it's to change of pace, the second pistol. If they're able to take it, then perhaps that's a way back into this series. Remember Nemiga, they've taken all 3 of these pistols originally. They definitely took the 2 on Mirage, and they took the first here on Dust as well.
Yes, so this is a good start for them. And with taking so many pistols, it does show that they do have a high pistol win round percentage. But look at this strat from Nemiga. This is absolutely crazy. It's charged 3 players up mid. It hasn't been spotted out. They are able to find Sparrow, but he can relay all of this information. And by knowing this, he's just going to tell his team to charge into B. It's only MDS to hold it up. And if the Glocks can dispose of him, then it's a free bomb site as the CTs frantically rotate.
This is so tough and tricky. So much information given away, and Jedka's Glock, it does connect. Lollipop finds one in the meantime, and Wisła won't have these powerful after-plant positions we always talk about over on B. The USPS is closing in, and what a brutal pistol.
I actually really like that from Nemiga. When they went for that mid-push, I thought to myself, this doesn't make a lot of sense, because if Wisła, as soon as Wisła know what's up, they're just going to dart into a bomb site, and it's going to be easy. But instead, as soon as they know it, they do actually go for that. They charge into B. The MDS hiding behind that box just holds the line for long enough that Nemiga can charge around and then go for the retake before the bomb's even planted. And as soon as you have that kind of power, you can just storm in and take control.
Yeah, just that delay and deny option absolutely being pivotal there. Wisła's not going to let this one go. They do go with the force buy here. The AK-47 for Minio, of course, bomb down extra cash.
Of course, at the sacrifice, though, that Ponchek and Jedka have just got Deagles with no Kevlar whatsoever. So you're really relying on Hades and Minio having a big impact here in this round. So far, they've taken this mid-control. Maybe they go for this engagement if anyone's facing on the corner. For now, that's not the case. So they just start to creep their way up short. Go for this engagement on the site against Speedak.
Sparrow, the first man in. Of course, with just the scout in play. Needs to connect with a headshot. One of the better angles for the job as well, as Speedak responds with just that smoke grenade. You see how little damage those scouts do through those thick boxes on the A bomb site. Sparrow wants to head towards middle instead.
Really hoping that that initial prod towards short would actually draw some kind of rotation from Nemiga. Maybe someone would face those mid doors. Instead, Nemiga are playing this very, very disciplined indeed. The smoke is going to go over, and this is going to fake a B wrap. Maybe they don't go for it. Maybe they do commit. Nonetheless, Lollipop's found the kill. He is tagged down to 8 HP. Can't stay and fight any longer, and Minio creeping around needs to try and do some damage here with 30 seconds on the clock in fact.
He's the key player, and the AK-47 does connect with the headshot, levels out the numbers, and Ponchek still towards the middle of the map can hold the rotations in place. Nemiga with 3 towards CT, still the anchor towards long in the form of box with only the MP9 in play. How does he get up close and personal and negate the impact that this long-range duel has? Deagle connects, Nemiga down to 3 as Minio, he's firing on all cylinders and wants another one with the AK-47. Nemiga contending, but it's Gio versus 2 with the A site totally under wraps. He's got enough time for the job, but he needs this headshot. It's not going to happen. And Ding Sparrow down to 3 points of health, but it's the triple kill to finish.
Just shows how snappy those reactions are in the space of one tick, a split second. A dink comes through, a headshot returned, and we're back within 1. 8-9. Wisła, they've got the full buy, Nemiga on the pistols. And this could be the tie-up once again and the catalyst for Wisła to take this one by the reins.
Certainly does seem that way. Long control seems to be the priority. Hades, Ponchek, they'll all flurry out. And Nemiga, they want to contest this with the pistols. It's just never going to happen. Headshots galore. Sparrow wants more. 3 fast frags. And that's the whole of this A taken. They can submerge this bomb site. The smoke's at the ready. Watch them plummet.
Really not a whole lot more that Nemiga can bring into this one. Just that scout on MDS. Jo's got a nice angle around the edge of this smoke, and it's actually MDS to capitalize on it. That lack of that secondary smoke grenade means that they can't quite cross safely. Nonetheless, Nemiga cut their losses, fall away, take that Deagle and the scout into the next. And that's only if Wisła allow it, and they don't send that MAC-10 hunting.
Yeah, the MAC-10 is the one player they can actually afford to lose here. I think Jedka will want to build that bank as well. It's actually Minio to be the more aggressive threat. Easy kill to find, but Jo somehow survives. Ponchek there to clean up the rest, and MDS, oh, he's also been spotted here. There's so much time on this clock left to survive, and Minio, surely he's got his number. That draws the scoreline level, and Nemiga back to saving once again.
Just adds insult to injury. Nemiga weren't even saving anything there. It was just a scout and a Deagle with no Kevlar. So even bringing that into this round probably wouldn't have too much of an impact. But Wisła just makes sure that they're not allowed to. Going into the 19th, it is going to be a full eco here from Nemiga with just that scout. The smoke and the flash.
Remember, Nemiga's CT side previously was where they had their biggest problems. If that makes a reappearance here on Dust 2, we could still get the 2-0 nonetheless.
Absolutely. Round 19, Wisła playing their cards right. They're playing this very slow. They're not pushing into long, which is where Nemiga are all stacked up. This is where they want to try and get these pistol kills. And Jedka's actually playing this from really deep. So as soon as they peek into this, he's going to have all of this information. Look, there we go. He's counting them like sheep. 1, 2, 3. Push into B, guys. I'm going to clean this one up. 2 kills found. 3 kills found. And his teammate Hades is there to help him pick up the pieces. The 5-7 to finish off the job. And that's going to be a nice little stat pad for Jedka here in the 19th.
That is so flawlessly contained. A beautiful work right there. And pushes Wisła onto 10. I think the scoreline was a guarantee, but dropping 0 players, 0 rifles in that engagement is definitely important.
You do start to fear for him when 5 pistols are charging his way, but as you say, contains it very, very nicely. This is Vizsla's opportunity now to win against the buy of Nemiga and start to crumble their economy once again and take the lead here. The bomb heading over towards the B tunnels early on, but not committing to anything just yet. So far, so good, as they've got loads of utility to work with, and Nemiga haven't. They've actually got very, very little smokes, couple of flashbangs, and no offensive utility to keep the opponents out.
That's the issue. Losing these previous rounds, the money on tenderhooks, and Nemiga are too. If Wisła find their 11th right here, surely it's a guaranteed 12th permitting saves don't change matters. Minute 15. And Wisła just playing this one nice and slowly, waiting for the mistakes. It's Jayo who might make the first. He's towards the middle of the map. He's totally isolated as well. And without any support from, of course, MDS on that B bomb site, it will actually be Wisła heading into the A side of things instead. Short becomes the priority. Speedak gets fully flashed. And that limits his options with these peaks. He gets effectively traded. And Nemiga, they're not holding up the line once again.
That's such a strong setup. That crossfire, I thought it would work out for them, but it gets broken pretty quickly. A kill does come through from Jo in CT, but he gets tagged down to 12 HP in the process. This should be pretty easy for Wisła to contain. They've got the bomb planted for short. They can fall back for the post plant, and this 3 versus 2 retake surely can't get anything done as Hades just pops the heads of the final 2. 11 on the board for Wisła, and back to ecoing for Nemiga Gaming.
Hades, that star AWP, does it with another rifle of that scope variety. 2 stunning headshots to finish off there and pushes Wisła to 11. Just a lack of utility there on the A-bomb site. We saw a lack of smokes, lack of flashes, nothing to contain Wisła. They got up too close, way too personal, and able to take the round fairly easily, to be perfectly honest with you. 5 rounds now needed to close out this series, and they might just head into B one more time. This will be a tunnels sprawl. Of course, Jedka not joining the pack just yet. He wants to contend for the middle of the map instead. Just pistols for Nemiga this time. Only a couple of deagles in play. That will be heavily contained towards the middle of the map as Ponchek pile drives through.
Yeah, Ponchek quite quickly realises that there's no one there guarding that B site and that the presence is over towards middle and A. Jedka's in a really strong position here that he can just cut off these rotations and count all of the members wrapping round through the tunnels. He's spotted 2. He's going to relay that information to his teammates, and Wisła should be able to hold on to this.
Seems like simple stuff, especially with the smokes at the ready. Double flash for Wisła to hold this one at bay, but with Speedak finding another headshot, that isolates the final 2 members. Sparrow missing key shots, allows Speedak in again. Ponchek now has to do everything. 4 players to find, and they're pouring into him. Ponchek, one by one they drop, and that's the 12th round wrapped up.
That is absolutely mental. They all peek into him as well. Even the jump, somehow none of these bullets connecting. And he falls right into his crosshair. Ponchek gets all 4 headshots. That is absolutely crazy. A round that Nemiga had no equity in and certainly shouldn't have been winning. But they very nearly did so.
I really do think that Box just makes the key mistake there. Flying, I don't know what that was. I've never seen that move. Maybe it's in karate textbooks somewhere. But with the AK-47, of course, not accurate in midair. Nowhere close.
Nade doing quite a bit of damage onto Minio early on. His position's now known, and the smoke has to bail him out. Falls away from it. In the meantime, Sparrow, he's going to dance around middle, wants to find this opener, gets it onto Jo, and 2 kills coming through. Should be able to put Wisła on to 13 as MDS falls, completely opens up the B bomb site, and this is almost certainly a save call for Speedak and Box.
More nails for the Nemiga coffin. 2 rifles, attempted save, but Speedak not contending with short. That's a lovely shot. Flick upwards. They're harder than the horizontal flicks. Of course, he now can backtrack towards long, supported by Box here. He made the key mistake in the last round, but with 20 seconds left and Wisła a million miles away, this is very hard to contend with. And only the single smoke grenade to actually block off Speedak's AWP. Really can't see this one being done here. I imagine this AWP M4 combination will be carried through once again. I like the angle, but we've seen how speedy Speedak actually is.
I don't reckon I've got enough mouse room to hit a flit like that. I don't think you do either.
No, I certainly don't have enough mouse room.
Or the react. I mean, my case maybe the reactions, the skill. There's a lot of factors that prevent me from hitting flick shots like that. And look at the entry kills. This is something that we sort of talk about being not too impactful. Minio's found 6. That's quite a lot. That's a pretty big impact and a pretty strong entry player to have on your side.
Yeah, it's quite a few. It's more than 5, but less than 7.
Oh, yeah, whatever. 6 is a lot. 6 is more than we've seen in any of the other games.
It's also more than 4 and less than 8.
Yeah, all right. We've done that one. You're not allowed to do that one again. That's it. That's the one time I want to hear that this week.
I'm very creative. Just like this Wisła T side, we've seen them actually really nicely read Nemiga thus far, going into the B bomb site and actually just changing things up when needed.
Well, MDS, I think he got tagged through the door there as he was trying to cross. In fact, that's almost certainly the case as he's over on this B site, taking a lot of damage early on. Jo is able to get himself 1, but with Hades trading it, that's another full HP man down. So a 4 versus 4, but the HP advantage massively lying in Wisla's favour. And they've got quite a nice positional advantage here as well.
Over towards mid, it's Sparrow to start. Lollipop shuts him away. There's a nade as well for Hades. Doesn't quite connect. He retains full HP, but with the flashbang nailing perfectly. The smoke grenade found as well. Hades has to hit the timing. He's off by just a second. 1 minute remaining, up towards short. And that's where the bomb will combinate. Of course, Wisła, they've got 3 players left.
They're forced to go for this 2-2 setup as well. If, of course, they still had 5 alive, they go for a bit of a gamble stack towards one of these sites. Maybe they'd still be contesting this mid control. But with this 2-2 setup, they have to be wary of mid. They have to be focusing on CT as well. And that means Speedak, he's a little bit occupied here. He's got 2 angles to watch, needs to hit the shot with the AWP, and is it going to come through as the smoke starts to fade?
Such a genius boost to contend with Goose, and of course Speedak will connect. He's hit everything over the last couple of rounds. Now needs to double dip with the AWP, and that's a nice angle. Almost nails it. Has to fall away. Bomb to go down, and Ponchek to cover short. AK-47 Creed combination at the ready. And there's the time pressure once again. All kits available for Nemiga. They've got plenty to work with at the 30-second mark. They will close through, and Lollipop does convert. Jedka falls. That's a lovely retake for Nemiga.
Really, really solid spray control there as the head just pokes over and he seems to land every single bullet. That's going to be 10 for Nemiga, and that could have been a really big turning point. If Wisła had taken that round, they would have been on to 14. Nemiga would have been backs against the wall, no money left. It would have been a really difficult situation to fight out of. Now they've got a lifeline. They've got a good chance to close together the next 3. This double up setup coming into play as well with Speedak and Jo, but they do have to face up against a couple more buy-ups here from Wisła, considering they've built up such a bank.
Yeah, that's the benefit that you really build for yourself after winning so many rounds in a row. 13-10. Remember, they were behind before. Nemiga, the statistical favourites. And Jo actually baited into that shot, finds nothing in retort.
Actually takes quite a lot of damage early as well. Box burning alive. That's something that Wisła have been really strong with. Just finding this preliminary damage round after round, where they get those Molotovs in, they get a couple of HEs, and they just sponge up their opponents before they go in to find the frags. Lollipop using that Molotov to keep them at bay. That's going to run down the clock a little bit further when they wanted to try and get through those doors. Allows them to call in some reinforcements, but still damage dealt at 1:10 on the clock.
The smokes are perfect. I love that they forced Lollipop back, isolating him into the CT spawn and keeping these 2 players just absolutely wrapped up upon that B bomb site. It's MDS and Jo to try and hold up a defense, and the AWP connects initially, diverting his attention towards the upper B tons. 50 seconds, still lots of options on the table for Wisła. Seems like they want to fish out towards short. It's Sparrow at least to take the first, but all too much mid control taken by Box. A little bit of initial damage, remember, at the start of the round, but still plenty of work to do with the AK-47. He catches Sparrow off guard, and this should be completely shut away right now. The push coming into B. Jo with the cross and found. Ponchek actually nails the shot first, initially anyway. A 3 versus 2. They're peeking right into him right now, and that might be baiting in the shot. Spots out the second man. That's a closer for Lollipop. 11 rounds.
Coming very, very close once again, but Nemiga are able to tip it over the edge. 13-11. And this is going to be another buy-up here for Wisła. I can only assume that this is a tactical pause that's come through as the scoreline starts to get closer and closer and we draw nearer to the end of this game. Wisła, of course, want to finish this one off in a 2-0 fashion. They know that if they go on to nuke, it's going to be an uphill climb, a struggle. It's a stronghold map for Nemiga, and their best chance here is finishing off Dust 2.
Certainly, easier said than done. We saw that chain together of rounds for Nemiga at the end of Mirage. Dust 2 actually has played very similarly. Now the double AWP for Jayo and Speedak, I wonder if that can pay dividends, because Wisła, I guess on this T side, they will have the biggest problems. We see it's a whole Wisła show as far as the MVPs are concerned. Sparrow, Minio and Hades all leading the charge in their respective categories.
23 kills, pretty impressive at this stage. Sparrow has certainly been a really impactful player for the Wisła side. And yeah, you just see that sea of red. I mean, both teams are red, but I think Wisla's like a much brighter red. It's a much cooler colour.
It's a very in-depth analysis there. We've got red and white for both teams.
Yeah, but look, you can see their jersey. You can see JO's jersey. It's like a dark red and like a navy blue. And then Wisła is like bright red and a little bit of white. They're very different.
Yeah, this is incredibly in-depth. I can see why they pay you the big bucks to be on the broadcast.
Yeah, man, I know all my colours. Do you know all your colours?
I do. This is what they like to call colour commentary.
Way! That was good. I like that. Once again, Lollipop actually getting tagged up very low as well. Straight off the bat, gets tagged on the cross, and that's not the start that he's looking for. Wisła trying to punch in for some more damage here on middle early on.
This map control has been hard fought for towards the middle of the map, both on both teams' T sides on their respective fields. Lollipop 12 HP. He's the first player to get tagged, not fragged. He's fallen back to Goose. He might be one of the more pivotal players here. Wants to get rid of those nades initially. That's some nice initial damage.
Minute left on this clock. No one on the Wisła side wants to be the man to make the mistake. But as the smoke comes through, the flashes start to rain. Box has been completely unaffected by them. And as he gets up close, he's able to spray away 2, make that 3, and completely shut down the round. Speedak's there to support, and things get finished off quite swiftly. Nemiga drawing nearer. I don't know how none of these flashes affect him. I think they all go over his head.
The classic short push, it's the staple of every T side, but nicely contained by Box there. Everybody chipping in, but him with 3 frags. It's just an absolute round ender. 1 round behind now is Wisła. They're sent right back to the drawing board. They've got the pen in hand, but I don't know what they're going to scribble down here in round number 26. Pistols out, not much to work with. This is a half buy if I've ever seen one.
When they started darting towards B and you said pen out, I thought the strat was rush B, and it's looking like that is the case. The smoke goes through, they charge right through it, and Jo, he's able to connect that first shot. These numbers are being thinned out quite quickly. I can't imagine these pistols are able to get much work done as MDS continues to sweep them away, and Jedka falls suit. 13-13, Nemiga level up this scoreline, but this is going to be another buy round here for Wisła, so maybe they pull ahead.
Yeah, this is so taunting, so intimidating to see this cash on the Nemiga side. Of course, Wisła, they can't see the exact numbers, but they've got to know that Nemiga now have that money built up after a couple of really sensational, convincing rounds in a row. Speedak $7,500. Wisła finally back with the rifles. It'll be towards the B bomb site once again, just contending for this control right now. Nemiga, they have been prioritizing long, a lot of the time, and funnily enough, Wisła have either been going towards A and then B, and then back to A and then back to B, instead of double dipping into one of these bomb sites, maybe being slightly predictable. I don't know if that's a pacing that Nemiga might have picked up on here.
Well, if that's the case, and Wisła do decide to charge through onto this B bomb site, they'll only be met by 1 defender, and that's actually Jo with an AWP in hand. Very little utility to accompany him as well. But it's not looking like they're committing to this. It's actually Sparrow to go up towards short, Minio getting tagged right through that door as well. This really isn't a great start for Wisła this time round.
Remember, this series, it's for the opening spot in the playoffs. We've not seen either of these teams actually lose a best of 3 as of this point. We've not seen either of these teams actually lose a map. They've been flawless, and Jayo being the same. AK-47 retreat is right around this corner and might be about to get swept out of the server. It's fairly even fragging on the B bomb site, but C4 yet to go down. And now Hades has to come in clutch with this AWP. Bomb away for Sparrow. Of course, he's got the AK in hand. And there's the time pressure. Kits available on all players. And Hades wants to get aggressive into the tunnels. I'm sure Nemiga will be ready and waiting for this. It all comes down to timing, and that pillar becomes a punching factor. Needs to shoot on to mid, and he's not going to nail it. The secondary flick misses. It's only Sparrow versus 2, and there's the closer from MDS. Plenty of time for the defuse and a 14th on the board.
A much, much closer round, but still not tipped over the edge. A pivotal shot for Hades missed, and that's going to put Nemiga on to 14. Jo put up a hell of a defense there on that B-bomb site. The single man with the AWP in hand knows that he can't play it from a distance. Gets up close once the smoke blooms, hits the no-scope, swaps out to the AK, not only buys time, but drags 2 to the grave with him. That is absolutely sensational and puts Nemiga ahead.
And will they even let go of this lead right now? The money totally built up. Wisła, their momentum completely broken. And maybe finishing this series becomes a massive issue. We go on to a nuke next as the third and final map. If they cannot close, it's Jedka with the opener towards A long. Smokes drop and Speedak challenge. Spots the shadow and the frag. It's a headshot and a secondary. Speedak's doing everything right now as he wants to triple dip through the smoke grenade. Speedak, another shot found, and in the open might be able to close this map in its entirety. Lollipop surely shouldn't get checked here. More Spados found, and their headshots will come through as a result.
Such a messy round, but it comes through nonetheless. Speedak, what on earth was that? Of course, he spots the shadow going through the smoke. A really nice flick. But then a secondary just popped through. Hopes for the best. Lands it through the smoke. Gives him that 2-man advantage and a really, really good foothold there in the 28th. They've now got 2 chances to close, but this is their best chance to do so. Wisła, they're down to the Galil on Minio, a Mac 10 on Ponchek, limited utility to work with. This is do or die time, and they have to make it work.
And how has this map fallen apart? It's fallen apart at the seams for the Poles. They've absolutely blundered such a massive lead here in the second half, and it might all be over before they even wake up, before they blink, before they know what's exactly happened here on Dust 2. The AWP for Speedak, it's been sensational since the start. And Jayo, featuring on the secondary sniper, playing towards the middle of the map, might be contested early here. AK-47's towards short, and Wisła, I think they might be about to dip in once again.
Well, that might just be the case. This time it absolutely has to work. They've been quite consistent with finding these trades, but Nemiga just seem to be on top by 1 more man every single time. And as the clock starts to tick away, 55 seconds left to go in this round, they really need to start upping the pace and making a decision. No kills found from either side. Actually, no damage dealt either. This is really, really tense.
No counter utility for Nemiga this time. You see not even a single flashbang to hold back the force. And is there actually no equipment on the server? Only a single Molotov, that 1 smoke grenade, and this is actually going to be quite hard to hold away. There's not a flurry of utility, but Hades closes in. Bomb drop, that allows the rotate to come in, and MDS now just needs to find 1 more shot to prevent this bomb from going down. 1 headshot could close. He's being countered from long, but it's all fallen apart once again. Jedka's able to sweep 1 back from behind, but Sparrow tapping in these digits. I don't think there's an execution plan here, as Sparrow needs to probably just get right on this defuse. 3 seconds left to close this map, and I think he might have just got it. 16-13. That's Dust 2 falling Nemiga's way, as we will once again go to a third and final map. The Russians look excited. We certainly are too on the English desk. Make sure you meet us back here in 10 minutes, because we've got another map in this series to find out our first playoff spot team.
Jack it up. Jack it up.
We about to turn it up. Turn it. We about to turn it up. Turn it. We about to turn it up. 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 We about to turn it up. We about to turn it up. Turn it up. We about to turn it up. Turn it up. Turn it. We about to turn it up. Turn it. We about to turn it up. Turn it. We about to turn it up. 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 We about to turn it up. We about to turn it up.
All these brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cold, these brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Cold, these brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta ride or die.
Welcome back, everybody. Map number 3, it's Wisła Kraków, Nemiga Gaming. And there is, Josh, one victor out of this one. Someone's going to win it. Someone's got to win it at some point.
Are you sure?
I am sure. I think that somebody is probably going to win this game.
All right, that's some pretty in-depth analysis. Which one do you think it'll be?
Well, it'll be one of the teams with the... I think it'll be the team with the white and red logo.
Yeah, go red team.
Yeah, go red team. There's no way of figuring that one out. I'm not going to get any more specific than that, unfortunately, for you guys right now.
On a real though, I actually don't know who's going to win this one. I think both series have been incredible. In fact, both maps have been incredibly close. We've seen some real reverse sweeps as well from either side. It's been just as exciting as a series can really get. And as we get into the third and final of Nuke, it's a pretty stronghold map for both sides with that sort of 50 to 60% win percentage on it as well. So it's really anyone's game for the taking right now. I think this would be a real close one.
Yeah, I think this has the opportunity to be close. I think that Nemiga are definitely favoured going into this third and final map. I think all of the momentum is on their side. Wisła might really struggle if they use this knife as well. Remember, starting on that T side on Nuke is really quite painful and damaging. Nemiga have been very consistent with these pistol rounds as well. So it's a massive contingency to say that Wisła, right, they need to win the pistols to take this series. I think on the back foot, it takes a lot of mental resilience to get back into a game like this.
Absolutely. Just off of the back of actually Dust 2, where they had a fantastic performance. And then right at the end, they lost a streak of rounds that lost them the game. And it meant that going into this one, they've only had like 10 minutes to cool down. It's going to really be playing on their minds. And the momentum is a massive factor here on Nuke.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case as well. I think momentum is a really big factor here in Counter-Strike, especially when you've just lost so many rounds in a row, especially that conundrum kind of comes to a close if Nemiga is able to win that knife. Starting on that CT side, building up that big win here. That's when you can often see just a really massive victory, those 16-3s, 16-4s. Not that I think that we'll see that in this specific series, but if Wisła don't come out of the gates hot, they need to take a pistol, one of those early rifle rounds. This could be said and done incredibly quickly. Maybe not too quickly, because Nemiga, they've not bothered joining the server yet.
That's always a problem, isn't it? Oh no, they are there, look. They're all there.
Well, they did bamboozle me. They faked me out. What a troll.
Yeah, the HUD was the problem, but going into the knife, this is really the only knife round of the series that really matters. Who's going to start off on this CT side to kick us off here on Nuke, and whoever does so has a huge advantage, and if they can take an early flurry of rounds, then it might just kickstart the win for them.
Yeah, certainly could. This knife, I think it is important for both teams, just to carry that momentum through, to get that big start. Start on the T side and you find 7-8 rounds, then of course you are going to be the favoured team regardless. It's not impossible to win. You will actually look back at those sort of matchmaking statistics and knife round statistics where if you start on the CT side of Nuke, you actually win more than half the time, far more in fact. In a game like this where your mental agility and resilience will be at the utmost maximum, that disparity will definitely be a little smaller. I don't think JOIO has any chance of this knife though. Wisła, they take that CT sided start. I think that's exactly what they need. Bit of pace getting into this.
I certainly like the attempt going for that one, but yeah, it's going to be Wisła starting off. And the fact is off of the back of the lack of momentum as well. If Wisła were to start off on this T side and just have a really rough time and take an early deficit of rounds, maybe going 5-6-0 down, I think they would then really struggle. But kicking off on this CT side, if they can take the pistol, have a good start here, they've got a fantastic chance of taking this one. And it's a pretty funky buy as well. Ponchek with the CZ and the nade in hand, Sparrow the Kitman with the 2 flashbangs, as they just face up against the Kevlar. Flash, smoke and a nade on box early here on Nuke.
It should be a speedy start. That's what you'd expect from the T-sided pistol, and everybody pouring in through Mini. Outside control already, and Wisła, nobody to contend or contest these angles. Lollipop through hell wants to dish and deliver the damage, and instead, wrapping round to Ramp Room. That is so hard for Minio to contend with. He doesn't even find one shot here. That isolates a single player, I think, Hades, on this B-bomb site. He needs to do so much damage right now before these peaks come through, and he's instantly going to to drop. This now becomes practically impossible for Wisła unless they can hit some lightning-fast headshots. And with the CZ75, I question whether there's even the bullets in the barrel to deliver the damage for this one.
He needs to find himself 4, and I don't think that that's really on the cards here. Staying alive, maybe try to get a couple of exits. He can hear the steps, so wants to try and punch it in. There we go. Nice headshot. Second one follows up, but as the reload comes through, that's his demise. Nemiga, they're able to take the pistol off of the back of 4 kills from Lollipop. That's a fantastic start.
The CZ75 is so good at that mid-range. 12 bullets in the barrel is always going to be the problem, though. As soon as you get triple peaked, it becomes a real issue. And look at those favorites right now. Nemiga, that T-side pistol under their belt. They're the heavy favorites coming into Nuke.
Force play here from Wisła as well, and if this doesn't work out for them, they then drop down to an eco. Nemiga have an opportunity to take a really nice early start here. And on this T-side and Nuke, that can be very, very powerful. Charging in with the rifles, 3 AKs, 2 MAC-10s to work with, a lack of utility, but the kills come through nonetheless, as Ponchek falls early, and they should be able to flurry into this A-bomb site off the back of it.
Yeah, all the kills going Nemiga's way, nothing slowing them down. Apart from that bomb, that needs to go down in the next couple of moments. As Minio fails the spam through the smoke, no successes. Wisła looking for damage and perhaps starting to prioritize keeping these weapons alive into the next. Of course, that scout is influential. It's instantly going to fall at the 30-second mark of this bomb being dropped. Now Minio gets spotted as well. What a slaughterhouse.
Keeping everybody alive right now is doing some wonders for their economy. It means that they're going to have lots of money going into the next, and these 2 MAC-10s still floating can actually carry in some damage across in the next as well, as it's just going to be a full eco here from Wisła. Those MAC-10s getting $600 a piece for every kill they find. You can just send them hunting like bloodhounds, and they'll come back with a load of money and a load of heads. Right now, Nemiga 2-0, and Hades just going to save that deagle across.
Yeah, great round right there, contending with a lot of speed. It won't be the buy going into the next. 3-0 should be an absolute guarantee. If Nemiga can compete with this speed, of course, up against the rifles coming up in round number 4, you'd expect them to probably not really slow things down, but play it as somewhat of a bonus. 4-0, 5-0, absolute possibility now on the cards. And that's where things really start to get challenging, difficult for Wisła Kraków. Leaving that T-spawn, it's time to shine.
Just the pistols to work with. Hades, of course, with the Kevlar and the Deagle, but just no respect. Charging right through. Ponchek is able to find that first, but it's instantly traded, and I can't imagine they get a whole lot more done here. Jid could just happen away a couple of shots. He's walking straight into the crosshair of 3 players. Still some nice damage. Actually, a lot of damage coming through. What the hell is this from Wisła?
The full stack upon the A-bomb site just pays absolute dividends, and now MDS finds himself in a practically impossible scenario with a minute 20 to play with. 2 kills already, and how does he find much more out of this one? At the 70-second mark, smoke through. Does that buy enough time for a bomb plant?
I'm not sure. It might just do the trick, because you should be able to retrieve that C4. He's actually done so, getting down to that B site. Should be able to plant it just in the nick of time as well. He's actually got 50 seconds on the clock to work with here. No one to contest this, but with 13 points of health, only a MAC-10 to work with. He's playing a real dangerous game. And Hades and Sparrow hot on their heels on the rotation. They want to play this one together. Sparrow's the man with only the P250 and 1 bullet away from death. But Hades has got so much to work with. And MDS, other than that sound cue of the single door, has no idea where they're playing from. Hades has the drop, and that's going to be the first for Wisła. What a round for them to win.
We were asking for the change of pace, theory crafting, even if they lose the first rifle round, that this gets nice and difficult, but 2 AK-47 saved, a complete change of momentum, and now Nemiga, they will be challenged.
That's just a round that you just don't expect to go their way. Nemiga, we talk about the fact that they take that initial pistol. They've been absolutely fantastic with their pistol rounds, and that they're able to string together a flurry off the back of it. Taking an early 3 here on the T side of Nuke can be so impactful that you can really get like an early boost going. But then for it to be stripped away like that, the eco to come through, it boosts the economy of Wisła right now. It shakes up Nemiga. They have got some cash behind them, of course, holding on to that those MAC-10s in the last to go for the AKs here. But if they lose this one, then it's really not the great start that we were anticipating from them. Right now, the burst comes through on the site, and Nemiga are just absolutely whitewashing this. 3 quick kills, and this should be the round said and done.
Easy stuff, and what a change of pace once again. That A bomb site completely taken. Halt, lock, and key.
Hades really, really far back. Really wants to make sure that he holds on to this AWP. Minio actually maybe wants to punch in some more damage. He's gone up into heaven, which means, well, I can only assume that he's hoping for more. This is going to be the save from them, and yeah, nothing more into this round. Nemiga, that's going to be 3. Very nice start from Wisła.
That's exactly what you're looking for on that T side as well. The change of pace, keeping the momentum from that previous map. Of course, as you lose that knife round, really does lay in a couple of question marks. How many rounds are we really expected to take? We need to maybe not be in cruise control throughout this T side, but just scrap together enough rounds to really manage something sensational here. 3 rounds certainly isn't sensational going into the next buy from Wisła. Lucky enough, they win that eco in the previous. That gives them a bit of extra buffer to work with going into the next.
And yes, with the utility in hand, they want to try and get onto this A bomb site once again. But with Hades finding that opener, he's able to backtrack full right down to B. This is where he wants to get around to ramp in the fastest way possible to try and deny this one. And with Sparrow leveling out numbers even further, Speedak needs to get in here, and he needs to get in fast. This A bomb site's pretty opened up, and with that smoke grenade allowing them to get through, they can get down to vent, try and go for this plant on B. Little do they know, this is where Hades is ready and waiting with the AWP, and he connects the first shot.
He's been one of the strongest fraggers this series, and he even seconds it up. Box in a world of trouble, and Sparrow's there to finish off the job as well. This is where Wisła need to take control of this series. They've lost a rifle round already. They can't afford to lose many more here on the CT side. 5-6, that's really the upper benchmark of every team's goals here on Nuke.
Nemiga down to their reserve cash. They've got out these AKs once again. Utility to work with as well, but no AWP available here for Speedak, and there's nothing more to bring into a future round if they can't convert this one. Wisła is not the best of starts here for a CT side of Nuke, but if they can level this one up 3-3 and then try and take the 4th, then it'd be a very, very good start.
Absolutely the case. Nemiga, just these 5 AK-47 sprawling outside, starting us off with a little bit of speed right now, and, well, just taking that secret control. Hades is there to contend. Of course, the AWP, more than good enough for the job. If those smokes don't land perfectly and flawlessly, you really start to struggle here on that CT side. But Hades certainly hasn't been this series. He's been one of the more shining stars for Wisła, and continues that pace going forward. At the 60-second mark, Nemiga seemed to be a little out of ideas as well as Sparrow receives the peak. Speedak's a little too quick. Ponchek, not too clean, but finds the shot. Nemiga with the real chance here.
Absolutely. With the Ponchek low, they know his position as well. They seem to have an inkling that this B site's up for grabs, and it absolutely is. They push right through. The CT is frantically rotating. They're going to be coming from all angles, but Boxer's got a nice position if they do come from ramp. Nonetheless, Minio's able to deny that plant, and that leaves it all down to Box right now. Just with this C4 in hand, does punch in the numbers, but with 20 seconds left on this clock, a 1v3 at hand, what can he do?
How does he even scramble towards an after plant? He's got so many angles to contend with and cannot connect with that first headshot onto Jedka. It'll be a 3rd on the board for the Poles as they keep this CT side rolling.
Well, keeping the numbers even is certainly important right now. If Nemiga are just pulled ahead and taken a 6-0 lead, which is very viable in many of these rounds, it's been incredibly close, then we'd have a very different story on our hands. But 3-3, still very, very doable for Wisła here if they can continue to string together these rounds on this first half. You've got to remember, though, that they're hoping for at least 9 here, I'd say, on this CT side. So in order to get that, they can't make many more mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that 6 is actually good enough for a team like Nemiga. 9-6 is likely the break-even at this point. Just the pistols out for the next. Should be a sweep away fourth for the Poles. They've got a full buy of their own. AWP in the hands of Hades. He's been such a good player this whole series. We talked about him an incredible amount since those very starting opening graphics. Nemiga just heading outside. The opportunity now is to get the bomb down. Box with maybe a little bit of speed, moving into these angles, but instead falls and flails back, aided by the smokes.
Ooh, MDS. Completely annihilated out of the server. Really not a lot for Nemiga to work with here. Of course, that AK on box. But other than that, it's not really backed up by anything. Just the pistols, no Kevlar. And they are falling apart like flies. It's just Lollipop and Spiak to support him. And they're all going to group up towards this squeaky door where they might just meet their fate. Jedka on top. Should be able to spray this one away. Completely unanticipated. And there we go. Box falls. 2 more to follow. And Ponchek's here to finish things off as he swings out. And there we go. Finishes things nice and comfortably. 4-3. Wisła Kraków. They're starting to find their footing here on Nuke.
Yes, certainly. That double peak as well really does show Wisla's strength in numbers, being such a good team with that team play.
Round number 8, Nemiga. Want to try and get back on the board here because they had a very nice start and it started to slip away a little. A great big wall of smokes outside actually. A really funky one. It's a real weird shape. And Espada is allowed to get into secret. Might get called off by timing. That's exactly what happens. Jo comes out on top with the fight. He's down to 12 points of health, but his teammates are here to support him. They can try and get into this B bomb site, where Wisła aren't really ready for this. One rotation's come through, but the Molotov's going to cut off any chance he has to catch someone off guard. And Ponchek just on the other side with him. They've actually got quite a good setup here to deal with this, but as Spiak finds another, this is where it starts to get messy. Another headshot, lightning fast. We don't get to see it from his perspective, but that brings things into a 5-on-2. Somehow, single-handedly, Spiak has flipped this round on its head, and Jedka and Hades aren't even going to bother going for this one. They know that they have to hold on to these weapons. There's no real chance for them.
No, certainly not. Bail away, Nemiga massive advantage, and that's a 4th round at the right time. Keeps the Wisła economy low. A lot of this cash that's been built up needs being reinvested into the next. This gives them a little more to work with if they're able to keep one in play, of course. AWP watching down the angle and Nemiga just closing in for these exits. Remember, they don't have too much cash to throw into this one, but if Box can find a lightning fast headshot, maybe a double peek comes through to annihilate the AWP. Hades, I'd love to see him just bail towards the back of this T-spawn right now, not give away any angles. Of course, with AWP, you know that he's got the advantage on all of these approaches, especially with none in play for Spiak.
4-4, scoreline leveled up. Nemiga now have some money to work with as well as they've retrieved some weapons from the last, and they've got some money behind them too. Wisła in a similar boat. Actually, the economy's the same, the buy is the same. No AWP available here for this Nemiga side, but the rifles seem to be working out quite nicely for them. They've been upping the pace over towards this A site, and they've had quite a lot of success on B as well. So let's see what they go for here in the night.
Should be trying to contend with these Molotovs, but with Hades sweeping away the first, that's Box to drop. The outside control comes through for Jayo, and Sparrow's going to close him away as well. These angles so tough and tricky to contend with. There are a deceptive number of them here on Nuke. And Lollipop with that double opening almost converts onto Ponchek. Takes him down to 40 HP regardless. And Spiak needs to connect with this shot right now. Wallbang's not possible. And MDS has to swing on through. He's more of a diversion as he swings for the Minio headshot, leaving Sparrow a 1 versus 2. 70 seconds left. Time is certainly not of the essence right now, as Nemiga have so many options open. Maybe just to get the bomb down on the A bomb site. Dropping vents is certainly a possibility as well, and Sparrow's just going to hold up the line. Of course, no more follow-up grenades, just that next smoke to fall. He's got a full set of his own. And expect him to flash on through and try and take this first engagement, certainly onto MDS, who's playing on top of the hut. Powerful after plants. Spiak can respond right off the back of this one. Both fairly sturdy HP. And Sparrow's wasted so much time right now, all the way out into this A bomb site as he voyages right into that squeaky door. Does cut off his approach, and Speedak's there to cut off his head.
With the kit and the utility, he could certainly afford to wait for that second smoke to dissipate, but it applied a lot of pressure to the clutch and meant that the time was just ticking away and he didn't have enough of it. Minio there, that's rather unfortunate. I'm not sure if he actually knew that the bomb was down in that kind of area. Maybe it was behind that second wall, so he wouldn't have spotted it out. Nonetheless, it is going to be the 5th here for Nemiga, taking the lead on Nuke, and after the 9th round as well, this is a very, very strong start from them. If they can continue this, maybe get themselves onto 7, this would be absolutely fantastic. At this point, they're bargaining for more. Hades and Sparrow are the ones to open up this round, though. Actually, an incredible headshot from Sparrow for him to find that one. Gives them this 2-man advantage, minute 35 on the clock, and Sparrow wants to get close. He wants to try and retrieve one of these fallen rifles, as MDS wants to deny it. Oh, just on the other side of this smoke. Hasn't even made a sound cue jumping up onto the box. You can see the shadow of the barrel. Sparrow starts to realise it. Looks right up. That's another freebie. And an AK in his hands as well for his troubles.
Nemiga are creating so much chaos right now, but not coming out on top in this tent. Speedak lollipop straight towards the A bomb site. A nice flashy headshot, but so many more needed to contend with both Hades AWP. And of course, the secondary defense posted by Ponchek. It is the conversion from Wisła here. Nice flank, nice 5th. They even up that scoreline.
Or even Stevens once again, 5-5. This time, Wisła haven't got as much money behind them. In fact, neither team do. It's still going to be an AWP on either side. The AK's all round, the utility. Both teams have been really good at managing their economy. We haven't really seen any rounds in the last few that have been tainted or just the pistols or anything like that, besides Sparrow just having a deagle to work with in the last, and he did very well with that weapon. So right now 5-5, which team's going to pull ahead?
That is the big question, and Minio, certainly he's going to isolate it. 5-5, crucial scoreline. This is where everything can really start to fall apart from Wisła. If Nemiga get up to 6, 7, I think that's just way too much, and as they go onto their own CT side, see what they can do.
As they get down to this B bomb site, there's certainly a lot of potential. An open door of opportunity as the squeaky doors open. Ow. The CT rotate comes through.
Just Lollipop getting aggressive as well. This whole B site is completely lock and key for Nemiga. And Sparrow, he isolates down into Old Secret. And with Box finding another headshot this round, it's practically over. 30 seconds left. They want to backtrack. And as this bomb ticks away, keeping hold on to the M4 and the AK becomes the priority. I don't know if they'll be allowed to do that. Speedak, he's got such a tight angle. Unfortunately misses even a shoulder, any whisker of information. They'll bell towards the T-spawn. This might be a little predictable.
Just a little. Lollipop seems to already realise it and he's spotting them out. They know that they are on a ticking time bomb, and as Lollipop's charging them down, Box is actually going to be short to follow as well. Speedak on his way to reinforce. Jedka has found himself that kill. They might be able to hold on to this one for a couple of seconds longer, as it would have been quite foolish for Speedak to just charge in and risk losing the AWP there. So they are going to allow Wisła to save, but that's going to be 6 for Nemiga. And that's what you mentioned earlier as really the limit. Yeah, you can't get more than 6 as a T side on Nuke. Otherwise, the CTs have problems. And they seem to have done it very, very early on. They've taken 6. They've got 4 opportunities to extend it even further. This is very dangerous right now for Wisła Kraków, especially considering they haven't got the best of buys here in the 12.
This is where things get touch and go, and heading into the A bomb site, the smoke is going to prevent their pursuit. Having to go back for that C4, maybe head towards ramp room as a response. You don't want, as the T side especially, to sit behind those smokes, risk getting spammed. Even a deagle can do deadly damage. Instead, prioritizing taking care of the scout to start or waiting for that smoke to dissipate might be the better option. But with Hades there to rail the headshots outside, I think they'll be scared away from these inside options now.
Absolutely opportunity. Box tapping away. Loads of damage onto Sparrow, but he actually falls. Sparrow goes for that re-peek. Gets himself that secondary kill. That's going to be a 5 versus 3 now, as he's still hungry for more up on those railings. And Jedka's in a prime position right now. This goes overlooked so often. And if they don't check him out, then this is pretty much going to be round over. 5 versus 3, opportunity for him to make it even more. A speed out, the first man round the corner. He's playing the trigger, but discipline. He wants himself all 3. Whips the first shot. Only good for 1, but still a lot of damage dealt and a 4v2 for them to clutch up.
Heading down to this B bomb site right now. Minio is at the ready. Remember, this was a low buy, ladies and gentlemen. MDS last alive. Only 20 points of health for him. And now just has to backtrack with the bomb, perhaps. Keep hold of this AWP. It's an investment he cannot carry through, and Ponchek's going to prevent it. 6-6. Great start there from Wisła, but it's all down to Jedka just slipping his way into such an uncontested angle. See how messy those shots get as well. That could have certainly been 2 or 3 frags. Sometimes those nerves really come back to bite you.
Oh, they absolutely do. Doesn't matter all too much anyway, but looking at these odds, Nemiga still the hot favourites. I don't think that's as one-sided as it was before, which is surprising considering how well Nemiga have done on this T side so far. However, it's still pretty one-sided, and as they continue this one, they just want to try and claw back. But like, 1 more round would be absolutely fantastic for them. 2 would be the icing on the cake, and right now, I'm not sure what they can get done with just these pistols in play.
This has been a fairly successful half, all things considered, for Nemiga. Going into a second half with 3 is good. 9-6 is definitely a decent scoreline here. Obviously, connect that with the T-pistol, get off to a good start on your CT side as well, and this game might be over incredibly quickly. Wisła, you said it, Josh, their minimum required rounds, it's kind of at that 9 mark. I would be looking for double digits here. Another speedy setup for Nemiga. They dodge the Molotov. Speedax certainly doesn't. He takes the lion's share of the damage as they bail down towards this B bomb site. It's Speedax to open things up. Gorgeous headshot. Where's the follow-up? It's Hades to nail it instead. And where is this bomb right now? It does go down. Hades does miss the shot. And that makes things incredibly complicated.
Oh, another 1D from MDS coming through as well. Just about complications to things further. And Ponchek tagged down to 3. What more can they do in this one? Nemiga already on to 7 at this point, as Lollipop should be able to finish things off. Even just a little bit of overkill with that 1D. Grabs himself an M4. That's going to be the 7th there for Nemiga Gaming. And that is just incredible. That was a round that they just really shouldn't have been able to win. They had the Deagles to work with. That single AK on Speedak. He was tagged down super low from the Molotov, but a gorgeous opening headshot onto ramp. And then the follow-up from box gives them a world of opportunity. Now on to 7, looking to extend it further as they're just against the pistols here. This could very easily be a 9-6 half in their favour.
Yeah, certainly could be. And that's where things really start to get scarier for Wisła. Money, it's absolutely ruined, and this is quite the risk. Going for these pistols straight into main, and only going to contend with the first as well. Lollipop sweeps one away in the meantime and only gives away an AK-47 for his trouble. So it's no AWP, no real jackpot here from Wisła to work with, and they're losing players left, right, and center. 2 drop. Speedak almost connects the next. Unable to do so, though, as the A-bomb site becomes under contest. This seems to be incredibly simple. Jedka's the only player with a rifle, as Nemiga will head down to B once again.
It is simple as they get down onto that B site. There's no chance for Wisła here. They're just going to hold on to these rifles, I think. Jedka's already made the call that he's going to fall away, save that AK. Minio, I mean, it's not really worth him saving this MP9. They have got a bit of a loss bonus built up, but maybe carry it across into the next, see what you can do with it there. This is going to be 8 now for Nemiga, though. And that's a really, really dangerous prospect because that's far too many for their T half. And if they can make it even more, then it becomes 9. And that's pretty crazy. They're really just hoping that on their CT side, maybe they can do even more. I'm not sure if these rifles can even carry across into the next. Jedka's able to punch in some more damage. But at this point, it's not massively impactful, as next round will be the last of the half. And Nemiga will have the money to buy into it. He just wants to hold on to this AK, really make sure that he doesn't fall here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Nemiga actually let him get away with this rifle right now. That is an extra little snippet for Wisła to work with going into the next. You'll certainly take it. Nemiga, 8 rounds. They'll certainly take that. As this has now been an incredibly successful T side. Combine that with the pistol and their overwhelming favourites. We saw that as far as those LOOT.BET odds were concerned at the very start of this map.
I think I massively underestimated or actually overestimated how much money Wisła would have here. Of course, at the end of that round, only getting that 2400 mark on every man means that Ponchek and Sparrow are just down to the pistols, Hades with a FAMAS. There's really not a whole lot for them to work with here. This should be another comfortable one for Nemiga, and if they can take it, it'd be a really, really fantastic half. Minio getting aggressive with this MP9, might creep through this smoke and deal some damage, but I think he's been spotted. He's good for one, maybe more as he is the next to peak, but he does get taken out, and the man advantage in Nemiga's favour.
Smokes away, and now the challenge can come through. Nemiga don't have to over-aggress this time. They've got such a massive advantage, and Lollipop and Gio, they're going to double down, leaving Sparrow a 1 versus 4, and the half firmly over. The Deagle cannot connect. It's a 9th for Nemiga, and as we were talking about those 9-6 halves, we certainly weren't talking about it in their favour. What a tremendous T-side.
It absolutely was. We didn't really see it all too much at the start, especially after they took 2 and then lost against a full eco. I started to get concerned for them. But Lollipop has been absolutely fantastic this game. MDS has been doing quite a lot of work as well. So it really shows. It pays off. And as we go into this second half, I'm excited to see what they can do. If they can take the CT pistol, they've got it in the bag.
Yeah, remember that Lollipop was actually the massive top fragger at the midpoint of the last map as well. He's been sensational. On Dust 2, there was no way that T-side would have been posted whatsoever if it wasn't for him. And just sensational. 15 kills once again, topping the tally. We've talked about him so much this series. We actually talked to him at the start a bit as well, saying that he was definitely the one to watch out for Nemiga, and he really has stepped up this time. I don't think Nemiga would have won this series without him. If you just take him out of the equation, put a standard player in, I don't think he would have had the same impact here.
Nice opening from Jo. This CT aggression working out really nicely. Even the bomb being dropped as well. This is such a mess for Wisła. They were going for a slow setup. They had the smokes all on the roof so that they could go for the execute, but they weren't really expecting all of their teammates to fall in the first seconds of the round. So Minio and Ponchek all on their lonesome, 4 versus 2, the bomb in no man's land. What can they do here?
Not all too much, I don't think. This looks to be a guaranteed Nemiga 10th, and they seem to always throw a jack-in-a-box in the works in these pistols. We see so much CT aggression, and if you were watching an Nemiga demo, you had to play against them in the next day, you'd always be expecting this and maybe just play a default. It's something that Wisła have failed to adapt to, and even when you do, Nemiga, they're so good, that firepower so hefty, it's incredibly difficult to counter. No bomb down, no 1 round, it'll be Nemiga double digits.
That is how you break a default. You just charge right in, you take those gunfights, and they do it quite nicely. Just the pistols for Wisła right now, as they've actually gone for a full force up here in the 17th. And if they can't convert it, Nemiga put themselves onto 11, more than likely 12, as they'll be up against an eco in the next as well. Jo right up on these doors, spraying away, gets himself 1, even more damage onto the second. Can't quite finish things off as the clip from his gun has expired, but Box with 2 of his own. And this is pretty much said and done. Nemiga, 5 players still alive. They've taken a hell of a lot of damage. Jo and Box with a combined HP of 30. But only 2 men surviving here for Wisła Kraków, and only the Tet 9s in hand. I can't imagine they stay alive for much longer here. Sparrow peeks around the corner. MDS is going to finish him off, and Jedka surely follows suit very, very soon as well, as obviously he needs to try and retrieve this bomb. They will expect him coming from Hut, and he can only bring 1 to the grave with him. So that's going to be 11 for a Nemiga, and more than likely this next one. So This is just fantastic for them on this CT side. I think they have to really make a huge mistake to let this one slip, and it's clear that the betting odds agree with me.
Yes, certainly. You see 1.05 to 8.5 here. Nemiga, they only need 5 to finish. The Deagle's invested, and Wisła, they are so monstrously behind here. To need 10 on your T side, it's just a little too hot to handle.
Like fire. It's too hot to handle. You don't want to play with it. That's exactly what Wisła are doing right now. Just with the pistols in hand, they're just going to fall like flies. And this is going to allow these MP9s to rack up loads and loads of cash as well. Box is really hunting for them. He wants himself another. Minio does punish him for the aggression, but it doesn't really matter all too much. The trade comes through. Hades can't live for much longer. And Lollipop finishes things through. 12-6 now Nemiga sit as they draw closer and closer to that finish line.
And this doesn't even look close here on Nuke. Nemiga, that CT side advantage, they're pressing down at every point. They only need 4, and a lot of these rounds have been incredibly one-sided as well. 4 surviving against the anti-eco, and Wisła, they need 10 out of the next 12 to actually close this one out. That is such a mean feat here on Nuke. It's just practically impossible. They might contend with a little bit of speed here. The Molotov's into A, but creating a default nonetheless, which Nemiga will be more than happy with.
This must be so demoralizing for Wisła right now. You got to remember, they should have closed out Dust 2. They were pretty firmly in the lead. They had a fantastic opportunity to close and they let it slip away. Here on Nuke, they're very clearly struggling. Nice damage dealt early on to Jedka. Jeho getting aggressive as well, wants to try and punch in some more. Not going to happen just yet. But Nemiga just playing this one very, very disciplined. Already down to 1:10 on the clock. Speedak's got a prime position, finds that opening kill. No one can swing to trade him. At least they don't want to. They know what fate they'll seal. And Box, he's in a fantastic spot as well.
And 4 at the red, he does get spotted, finds the frag anyway. Smoke down, stays alive, 9 HP, and how does Jedka find him right now? The scurry away, beautiful. I don't know how Box, he's a dead man walking on 9 HP, and Wisła in an absolute travesty. Outside control taken, but not much more else at the 40-second mark, as Nemiga have both of these bomb sites completely locked down and away. The HP becomes the problem at 30 seconds. Still a couple of nades in hand, but Jeho's going to double down and find another one. It's looking like another flawless Nemiga performance.
Jedka has been on low HP for the entirety of this round, and he was really just holding on top of the roof outside, hoping that his teammates could get something done, and then he just stab in the back. But as they both full, there's nothing more he can bring to this one. 7 points of health, just wants to hold on to that SG. He is quite exposed, but hiding in plain sight can sometimes be the best option. By the looks of things, Nemiga have completely overlooked it. So he is going to be able to bring that SG into the next, but the more important factor is that Nemiga right now are on to 13, and they're feeling confident. They're even practicing their run boosts, Squid.
Yeah, they're having fun. Back to the circus, perhaps. We talked about it many hours ago, and just look at all of these combinations there. Minio obviously not feeling massively confident. You'd always expect him to hold away that spray, but 13-6, how could you be confident at this point? Speedak, it's the AWP, Wisła, they've got a scrappy buy, the half buy in fact, as those odds have not moved a muscle. Maybe this is just as one-sided as it gets at this point.
Might just be the case, as there's not a lot for Wisła to work with right now. Just the pistols. Jedka, of course, with that SG that was saved over. Jeho seems to have an idea as well that one's just creeped into the vent. So I'm sure he relays that information as he's just checking it out himself. Peeks into it. Timing doesn't work out for Minio, and Jeho comes out on top. Of course, Jedka falling a few seconds prior as well. So that's the one rifle out of the server. And now they have a 2-man advantage to work with.
And really just cashing in on this CT-sided advantage with Speedak firing on all cylinders, everybody hitting their shots, and Wisła just don't seem like the same team. The pistols only connect with the first. Bombs should go down here, but that's only a bit of bonus cash. Sparrow at least bags himself an AWP. That's something to work with in this afterplant situation. Hades, the aim punch is a problem. And Sparrow, the aim punch certainly isn't, but he's got an AWP anyway to negate that factor. JYO is low on HP, and Sparrow's just going to turn away from the angle, dodges the flash, has the angle, and there's the hip shot. JYO knocked out of the server, needs surgery on that one. There's another shot for Sparrow, as he might be able to get the job done here with only 10 seconds left to play. The Molotov, the smoke, this is perfect, but Box defuses wrong angle. He's fully exposed, hits the shot anyway, and he's good enough for the defuse. It'll be last possible second, so damn close, but that is 14.
What a massive clutch for him to find. I thought he was going to hold it. Once he had that smoke down, the Molotov through, I thought he'd just hold that one down from the other side. But instead, taps it, swings around, hits the headshot, then gets on just at the final tick. It cannot get closer than this, except the scoreline doesn't really show it. 14-6 Nemiga now sit. 2 away from closing, 1 away from match point.
Sensational. It's so painful if you're Sparrow. 3 fast frags from the AWP, but cannot convert. Now he's deprived of the sniper rifle, and it's Hades instead to meet his maker.
That is not the start you're looking for in the 21st round when your opponents are getting very, very close to match point. They've lost this initial man. Speedak has actually fallen straight afterwards as Sparrow's picked up the AWPing duties. It's 4 versus 4. Sparrow's actually taking quite a lot of map control in a pretty precarious angle to deal with as box falls. MDS drops as well. And Wisła are in quite a nice position here in the 21st.
Certainly are. 2 versus 4. Jayo is going to get aggressive into main as a response. Won't spot out any of these terrorists. Instead, they've gone elsewhere, down to secret, slippery as it suggests. Bomb should go very easily down here. That'll gain that extra bonus cash. On top of this, what does Nemiga decide to do? Their money is in a fairly decent spot, so if they want to go for it, then this might just be extra expenditure. Really doesn't mean too much, but with Ponchek lining up the angle, made down to try and collapse. It's heavy damage, no frag. Needs to find this one, but with the crossfire placed, he's going to go for both of these kills. He actually pans out successfully. Now a 2 versus 1 on this site, and Jedka now needs to get serious. Nails the headshot as a response. Frighteningly close to a 1 versus 4, though.
I started to get excited. Got to the edge of my seat there as he found himself those first 2, and he almost connected on the 3rd as well. That was pretty impressive, but not quite enough. Looking at this sniper comparison, Speedak's actually got more kills. He's got a better KD, but Hades has been the far more impactful AWPer in this game so far. It's quite an interesting stat line.
Forget sniper comparison. I want to see sniffer comparison. Nose diameter, radius, depth, all of those important facts.
I've got a pretty big one. I don't think the radius depth is very big though. I just have like a really sticky out nose. It's like a really narrow, like Pinocchio kind of thing.
It's like a witch nose.
Yeah, that's a better one. Like a witch nose, but not with a wart on it. It's a pretty good looking nose.
Average noses. 7 to 14 right now. We've got Speedak with the AWP. MDS decides what he wants to go for. I expect he might just have to pick up the FAMAS here with a couple of nades. That utility usage is really important on the CT side of Nuke, especially towards that A-bomb site where those incendiary grenades are absolutely pivotal. If you don't have them, Wisła have a really nice inside take. Throwing 2 players, usually Ponchek and Sparrow, a lot of the time outside. The rest of that force really does push just through Heart, through Squeaky, and then you've got that double set play configuration that's very hard to contend with. 1, 2 Molotovs really stunt that aggression, and that's something that Wisła have found out at the start of this T side.
Drawing nearer and nearer, and they've got the 4x to work with now. Not a lot of utility, and as this wall of smokes comes up again, it's quite an interesting one. Rather than that standard wall of smokes between the red container and secret, it kind of goes diagonally. Cuts off A main, cuts off garage. I like this one a lot more. We haven't seen any gaps in it either. It gives you a little bit more wiggle room to work with, and I think it's probably harder to spam because it's not as narrow. There's not as much... there's more spammability space and therefore more chance of them missing. And I like this jumping spot from Box. He's just feeling for that information. As soon as he gets it, he'll deploy his nade.
Yeah, if you go for the full jump as well, really overexposes the upper third of your body. That head as well is available. And you don't want to give Wisła anything to work with right now. Minio just with a fake little jump to really bait out Nemiga, but making no mistakes with a 5 rifle setup. Just MDS pressuring for this information. Even if he spots out anything here, he'll just fall back, probably close the squeaky door. A smoke might just go away as well. Not that he's actually got one. Jayo, he's only got the flash available, and going towards the B bomb site becomes a problem. Minio, that's such a lightning fast headshot. Does get traded, no follow-up frag, so Minio doesn't come out on top before the B take. Certainly should be. 7 to 14. And yeah, just such a really disappointing round right there from Nemiga. Not able to contend with it.
7 to 14, soon to be 8, as Speedak and Jo make that save call. They're going to fall right away, bring that AWP and the M4 into the next. they've got plenty of opportunities to play with. Of course, letting them slip away lets their opponent draw closer and closer to the comeback. But it's 14-7, now 14-8. They've still got 6 rounds to try and take this one to match point before they have to start getting concerned. And I think that they're more than likely quite confident in doing so.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be under pressure, feeling any heat just yet. Again, 6 kills. Those are the entries for Hades. See, only 6 kills, 2 deaths. So really favourable on those first frags. 14-8 as well. Only needs a couple more to bring this back into convention. Remember, Wisła, they do certainly have a chance, but they have to take so many in a row right through these Molotovs, though. Heavy damage dealt. Gio is instantly going to drop. Speedak right through the smoke. Wants to get aggressive right now. Only finding the one as a response. And Box and MDS are incredibly close. The AK-47 now in hand as MDS comes in from the heaven. A 2 versus 2. And I don't think MDS is yet to be spotted. So the AK-47 applying that rear pressure, maybe using that back of the smoke to his advantage. And the AWP makes the key mistake. It's Hades, the entry frag man we talked about just a couple of moments ago, making a key error of judgment, and Sparrow also. Round over, Bob not planted. It's 15-8.
Wisła have let this one slip away a little too soon. If they'd have brought the comeback further and then maybe slipped away around, you'd still think overtime was on the cards. But right now, 15-8, they need 7 consecutive rounds to take this one over the top. And right now, they haven't even got the money for a full investment. Jedka's already down to that Deagle, the AWP, the AKs to work with as they face up against a fairly similar economic standpoint from Nemiga. Rifles all round, MDS on the MP9. Let's see if they can close here.
Seems to be certainly a possibility. Minio, the first to receive a smoke in his face. It's Nemiga just to hold a stalemate right now. Not the best of buys. Remember, Jedka just with the Deagle, the money strapped. Obviously, losing one like that, you're not going to have too much cash, especially without the bomb plant going away and down. Not much utility available either. So going towards the ramp room definitely becomes the way to go. Molotov isolates the AWP, and now the cross can come down to B. MP9 up close. MDS needs to finish this one off solo, and he absolutely can't.
4 versus 4 now. Wisła onto this B bomb site, but the reinforcements are already in heavy. Box needs to hand a headshot, and it's not going to happen. Hades finding that kill gives them this man advantage once again. He's hungry for more. Good angle to maybe get another. And Sparrow's in a prime position to do the same. Just needs to make sure he's looking the same way. Snaps to it just in the nick of time. And Lollipop and Speedak, they're already out of this one. I don't think they're even going to go for the clutch here.
I don't either. The finish becomes complicated for Nemiga. They don't have money to push through into the next, and losing that final AK-47 becomes a real problem for Speedak. He'll try and bail away. Of course, cannot stand on top of this B bomb site. Bomb plant radius means if you stood on A, you'll go up in flames as well. But this is real problematic. What is Nemiga actually going to go for in the next? Perhaps the pistols? They could force up an investment, but with the loss bonus totally broken, I think that might actually be the possibility here. I think if they double eco right now, they cannot afford into the next. So the force buy, the single eco, allow this lot to 11, and this could get a little touch and go, but $1,400 in the bank accounts at the end of this one, it's really not good enough for any more than just a force buy, and Lollipop's going to instantly aggress. The MP9 comes through, expect a couple of Deagles as well.
The lifeline still floating. Wisła right now. 6 away from taking this one to OT. And they've got the weaponry to work with now too. So if they can take this one, they put themselves onto 10, more than likely 11 as Nemiga go for the eco. And it becomes very, very doable. But right now, Speedak, more damage through the smoke. The single AUG, the only rifle alive in this round. And with Jo finding a 1D, the chances still in their favour.
And that's without even checking for boxes. The bomb goes down on the floor. Minio doesn't have the angle. Thought he had that one locking key, but Box absolutely does lock him in. And now Jedka 1 versus 5. It's got to be the full 500 HP clutch, and it's surely not going to happen here. Does combine a couple of kills, but it's never going to happen. Nemiga with a half buy once again, remember. Same way they finished it off on Mirage. Able to take it over the top.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. We saw them just very, very dominant on Nuke. Little hiccup at the end there, but they come through flying. That's going to be it from us today. We had a really exciting show. A 2-0 in the morning, a 2-1 in the afternoon. Thanks everybody for watching. We're going to be back with more LOOT.BET tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned. Good night, folks.
Nice.
You could